guest. Today, we're coming to you live from Fremont Studios in Seattle, Washington, where Red Bull Gaming is proud to bring you this first edition of the Red Bull Homeground North American Qualifiers. Hello, everyone. My name is Zoe Schwind, and I have the utmost pleasure of being your host today. Of course, I'm not doing it alone. Here with me, our top analysts, Anders and Mimi, are joining me for this one. We have a banger day ahead of us.
Yeah.
I am so excited to be here. How are you feeling? It's off-season, everything is exciting, everything is new.
It's off-season, but it doesn't even feel like it now that we're in the room, because we've got a fully packed house here, like excellent cosplayers showing up. We got some great teams as well. I'm really excited for the games today.
And it's really our first look at a lot of rosters. Pretty much everyone has made changes coming in. We get a look of what Sentinels is going to be like, MXS, all these teams trying out new players and seeing what they can do in this qualifier, which is a really tough format. Single elimination, you win 2 games, you make it to that Red Bull Homeground World Final, you lose 1, you're out.
That's right. It's rough out here. It's rough out here. Let's actually take a look at the bracket to see which teams will be facing off against one another. First, if we're looking at those matchups, which one gets you more excited, Ender?
I mean, I like them all, but honestly, seeing a first look at a new Sentinels here with Curry and Redux in the roster versus YFP, who ended up qualifying, I think is a great one to go with.
I think that one will be sick, especially because it is like the ultimate established team versus a YFP, who's the only squad that has made pretty minimal changes from when they won that open qualifier to make it here. But that other one is exciting too, because those 2 rosters, MXS and Cloud9, have swapped a lot of players back and forth, both made interesting changes. And it's also kind of how we kicked off last year with the Ludwig Tarek Invitational with those 2 teams playing as well.
Yeah, we had Oxygen winning that one, but the thing I love about this tournament is that every team playing has a former C9 player on it.
All the way
You've got
down.
Whippy over on MXS, Curry, Zelsis, Jakey, even Mitch is returning to a Cloud9 team that he's been on before.
I love that, though. So no matter how you spin it and what's going to happen here today, Cloud9 will be in the finals.
Yeah, they're winning.
That's how this works.
You also just have so much history between these guys. Most of these players, be it on a Tier 2 team or Tier 1 team now, have played at the top level with each other or have played down in Tier 2 with each other. There's so much history of former teammates across all these different teams.
Yeah, and I mean, for everyone who joins us today here in person as well, there's so much to do here at this beautiful event. Lots of cool, fun activities. Also, really, really cool Homeground branded Red Bull cans. Can you show one of those off?
Don't drop it.
They're really nice.
I want. They're very
I love
pretty.
that. There we go. There we go. Present it. I buy it.
There you go.
Look at that.
Yep, that's right. And if you're not here with us, you will still get opportunities to actually get one of these, because Jack in the Box actually just released their... That's right, Red Bull Gaming box, and that does include one of those beautiful Red Bull cans, of course, alongside with everyone's favorite tacos, tiny tacos, French fries. What else do we have? Curly fries, of course.
I'm a big curly fries enjoyer.
You're a curly fry enjoyer.
Oh, yeah.
Any curly fry enjoyers in chat here?
A bit of a curly head myself in terms of fries.
Yep, that's what they call them.
Right.
So true.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and this box, I mean, that will keep you sustained all day long. And we have a long day ahead of us. And maybe even after that, you can still snack away. Also, as you see on your screens right now, there is a really cool raffle going on as well. So we have the PC, a custom PC that you can get there as well. So make sure to sign up for that. And I will be chatting about that a little later today as well. So lots of good stuff heading our way. One of those good things is, of course, the first match of the day. So let's dig in. Let's talk about what we get to see from both of these rosters, because changes were made for both of Cloud9 as well as, of course, Moist X Shopify.
Yeah, I think the biggest one is Cloud9 picking up Vic, who was previously playing on that MXS roster, coming over there. Whippy actually stepping in for Vic on that other side to go up against this C9 squad.
Yeah, and C9 had such an interesting year because they started so strong in Americas. It was something like 5-1 in stage 1, and then they barely squeaked by in stage 2. They only won the minimum matches they need to qualify to playoffs, and after winning the game to get crew into playoffs, they immediately lost to crew first round, and it was a pretty disappointing end to the season. And now it's kind of been 2 years in a row where a Cloud9 team has shown a lot of promise and then fallen off towards the end. So I think this year they're trying to set that good beginning again, as they had in the past with their past 2 rosters in kind of investing in tier 2 talent, trying to scout out that new player that can help bring them to success.
Yeah, because they've made some pretty big changes, right? Zeppa's still sticking around the squad. He's been here for the entire time, but they're sticking with the new players from this year in Moose and in Oxy to try and build into this new roster. Yeah, Mitch is returning, has been on this team before, but I think in terms of players to build around, like Oxy had an absolute breakout first year for this team.
Let's take a look at the numbers here. Big numbers, looking good. We love to see it. Now, Oxy, I mean, that's been a standout for them.
Everybody likes Oxy.
Yeah.
This kid was ridiculous. It was his rookie year in Americas, and he was absolutely electric for this squad all the way through. They put a lot into him. They're hero buying him guns on eco rounds. They're building a team to let Oxy succeed. And sometimes maybe it was a little bit too much, just Oxy go kill, but he was excellent.
See, this is, I think, the big problem for C9, because Oxy was very outspoken about never thinking. And Vanity did all his thinking for him. Now there's no Vanity. Who is going to be Oxy's brain is the biggest question we have to be asking today.
It's got to be Mitch, right? Mitch now has to take over, I assume, the IGL role. Yeah.
It is weird, though, because this team was, I think, kind of built from the ground up with Vanity, with Imi, and now that IGL, who is with the team for quite a while, is gone, and they're reinvesting into Mitch. And while the core is still the same, that does make me think that we might see bigger changes in terms of maybe what maps they want to play, what direction they want to take the game. Changing who your IGL is kind of like the biggest change you could make one-for-one in players.
And if you haven't followed like the Tier 2 scene very closely, and you remember Mitch from C9, previously he did play Sentinel for this team, but since then he has moved into a very flex role. He plays info initiators, flash initiators, the whole 9 yards, really.
Yeah, I mean, now we have to look at the opposition as well here, right? Up until a few days ago, we had no idea who's even going to play for them.
I mean, up until yesterday,
we
didn't know.
They will be fielding today. Some changes being made to the squad.
Yeah, right. Whippy coming in to replace Vic is going to be the big one. Again, a guy who had a little stint with Cloud9 there too, which is always fun to see go against.
Yeah, these 2 teams, be it in Americas or in Tier 2, did have really similar years where MXS started with some pretty strong showings, had a lot of potential, and built all the way into the playoffs. They were 1 game away, 1 map away from making it to Ascension, and then fell to TSM in what I think ended up being a pretty big upset there.
No, I don't think that happened to Mimi.
No?
No, I don't think so.
You just choose to forget that happened?
I mean, I didn't watch Champions very closely, but I'm pretty sure they won.
They weren't at Champions.
Were they not? I'm pretty,
Have you heard
thought
of a team called EDG?
They did beat them, right? Like Kong Kong, I think, died 30 times.
Comedy is when I lie.
No, look, this is just what we call shilling.
Ah.
Yes.
It's working.
Are you a big Moisex Shopify?
Well, see, I can hear the co-streamers from over there, and as soon as you started saying that, I heard no, 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 so
okay.
It just never happened.
Yeah, they're right next to us.
We
so
can
we gotta be
rewrite
careful
history.
Over here.
We
They're
can
right
rewrite.
next to us. They're literally just like you could throw something at them and probably not miss.
You're the only one thinking that, for the record.
That's just me.
Don't give people ideas. That's crazy. So.
Okay, moving on in that case. No, this is going to be an exciting one. Also, something that we haven't mentioned yet is, of course, this is not just about cool revenge matches against your former teams and like stand-up performances from individuals. They try to qualify for the grand finals of Red Bull Home Grand in Berlin. Mada, of course, someone we have to mention and have to look at here at that Shopify roster.
Well, yeah, I just want to bring up some very important stats here, being that Shopify crushed Cloud9 during last year's off-season events. I think that was actually at the start of this year, but Mada came in hot, dominated a Cloud9 roster. I mean, you talk about Tier 1, Tier 2, but again, Mimi, a clear differential between these 2 teams.
Yeah, so true. But Mada's been, like, I feel like one of the top 2 duelists in Tier 2 for, like, almost, 2 years running now at least. He was on
sick, yeah.
Shopify, then he was on Moisex Shopify this last year, and he was excellent all the way down there. I feel like this Moisex Shopify team is one that has so many players that are like right on the bubble of having gotten their chance to go to Tier 1. I mean, we saw it with being so close to making Ascension. And now they have an opportunity, I think, to really show that against a team that is in that partnership league here.
I do love how you just completely glance over the fact that he's trying to air dirty laundry from a year
I've learned not to acknowledge him.
But it's relevant because it was versus Cloud9.
Is it actually relevant? Okay, let me counter argument. Who won that invitational?
Irrelevant.
Who won that invitational?
Oxygen.
And who played on Oxygen?
Mitch was on that team.
And Mitch now plays where?
Oxy was not.
See, and now Mitch plays on Cloud9.
That's
so
true.
then that means that transitive properties in some way,
Is that
shape,
why they
or
picked
form.
him up?
Yes. so they can win this time around.
But that's what I'm saying about all of these teams having like former teammates in it, because Mitch is on one team, now he's on the other, and everyone is swapped around within this scene. I feel like all 20 players at this event have been around the NA scene and have swapped through so many of these different rosters already.
So there's a lot of potential for drama, for storylines.
Yeah.
We got it all, we got it all. We also have the map select ready, so let's take a look at where those teams are taking us in this best of 3 series. Bind, Ascent, and Sunset are the maps we're gonna see. How are we feeling about those?
I think seeing Bind as an early pick for C9 is a little interesting, because historically this has been a map that they've strayed away from. When they were led by Vanity, this was one of the maps that he kind of always talked about not loving the most. They were playing it some last year, but I think this is kind of a clear showing of the changing of the guard and the change of direction.
Right, and I also, it seems like there's been a lot more experimentation in terms of like comps on this map, whether or not you have to run double smokes or anything like that. So me personally, I'm interested to see what the actual reads are on these maps with these brand new teams.
We have been seeing experimentation, but also it's probably just 100 Thieves comp against 100 Thieves comp.
Quite possibly. Yeah,
at least in
true.
NA it has been kind of boring.
Yeah, I don't know. I like some of the Sentinel ideas. I think that Bind is one of the better Deadlock maps out there.
The Tier 2 teams last year were loving the Deadlock Cypher in NA, and it was pretty sick to watch. We're going to get Ascent later in this series. I think it's almost 100% at least one of these teams is going to play a Deadlock Cypher.
Yeah, and the teams are about to take to the stage now, so we're getting ready for all the action. So you don't actually assume that one of those teams is going to, you know, roll a dice here and maybe show us a little more out-of-pocket strats? If there is a team to do it, which one would it be?
If there was a team to do it, I feel like it would be Cloud9 just because so much is new with that team, but by that same coin, you could go with this is your first kind of opportunity to start building up the fundamentals, to get stage experience ahead of next year, and to obviously get that slot at the global events. So I kind of feel like it's going to be a little bit more standard just because the teams have been making these changes.
The thing is, C9 last year were one of the teams that was playing a bunch of the Deadlock, but here they come out onto the stage. Moist Egg Shopify kicking it off here. Looking good out there, pumping up the crowd too. I like it.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's a great opportunity, of course, to showcase some new pieces or even try them out, as you already said, which makes it difficult, obviously, because you're also trying to qualify for the Berlin event, so you're going to stick to these players or not. So it's going to be fun to see how this is going to shake up. Cloud9 taking to the stage as well. Crowd gets a little louder. I gotta be real with you, though. I feel like 99% of this crowd is probably a Sentinel fan.
There's
That's
a lot
like
of
every Valorant crowd.
Is that a thing? Okay.
For this Cloud9 team, this is where they felt comfortable last year. I think Oxy especially finding his own on that stage. So many moments where he's popping up, he's bringing the vibes for the team, going Super Saiyan on the America stage, and I imagine he's gonna feel nothing but comfortable here at another LAN.
That's right. And we still have a little bit to go. Of course, best of 3 is what we're going to be playing here. And if we talk a little bit more about the maps that we will be seeing, Sunset is the decider. MXS, not their favorite in the past. Let's put it that way. Let's put it really nicely. Do you feel like there is potential for them to even get that far? Are we seeing a third map if you had to make it?
Honestly, I think it's because it's new rosters across the board, there's chances for everything. Like, if I'm looking at this event, I'm like, YFP is actually pretty dangerous coming in here. Like, they've actually played games, they've actually qualified to get into this spot. So I think 3 maps is absolutely a possibility.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about that pre-existing synergy that they will be having, whereas the other rosters that try to make new pieces work here, maybe.
Yeah, I think a lot of this tournament is going to come down to kind of like the question of how well can you adapt on the fly with new players coming in. How much scrim time have you actually had? Because I imagine it's not a ton for most of these teams. Most of the best teams in North America are still kind of trying to piece together their rosters, figure out who they're going to move forward with into the future. So a lot of it comes down to performance on the day. But while Cloud9 does have new players, I think the core they are keeping has worked really well together, especially Zeppa and Oxy. Those two were like the duo for this team last year, especially when Zeppa's playing on that Flash Initiator. I feel like he's like a really consistently undervalued player in the scene.
Yeah. And he's so flexible too, right? Like back in the day, he played a lot of the Duelist for the team, so he knows exactly what his
some of the
Duelist
raids
player wants.
occasionally last year.
Yeah. And of course, like going into a map 2 here in Ascent, you're going to have Oxy on the Jet, like 100%. And that is just a map that he will be absolutely frying on with the support of Zeppa.
Looking at the Ascent pick from them, is that just in their comfort, in their wheelhouse, or do you feel like that might have something to do with Cloud9 historically also not having the best win rate on that particular map?
I mean, honestly, I think Ascent is just like one of the most like default maps. Like everyone plays the same comp for the most part, unless you're playing like some of the new age like double Sentinel stuff. But like even that kind of plays itself for the most part. Like that is just a map where it's very fundamentals based, and you just play to really let your jet like go nuts on.
Could we see Vice on Ascent?
That is a good question. I think that Vice is actually really similar to what Deadlock does in that she's pretty weak as a solo Sentinel, but has a lot of stall power. You can set up like, I think you actually have to play a little more aggressively with her on defense, doing these forward setups. You can't just play back and solo anchor like you would on the more traditional info Sentinels. But I think in most maps in the pool, you're hard pressed to sacrifice another agent to go for a double Senti comp. I think it plays almost exactly the same as the Cypher Deadlock ideas, in that most teams are valuing that second initiator or that second controller more than going for an agent like Vice or Deadlock.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, even in those double Senti comps, I think Deadlock does just give you a little bit more like juice there, straight up. Like, I think that kid is very, very strong, especially in post plants, is just ridiculous on the attacking side. I think the argument for Vice to be made is if you are dropping flashes, right?
Yes.
Then, you know, you're gonna get some support there.
Historically though, Cloud9, off-season, double Sentinel gimmicks.
Deadlock.
They were doing it last year.
Reyna.
It's not impossible to see it again with a new agent this time.
It's not, and I mean, it's viable now. They can pick him up. Maybe confuse the team a little bit because we've not really seen it being played in like even Ascension or anything like that.
I will say Bind is a map you can play Vice solo Senti. It's a map in the pool where a lot of teams just don't play a Sentinel at all. It's basically the only map where we see that. So I do think she's playable here.
Yeah, Bind feels like it's the map that has an open slot. Because, like, you need a Brimstone, you need a Raze pretty much, and you need
It's legally required.
a Sky or a Fade, you know, and then some other form of initiator, and then it's like, okay, what do you want last? Okay,
It's
is
like,
it a
do you
Viper?
value a Gecko or
Yeah.
a Viper or a Vice or a Deadlock even? Like, there's a lot of room
There's a
for
lot of room to
experimentation.
move around there, yeah.
All right, high fives are being exchanged. They look relaxed, man. They look ready for this.
Those guys are used to it.
It's just another day in the office. Over here, I feel there's a little more pressure.
Oh, I
This
mean,
crowd
look,
getting a
we're
little
trying to
more
figure out
nervous.
how
It's a bit more
headphones
tense.
work.
Dude, you got to start with the basics, you know?
Staying hydrated, though, that's important.
That's very
That's
good.
good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to remember their entire year last year was online, playing in Challengers.
Oh, they don't know about the tech of put on the earbuds and then the headphones over it. It's
It's
really
a lot more
confusing.
complicated, all right?
Yeah. It's
don't
a
talk
whole
down on
other
that.
level, Mimi.
And Cloud9 look comfy now, but I remember first few games when I think it was Zeppa had to help Oxy put his earbuds in because he couldn't figure it out.
It was the first time, you know? Need a little guidance.
It's true.
Indeed. And they're playing in front of a packed house here. We sold out for this beautiful event, so we're gonna have a really loud crowd right in front of their very faces. Some players take better
How
to that
loud
than
is the
others.
crowd going to be?
Yeah, how loud
How
is this
loud?
crowd gonna be? Let's test
Okay,
it.
louder.
That's okay.
Can we do a little better?
We can do better than that, all right? How loud can this crowd actually be?
Yo, we're starting the game!
That's right.
And
All
we've
right,
got a
let's see what we have there.
Yoru Raze comp coming out from Cloud9. Oxy is kicking it off on the Yoru. That's going to
so
be sick.
That's awesome. Actually, doubling up on flashes too with Yoru and the Sky gives a ton of options, especially to fight forward into a backside on A or something like that. I actually really like this look, like you were talking about. Like the Raze is absolutely in Zeppa's wheelhouse. So running some double duelist ideas could definitely work for C9.
Yeah, when you play solo Yoru, you're kind of locked in on attack to hitting towards A. You can't really get out of hookah with that gate crash, but filling in that Raze means you can be going for double entry ideas, be teleporting in as Raze is double satcheling over your opponent's head, combining that one with flashes from your Sky and from your Yoru. I think this is a pretty sick comp to bring out.
I do love it's just a mirror apart from Yoru versus Gecko. Yoru, we are all for though.
I'm here for it.
All right, some exciting looks there on your screens. And we are getting ready for this very first match. It's single elimination, everything on the line for this best of 3. And as we got NA's finest teams, we also had to get NA's finest casters. So let's send it over to Baby Bay and Doug.
Thank you so much, Zoe. That was really kind, right? NA's finest? I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week.
All day,
I know, it's been a rough day. I kind of decided I wasn't going to talk to anybody because I just kept getting dragged. Unfortunately, I need to talk to this guy for the next couple of hours, but we've got a lot of good to talk about. Seattle, you're beautiful. We're in for a really, really good time today. Kick things off with Cloud9 and MXS. Dre, we've got a lot of firepower on this opening comp. You've got Yoru, you've got Raze, you've got a lot of boom.
Yeah,
We're
it's
set
gonna
up
be,
for all of it.
It's gonna be sick because running a double duelist in a tournament like this where, you know, things aren't really solidified for many of the teams here. I mean, for some teams, it's a look into the future, right? Other teams, it's the last dance, basically, right?
Dang.
Before teams, yeah,
That
it is.
was poetic already.
It is, though. You know, like, a lot of these players are gonna get picked up and join the actual VCT, like, league. Internationally and whatnot. So this is a big, big moment for a lot of these players, and it's gonna be sick.
I have good news for you guys. We have a tech pause.
Oh, great.
Already.
I was wondering why it went back to us on camera. I was ready to, you know, get comfy, lose the jacket, you know.
I mean, Zoe on the desk said that we have a little bit of everything. So we're going to give you guys some of that as well. We have a tech pause. As soon as it's figured out and solved, we'll get back into the action, or I guess into the action. We can't really get back into it if we weren't there to begin with. But as soon as that gets fixed, we're going to start playing some Valorant. And it sounds like the pause is over. So unless I'm being trolled by production, lo and behold, we're going to be starting this game off very, very soon. Bind the opening in this best of 3. What are your thoughts on the map select?
I think it's good for either team, honestly. Mitch, historically, this year has done a pretty good job of playing against Fly as IGLing. Now, keep in mind, Mitch was on Oxygen at the time, but it will be Mata that is going to start off on Oxy, the head-to-head.
Yeah, we've kicked this bad boy off. We've already got one down. You mentioned Oxy, the Yoru, no longer around for the rest of this round, as MXS is a heavy lean towards A. There's not a lot of short presence. The flash down B long should confirm and instantly call for the rotations. And of course, Mitch is hot to trot.
Yeah, after contacting into hookah, we're just going to walk up short. 2 players stuck in showers, and they're just going to hunker down. But it's going to be Zeppa who's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here for his squad.
They might try to scale all the way back. They use the dog to get into pipes. They know that Mitch is there. Meanwhile, Zeppa, as you mentioned, on the prowl, spotting 3, only able to get 1. Odorous on the swing. Mitch will fall as well. Numbers the way of the attack in a pretty big way, and it's not getting any better. First round goes the way of boys such Shopify.
And Mata, he's so hot already. I was in the back watching him warm up, and he was robotic, man. And we're already seeing it first round in, getting close to that showstopper, and he's opting to buy a Vandal already. That's the type of time he's on, demon time.
Yeah, that's not a bad start, man. I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah. It was a good try from Cloud9, just hunkering down, but the proactivity from MXS on the actual site itself, not even planning the spike, looking for those fights, and the triple swing on a Zeppa, he couldn't get much work done after that.
It's just more fun to play the game that way. It seems like the fun is going to continue for the attack. Not really much to fight back with there for Cloud9, as they just get obliterated down B long, leaving Vic all to his lonesome.
Yeah, and it looks like he was kind of aware that there might be a lurk. He was trying to hunt Odorous, but with the 4-man TP, what can he really do here with a classic?
Yeah, not much. Big dog, not a lot there.
No. There's even some security there for Brock, just in case there was another player lurking on the B site. But Whippy, he'll be taking out his counterpart of Vic.
That's a flawless coming through. There are no fines for that here, right?
Nope. Hopefully not. Love to see that. Very convincing anti-eco round from the side of MXS.
Yeah, did they even take much damage?
No, not
I
really.
don't think they did.
I think it was only the Gecko. Took a sliver of damage.
And so into the next we go. Now we'll have Cloud9 with an opportunity to fight back. You've got Mitch on light armor, but other than that, full rifles and full armor for the defense.
And a super healthy buy for the attacking side. Mata, he's setting the pace up short with that Viper wall. This is all to isolate 1v1s, whether it's on the site if the wall drops. There it is.
I mean, that's another opener for MXS.
Free picks across the board. And the double back after TPing. They understand that if a player dies in shower like that, there's only 1 more max. That's why Fly is so wary about it.
Yeah.
But the rotations, the patience from MXS, it might work against them here because the rotation is now coming in.
Vic has taken a little bit of space. Now the TP coming through. Fly arriving at just the right time. applying a little pressure, making his presence known and backing away. Meanwhile, Brock committing to getting the plant down. Mata on the swing, Mitch is dead. Another one for MXS, but where's the response from Cloud9? Moose getting a little bit done here. Numbers still the way of the attack, though, as he cannot settle the shots onto Odorous. It gets slippery, it's getting messy. MXS in a really nice spot here. Vic is left in a 1v2. He cannot convert. That's another round, a bonus the way of the attack.
Proactivity, it's the name of the game right now for MXS. They're walking up short, they drop the wall. They get the pick, they TP, they double back. It's a job well done again for MXS. Good calling from Flya so far, and the individual prowess from Mata. He's been popping off already, man. This guy is hot. He's had so many trials. Oh, I can leak it. So many trials.
Can you leak it?
So many.
I mean, you did now.
So many trials. I'm not saying for who, but that's why he's so on fire right now. I mean, he has to be ready.
A little bit of aggression here from Cloud9 on the lighter weaponry of 3 stingers. Something found, but just one. So they're gonna take all of this space A, and NXS will just wisely rotate to the other side of the map.
Yeah, and cautiously too. I imagine they'll be using some utility here. There's a Gecko flash. Oh, poor Moose, he couldn't do anything about that. Only a stinger as well.
And you know, I mean, in situations like that, it's easy to skip some of those smaller steps, right? You know that they're on an eco, you know you're up big. As far as numbers on the map go, that's where these little mistakes happen, where you force something, where you don't drop util, where you don't confirm where presence is, and again, just a really clean round from Moist.
Yeah, the foundation that has been built within this team in the last couple of years, it's definitely something to be very proud of. And it's showing to be fruitful in this Red Bull tournament. It's up to Mitch and Zeppa. Zeppa does have a Phantom. I feel like he might try to save this because MXS, they're not really giving much of anything here. And Flya, he's gonna close it out. 4-0 for MXS, Doug.
Yeah, you know, the fun thing about these off-season tournaments and different rosters and stuff like that is that you don't really know what to expect, right? It's all just kind of up in the air, how these teams gel, what does Scrim look like leading up to it. I don't know about you, but I didn't expect this.
No. If anything, I'm looking at this Cloud9 roster, I'm like, this is a roster that could be in the league right now. I mean, Mitch,
well,
he's done a great job IGLing on Oxygen all year long, for the last 2 years, right? And then Vic, he's been one of the most promising players from MXS.
Yeah.
Like, this is a VCT-ready roster, but they're just getting absolutely mollywopped on this attacking side. But, you know, it's still very early on. Keep in mind, this is a new setup for everybody. This is what LANs are about. Some players get acquainted to the setup a lot faster than others. And it looks like Cloud9 right now, they're just going through the motions. They're going to have to wake up a little bit, maybe take this time to warm up a little bit.
Was it early here? Like gamer hours go, is that early?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. A lot of these guys probably wake up around this time.
Yeah. So that is an early timeout called, as you mentioned, from Cloud9. They're down 4 rounds early on Bind, and there's a lot to talk about on the side of MXS, too. Man, they look really clean. You mentioned the calling and how really just kind of steady it's been.
Yeah.
It goes through 4 rounds, but you can tell they have a game plan coming into this, and it's working really well. It also helps that they're out-fragging Cloud9 like crazy, bro.
Yeah. So exactly. In this timeout, I'm sure Imi's just saying, like, yo, guys, stop giving so many 1v1 engagements. Be ready for these aggressive plays in the beginning of the round that Mata is trying to take. Even if he has somebody with him, you just have to be aware, be ready for it. Maybe do some more jiggling. Play more as a cohesive unit on the defensive side. Go for a retake.
What's the buy for Cloud9, and where's the solution?
This is how worried Cloud9 are because of that Viper wall. Arumba invested so early on.
And as soon as Arumba goes down, he puts the wall back down. You know, you don't need to continue to lean into having that smoke wasted.
A great response. Here we go. First blood for Moose. This might be the first for Cloud9.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I don't think they've had an opener in this map yet.
What a change of pace from MXS, though, after the timeout to just sit and hold a default across the board.
Steady shots from Zeppa, starting to get overwhelmed and outnumbered with Vic close by. Drops the smoke, has a little bit of something going on there. Oxy able to get 2 before falling. But Cloud9 in a position to potentially convert their first round.
Vic, the head-to-head against Flya.
Molly.
Great Molly.
Yeah, so clean. The flash is nice, but the spam from Zeppa is just holding the line. Keeping things as steady as possible.
This guy's camera's moving everywhere. He's getting active.
Get a little motion sick.
Yeah, maybe not in the server, but outside he was getting active. But I gotta call out that double truck setup. That was beautifully done from the side of Cloud9. It was all a bait. Vic was sitting right at the top, tucked in the whole time. Zeppa shows, gets off. 3 different points of players on high ground in that round to deal with that A hit. So clean. So that is a great setup from Cloud9. But can they chain a couple rounds together and close the gap? And they're running the same setup back to back. I mean, it worked once. Maybe it'll work again. Showers pressure from MXS. It's just gonna be a thrasher. It's gonna get so much info. The double dog.
A little bit of a got back sight. They have a decent idea for Zeppa, so he's gonna pop the ult in exchange. Not dealing enough damage to be lethal. Zeppa has to take a step back. He will fall. Big numbers away of Moist.
I mean, Doug, look at the utility on that execute from MXS.
I mean, you mentioned how the Thrasher was going to get a ton of info. You're right. They baited out the showstopper. They got the dog out to get back sight. That was such a clean round.
That was crazy from Mata as well. I think he used the satchel to dodge that rocket so he didn't get taken down all the way. Fake ult, by the way. Fake Ray's ultimate. But the actual execute on the site was wonderful after that. You saw the Gecko flash coming as the players are running out of showers. Over the top of the hole in shower. That's where it came from. And then all of a sudden you're getting bombarded by mollies and Cubby. Too many things to worry about when you're running against this double initiator comp on bind. The executes can be so damning. I mean, if you're going to give a player like Mata all that utility, he's going to take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, 1000%.
No slouch.
So Moist continue to build onto their lead here. We talked about how they needed to find a way to close the gap, kind of bridge this down a little bit and keep it competitive. There's instantly a response. Cloud9 still seem off the back foot a little bit here, man. They don't seem comfortable.
Look at those satchels, man.
Yeah, there was that flash that you were talking about. Good luck trying to clean that up.
And then double molly.
Yeah.
I think there's a Gecko molly from shower, like a lineup as well, that lands in that Cubby. I mean, Whippy just uses his brim molly there on top of it just to secure the kill even more, but it's a very scrappy buy right now for Cloud9. Everybody on light armor.
Jump spotting out towards long.
Everyone's playing anti. MXS waiting for some type of aggression, either through that B long smoke or a walk down hookah. That model was posted, but Moose!
Dude, sometimes it's just not your day.
Yeah. Pure intuition from Mata.
That's tough, man. Now they have, I mean, they still have Vic who has 2 smokes, but the amount of control that you've lost on the map is telling.
And without that Viper wall to go up, they understand that this B could be very vulnerable.
Only finding one, Mitch able to steady the spray. Stabilize the spam and get another. But again, numbers the way of Moist.
Spike planted.
Oxy's popped his ult, trying to get a little info, find out where they are before rejoining up with Vic. 1 away from his ult.
A lot of info gathered for him.
Is he gonna swing out of this? Take this fight? Yes, he is, but the molly's at his feet. He's not around, but Vic's already got into half. Make that 3/4. There's gotta be a stop. They draw out the ult. That will stop the defuse. He has gotten into half, though. There's still a shot at this.
He can get this.
That's 75%. Brock has to push the smoke.
What happened?
Their hands in the air. People are clapping, but I'm gonna assume he didn't get the defuse.
I had to look to my left towards the Terra co-stream. They did not get the defuse, Doug. 6-1 for MXS. What a good try from Vic, though. Brock deciding to push forward when that Brim ultimate came out. That was the deciding factor into the round. What a clutch play.
You just got, yeah, you have to make that play there, and that's what you have no other choice.
Yeah. Is the Broctagon back?
He might be.
Vintage. It's gonna be Mitch this time around in B long, not Moose. Whoa, steady, son.
Clean flash, tries to turn it. Mitch drops Mata.
What a shot from Mitch. He was stuck. A real make it or break it moment right there. Zeppa holding this off angle. I don't know if Odorous is gonna be aware of this. Perfect timing on the swing.
So, I mean, they were so well spread out. They had two down long. There was someone trying to explore short, someone trying to explore showers. And as you lose some of these positions spread out throughout the map, the walls begin to close in on you a little bit here. Zeppa's just going to continue to push the matter.
Good proactivity even after getting the pick. Yeah, you're up 5v3. But at this point of the game, I mean, he just wants to take things into his own hands.
I mean, it helps when you're getting ones like that and you're able to win them all. It's a flawless round from Cloud9 to get their second.
Yeah, a clean one. Pick B long, a pick showers. You really limit the attackers when you get picks on the extremities like that. What can they really do? I mean, Flya tried to do something in short, but Zeppa pushing all the way through shower. It was just too much for him to handle. It looks like Flya had an idea that might be a play happening, but the timing just wasn't quite there.
Which, you should expect. When you know you have one in showers and they die, certainly a possibility. So, 1-0 on the side of Cloud9, courtesy of Moose, or Mitch, excuse me. Moose is one away from having his. A lot of hookah presence here. The spam coming through off the flash. Brock is going to get a free one. How much more can he find? The counterpunch from Moose is perfect.
Yeah, and he's found the spike. Flya, he has to pop those seekers. And does land the shot,
Yeah, get the best of Moose there.
Super tough for Vic. He just has to run out, try to make a play. Oh! And I promise you, there's no actual bad blood there. Just some friendly banter. Vic is the old teammate.
What in the world can Zeppa do here?
Save.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've got some money.
Yeah.
And he does have time, but you're right. In a 1v3 in a situation like that, a post plant, don't really have any util.
It would actually be smart for him to try to hunt down some of these kills, maybe on the exit, maybe even wrap around A to CT, just because he's getting close to that showstopper. And you're right, he does have enough cash to invest into the next round, so maybe overlooking how good that ultimate can be. But then again, do you blame him because the way his first ultimate went? I mean, it just did like 40 damage to Mata. Yeah.
So Cloud9 will save. Zeppa will carry that Phantom over into the next round. And that's a 7th for MXS.
And Mitch does have enough money to buy an operator for maybe the likes of Oxy or something. I'm wondering if he will, maybe not. But I feel like an op would do very well against the way that MXS is playing right now. We've seen a lot of contacting in before utility being used and then a pop of explosion, right? But then the execute comes out. So there's the operator onto Oxy, just like I said. A smart investment.
Well, that's yet to be seen. We'll see if they're able to convert anything off of that. It seems like he's going to want to play maybe towards long, a flash to set him up and have him hold the line. No, he just took it. He's there at the dog. We'll clear it out, and he's punished immediately. And now they're going to be able to accelerate and get out onto the side. Mata popping the ult, trying to satchel across. He gets the second onto Vic.
Oh my gosh, he's just styling on him.
The round is over. And Mata's playing to the crowd.
Okay. What a superstar in the server right now. In and out.
Ever the showman. And honestly, I mean, after a rollout like that, yeah.
In the middle of the round, homie just gets up, hands off his mouse and keyboard, and even more BM being shown. Oh my goodness.
There's so many things that can be said in this situation, and none of them are family-friendly or appropriate. So.
I think it's just tactical. It's just tactical spamming and crouching, trying to mask the footsteps of Mata walking into this Viper smoke. It didn't do its job, but maybe a little bit of copium, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, Moose, he will live. But at what cost? At what cost? It's 8-2 now.
Took a couple down with him. But yeah, 8-2. I mean, MXS, they're just
disrespectful.
Yeah, they're doing whatever they want on that stage.
And that operator, I mean, I think Oxy did a really good job in the beginning of avoiding the flash, but the follow-up dog, I mean, good awareness from MXS to understand that there could be an op on the field. And yeah, that rollout was gorgeous from Mata.
The second kill on Vic.
Yeah, that was unreal.
Was dumb.
That was unreal. It's just tough sometimes to hit the raise like that when he's just flying around.
And for as much as there was an explosive, accelerated round in the previous, here they slow down a little bit. now they can continue to push the matter forward as Oxy falls again.
It's been an impressive showing of like a change of pace in the middle of the round. Like they could start slow, go fast, slow it down again.
No way, he gets both here. All right, never mind. MXS can do well. Holy smokes, what? Never mind. I was about to say, Moist can do no wrong, but Zeppa has arrived. The crowd letting their desires be known. Whippy's the only thing standing in between that is Vic who's gonna steal it, but that's a big round from Zeppa.
Jeez, the satchel on the top triple right there. In a 2v5 scenario. Just goes absolutely nuclear. That was some fine shooting right there. And for MXS, it was a great start to the round, and it was going to be a great finish had that not happened. They were going to all rip the teleporter right here and have a free B site.
Yeah,
but they just got mowed down.
They ran into Zeppa, and it was over.
But that was such a heroic round one for Cloud9. Zeppa, the only one positive, just because of that round alone.
10-7 currently.
Yeah, Oxy's been having a rough one.
Yeah, he has struggled. Ult has been popped.
What?
It's not fake that time, but he still falls for it.
Mata also fell to Vic, trying to take a timing up short. MXS bringing their attention towards that B site. And Mitch, he's got a deep line at B, all the way in that all the way in that left side cubby.
Yeah, he's also got the Seeker. So as soon as the clock continues to roll down on this round, he can invest that.
But the problem here is Moose has already rotated all the way to A site. But that orb going up, it delays MXS.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, so Moose can make it back in time for this actual hit. Jump spotting.
They've got to know where it's coming from now. They've got to be careful for the TP play. Vic is waiting on the other side. Oxy's still over towards A. They can slow things down or fully commit to this. It seems like it's going to be a divided approach. Meanwhile, MXS committing to getting the plant down. Mitch playing his position as carefully as he could. He waits patiently. Hasn't given his position up. It's a 3v3, but do they know where he is? It might not matter. They've all rotated backside.
It's not planted for them, though.
Bunched up, Oxy, the first to fall. It's all onto Mitch now with a thrash in his face. Has to get both, and he can't get any of them. That's another round win for MXS.
Jeez, proactivity from start to finish of this half MXS. They look so dominant, so aggressive at times, slowing it down at the right times as well.
A 9-3 half the way of MXS. We're going to throw it to a halftime break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
yeah, we got to start our next half here. But it was a very dominant half from Moist going into this map of bind. And, you know, so far, I mean, Doug, from the likes of Cloud9, it just looks like they're not even warmed up yet.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, they certainly look out of sorts. They look a bit lost, but perhaps the attack side will tell a different tale. A pretty dominant start for MXS. We'll see if this is where the tides turn.
Yeah,
Slow start to the round here, too.
Yeah, and I was about to say that, at least on the attacking side, you can set your own pace. You can take the engagements you want, like Oxy getting 2 in showers. Nice shots.
That's a great start.
Whoa! Was that fade away from Moose as well?
A tale of 2 halves already? What is this? The pistols can be so volatile. But again, the big opener from Oxy, the 2K that you mentioned, and then that really just opens up the entire map.
Yeah, if Mata pulls this off, making full noise through hookah, this would be miraculous.
Player standing.
That's tough, man.
He almost had a chance, but that's very tough. And just to give some insight on what it's like, you know, playing at an international, well, not international, playing at a LAN, right?
Right.
Is that when you start on the defensive side, the opposing team can set the pace against you. And when it's the first match of the tournament and you're not used to everything going on, that can be very damaging to you.
Yeah.
It can be very tough to get adjusted quickly like that. At least on the attacking side, you can take your time. Like I said, you could pick the engagements you want. You can ease into it a little bit. So now they just need to use all this time in Cloud9, even if they don't win this map, let's say. Just win as many rounds as you can. Get really adjusted to the setup here. Because it's different. It's not home. It's not VCT stage.
See what the investment looks like on the side of Cloud9, a Bulldog, a Guardian, 2 Guardians, and a Vandal. They've really put a lot of money into this. And just when it seemed like things might slip, they've gotten away with a lot. The problem is here, at best, they're carrying 3 rifles over.
Yeah, and you know what the crazy thing is this is the same exact round that C9 did to MXS on their anti-eco.
Yeah.
Or on their eco round.
Only it was flawless.
It was a B long fight. But I guess MXS is just way too ready and warmed up. They got 2 guns. And honestly, Mitch might even go down here too if he doesn't play very cautious and play to his life.
Fly is just so far away here.
Yeah, so the free B site should be a free plant. Flya would honestly even be wise to just go down to the spike here, not give any more ult orbs to Oxy or Mitch. I mean, Oxy's already building up towards that Yoru ultimate.
More than halfway there now.
3 orbs off.
It helps that he's had, again, the pistol that he had with the Sheriff, and then this round certainly helps things. And so we get a chance to chat for a little bit.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, break that down for me. What's the strategic significance for running that pistol skin?
I think Flya might be trying to appeal to the fan base of Koi.
Yeah, are there Koi fans in the house? Is that what that was?
I mean, he's saying something, Flya. I mean, he's saying nothing, but he's saying something. Oh, yeah.
Dude, Reddit is going to go nuts with this.
Very interesting. Very interesting. A little bit of foreshadowing, perhaps.
Where's rocket bullets?
Pretty successful anti-eco.
1 enemy remaining.
Saving 3 major weapons going into the first gun round of MXS. And you know what? There's a lot of light armor from the side of MXS, so a good opening for these Guardians to get a lot of damage done. And Vic, the newest member, one of the newest members of C9, at least for this Red Bull tournament, he's sitting at a Stinger and light armor, but that can shred. Stinger's a very underrated weapon.
I don't know. I feel like in this day and age, it's very well rated. Everyone knows that thing is insane. A couple of those traded at the very beginning. MXS looking to avoid getting bonus.
Brock just taking aim duel short A. Now opting to give all of the sight. They know they can just delay. There's one more Brim Smoke up for Whippy. It gets used on default. It's a fight for U-Haul. Moves.
I thought he was going to get the kill there. Whippy's position has been so nice, though.
Yeah, he played it perfectly.
So 2v3, it seems like they're going to rotate away. So foot race back towards B. The thing is, Fly's just a little bit faster. The flash isn't going to tag. Mitch falls. Moose has to try to jump out in front of that wall, and I mean, it's just all straight to your death.
Yeah, nearly impossible, especially when that flash doesn't connect.
Yep.
Having to jump through a Viper wall, your HP goes low. Fly gets the easiest kills of his life.
Because the alternative is what? You just wait until the wall goes down, and then facing three.
And then there's three, yeah. Exactly.
It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It was good trades in the beginning on the Mata. I believe it was Moose that took him out on top of that box and pocket. And it looked promising for a little bit, but it was a lot of good damage done. Now, this is something you do not see every day on a map like Bind, and it's the Odin in the hands of Brock.
He's got a strat for it back from spawn.
Yeah, he can spam. He can really spam the whole mag into showers. He might even get a free pick. This is where the core of Cloud9 are taking. Oh, it's a jump spot into the spam?
That's devious.
Could be deadly. Oh, Moose. Looks like he had an idea that there could be somebody creeping up, but he's missing the time.
He's got to get out of there.
Oh, Odorous.
He's creeping forward. Moose knows the heal will not carry him through that.
What a perfect peek. Oh, the second. Sit down, son.
That was with a Phantom.
Yeah, sit down.
And now they still have to deal with everything else that's posted up towards A.
It's going to take heroics now, and Oxy, if he can avoid this Roomba in the smoke,
which he did,
an opening.
Put the spam through.
I say there could be an opening as there's 4 players on the site.
But there could. Photo closed. Feed the people lies.
Oh, man. Here comes the 3-2-1 at any moment. Oh, it's going to be a Raze nade instead.
But the thing is, all of this is just Oxy drawing attention. The spike is headed towards
30
B.
seconds left.
With a little bit
Down.
of convoy, but it's not going to be around for long. Zeppa satcheling out towards side, a tap of the spike, but now realizing that you can only fake for so long. He's going to deal with Mata. A flash in his face, turning every single which way that he can. 13 seconds left now. No room to breathe. Nothing found, and we've been trolled yet again.
I think MXS got the trade eventually, but...
Yeah, I just heard Tarek go nuts.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Zeppa looks like he's locked in right now. He's flicking utility left and right, using his satchels, reactionary. He's looking really good in the server right now. He brought that down to a 1v2. Had the spacing been a little bit more off for MXS, he might have time to pop that showstopper. Who knows what could have happened, but that did not. Unfortunately for Cloud9. They are down 11-5. Their second timeout is being used. Here's the replay of that.
Or the play. Yeah, he gets cleaned up. I mean, there was just too much to deal with in that moment. There were too many things to deal with. Time was short, didn't have the spike down in a 1v4.
And again, you just got to string as many rounds together as you can. Get really warmed up. Get Oxy online.
He's had some moments, but you're right, he's been quiet.
And this is the narrative of this Cloud9 team. If he isn't performing at his peak maximum potential, it's tough for them to sneak out these wins. Yeah, it's something they're trying to work on actively in this offseason going into next year.
A little feast or famine with him. But boy, when he's feasting, the kid's nuts.
Yeah, he just takes over. Obliterates everybody in the server alone.
You saw a quick look there at the Red Bull Homeground trophy. Currently posted up between those two. During rehearsals yesterday, I may or may not have picked it up. It's actually, it's sturdy, it's stout.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's heavier than you would have thought. Satchel's already set up, Mata pushing the matter instantly. Vic's on the trade. They've got the ult here from Zeppa if they want to go, and he does. There's the Satchel out, but he gets one before going down.
A fast start to the round. Already a 3v2, 20 seconds in.
Yeah, and the thrash from Brock went all the way around back into A short, didn't connect. So he can't really pick it up until he re-clears that space. And they've got a lot of time here. Cloud9 does.
Oh, good rotation to the B site. And a deep smoke. Odorous, is he gonna face check this? Looks like he is, but he's alone right now.
That's a dangerous game.
Yeah, now.
And again, Brock doesn't have that thrash. Here. Is he gonna?
Yeah, I think they're just saving at this point. Odorous, he's having a nice map, slowly creeping up. I mean, I didn't even know this guy at 17. We only really got to see that highlight of him, you know, walking down hookah. getting some kills into market and spawn.
Hey, he looks like he's glowing right now too. Like an aura around him.
he's got aura, is that what you're saying?
17 and 10, you gotta have something.
Mata's definitely got some aura. That guy's scary in the server.
The spike will go off. Cloud9 will get their 6th. You've got Odorous, who's 2 points away from having to split up.
Good trades from Vic in short. Getting the 2nd on top of it. Beautiful. Maybe Vic finally getting adjusted to the stage. And he's somebody who's been pretty quiet on this map. He is one of the new guys, like I said. But he's very, very talented.
Yeah, there's a ton of promise to him.
Yeah, this guy has looked good all year long.
What's the plan here for Cloud9? Oxy has his ult. Maybe a little bit of reconnaissance. You don't really have like a breach to set up or anything like that off the ult, so you imagine this is primarily just for info.
Oh, but he didn't see the player tucked under hookah. Now he does, doesn't matter. He sees all 3 in the open.
Does he have a TP to get out? He does have a TP to get out, and that's exactly what he does. Draws out the ult for Mata. Zeppa dodging it all.
And a freeze to the
Right
round.
here. Right here.
I think Vic is aware that Mata could be on this off angle. That's why they're up down on it.
Do they have anything to clear it? Yeah, Mitch has his dog. So does Flya. Try to conceal as much as you can. Only one found there. I mean, surely use you. Yeah, okay. This should get cleared out. Mata's position's been given away. They can choose to either TP out and live to fight another day, or they dig their heels in and fight.
Yeah, but the problem is the time is running so low now. The delay from MXS, it was so good. And yeah, it was weak, but there's no way for Cloud9 to know that.
Oxy spotting 2 there.
Yeah, the reaction though,
There's
everybody up short.
There's a lot on Whippy here. He's got to know where they're coming from. Flashed, dead.
Stepping too fast.
Yeah, the spike gets planted. Now the rotations are coming through.
Your trail.
And they've got the Seekers that they're going to have to reckon with. Full util for the Duelist. Zeppa's trying to his best to hang on to this sliver of the site. Doing way more than that as he gets 3 on the round. 30 HP as he looks for another. The clip runs dry, but the damage has been dealt. 2v2 as the spike continues to tick away. Odorous' positioning again has been flawless. Mata and Odorous. Mitch is left alone. It's a tap of the spike. It's a threat. It's all fake. Mata with 3 as Moist gets to map point.
What a retake from Moist, especially after what Zeppa just did. I mean, Zeppa's in the flow state right now. Like I said previously.
It's been a couple of times now where he's had like some insane moments and they can't convert.
And had he had a little bit more ammo in that Phantom,
yeah,
he probably would have taken out Mata too, who jumped up on the box to get the trade. The double swing here onto Oxy was beautiful. And then this pace that Zeppa put, being ahead of that smoke of Whippy, I mean, this was insane. Again, shooting the Gecko Flash, flicking instantly to heaven, but it was Odorous with this late flank, catching off the Brimstone, catching off Vic. That opened up everything for the retake. And now MXS are on match point.
A little bit more competitive of a second half, but I think the story's still the same. MXS look really good so far.
In full control of this map. And the crazy thing is, this is Cloud9's map pick.
That's tough, that dink will certainly help the situation as you see Mata trying to satchel away to safety.
What a risky play from Odorous. Maybe feeling it a little too much, feeling that 12-6 lead.
Yeah, when you're up 6, you kind of roll the die a little bit, sure.
Walking through the Viper's pit that he put down, trying to get a quick flank onto B. Respectable.
He's gotten away with it here.
Yoink.
The spike will go down. I think the one question is how much, I mean, can Whippy survive? They have a lot of time to hunt this guy down. The thing is, they don't really have the money.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I mean, do you really want to try to hunt him down? I mean, maybe Moose because he's only 3 off the orb.
Well, I think the thing is, too, for Whippy, I mean, you get a kill, you have your ult.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great setup for him.
If I'm Cloud9, I won't even be going for this just because of the mere fact alone that he can get his ultimate.
Yeah. But they might try. It certainly seems like they're sniffing around.
Yeah, then again, if they do take him out, the money is so bad from MXS that, you know, maybe that ult doesn't even matter. You know, they're going to be on an eco no matter what in this next round. It's unlikely that Whippy will invest that ultimate unless they get a couple picks.
I mean,
so I guess it's wise to hunt him in that moment.
Bad point, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see if he saves it for anything.
So Cloud9 will get their 7th round. 5 more to tie it up. Looking a little bit more active, I'll say that.
That feels like a big 5, bro.
Yeah, it is a big 5, but they look a little bit more animated in front of us. I feel like they were kind of like zombies in the first half. Really going through the motion.
Do they go aggressive here? Vic and Zeppa, excuse me, both have ults. There's the swing out. He's got him spotted. Didn't really know that there was someone else with the crossfires. Very nicely handled.
Enemy remaining.
Flyer ran knife out through Hookah, trying to get a quick flank. But the footsteps, they were too loud, too audible.
I tell you about that one time Odorous hit a 1v3 with the Sheriff to close the map. I ever tell you that story?
No. I don't want to hear it.
Well,
I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it.
see what he did was he
crept up
died.
out of whoa.
Hang on. Oh.
Wait, instead of Odorous trying to flick and kill the guy on bench, he decides to shoot the body of Oxy.
Priorities, man.
Hey.
So Moist will, MXS will be back on guns. Cloud9 have put together a couple of rounds again to keep this second half a bit more competitive than the first. And I guess it's not over until it's over. We talked about how 5 felt like a really big 5, but you chip away a round at a time, and I mean, who knows?
Yeah, the money is not looking too hot for MXS. If Cloud9 can convert this next round with the ultimates that they have, they could reap the benefits of this comeback.
There's the ult committed. The Molly's gonna buy just a little bit of time. Spit segmenting them apart as the kills go 1 for 1. Whippy and Fly still have their ults, and it might not matter. They've just waltzed into their death. Both ults used, but numbers heavily the way of MXS. And now the Seekers have to be dealt with. The spike is still back in Hookah.
Yeah. Looked like Cloud9 just forced that Hookah pop.
Yeah.
Even being up 5v4.
I mean, they had the tools to do it, I get it. But it just didn't convert in the end. Fly gets a 4K as MXS roll Cloud9 on Bind.
Yeah, had it not been Flya, it would have been that Brim ultimate from Whippy. It was perfect timing on it.
That was just such a clean performance from top to bottom. You mentioned that Cloud9 felt like they felt a little sluggish, right? They didn't really feel like they were awakened on the stage. Meanwhile, the pace was dictated from MXS from the very beginning.
Yeah.
There was very tactical crouching, there was body shooting of all sorts and all kinds, and I think the message was sent, the tone was set from the very beginning. A 1-0 lead in the way of MXS. Ascent on the other side of this break. You're watching Red Bull Homegrounds. We will be right back.
Welcome back to the Red Bull home ground NA qualifiers. We just finished out map 1, so let's chat, let's break it all down. Great start, of course, for MoistX Shopify. And quite frankly, at one point, it didn't look like it's just a friendly game. It felt a little personal when they started shooting Vic's body there.
It looks
Oh,
very personal.
Personal.
I mean, Vic making the decision to go off and now play with Cloud9 in this event, the former teammate of MXS for all of last year. And I think they let him know that they are still better. That was a statement win. And I mean, you saw it. Not only was it shooting bodies in server, but it's like Mata in the middle of the round doing that.
This is Mata enters the site with 2 satchels, gets 2 kills, and then just AFKs. Like, it's 5v3, the round is literally over, and is getting the crowd involved. He was also getting super excited during the walkout too, trying to get it pumped up. I love the look from up on the stage.
I do love the confidence, and that's kind of what you want to have heading into this match. If we're looking at the stats here and how they, like, you know, compared by the numbers, we did hype up Oxy very much actually heading into this. First half, a little bit quiet.
Yeah, and a little bit quiet throughout. I think that most of the rounds that Cloud9 were winning were the Zeppa show, who's the guy who was really consistent for them all of last year, now playing back onto the Rays that we've seen from him before. And he had a lot of great individual moments. But as a whole, I felt like Cloud9 was not playing as well as a team anywhere near as much as MXS was. That attacking side, the coordination was on point, all of the utility was in the right place. They looked super put together here, which I think is not crazy surprising considering how good their year was in Tier 2, but with a new player, a new kind of stage, not playing online, I think it's just especially impressive to start like this.
I mean, MXS just crushing in first kills there, 14-7. It tells a pretty good story of the game. I think for the most part, their sight hits looked very strong and were putting C9 in losing positions consistently. Like, even that one round that Zeppa was able to clutch out, like, that was MXS in a fantastic position, and just some heroics out of him on top of triple boosted up there to be able to turn that back around.
Yeah, and normally a big strength for Cloud9, I think, is getting Oxy into those positions to fight for first bloods, and it just wasn't happening
Dude,
as
Zeppa's
much
whole
here.
team is negative. Like,
Yeah.
what's a man to do?
That's tough for Zeppa. Not much more he could have done, to be quite honest. He had an excellent match despite the loss.
Do you feel like that performance was partially due to the new pieces that Cloud9 now had to integrate? I mean, we don't know how much prac time they got, right, with Milch and Vic, and then also, of course, having a new IGL, that's got to change things up for the entire team.
I think the mid-rounding looked a little bit weaker when they were getting hit by those really strong sight hits like you were talking about. I felt like they struggled to recover in these man-down situations. This is one example of how good it is. Mata dies first for MXS. They're in a 3v5, but their utility on the rest of this execute and just the player quality is good enough to still win it out. They clear their way into sight and even managed to steal this round back away. Yeah,
they still have 2 flashes on Fly, which really lets them keep on playing here into U-Haul for a little bit. Fly actually tucks himself in around that Molotov before ending up dropping in that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think really good moments throughout for MXS. The confidence that these individual players were delivering across the board was really good. Maybe not the round where they won, but still, I think the clutch potential that these guys were showing, even players like Odorous, really stepping up there.
Yeah, I mean, the synergy and the great execution, everything on full display there for MoistX Shopify. But now back to the drawing board for Cloud9. What do you feel they need to do to bring this back? I mean, the second round already looked more competitive, of course, playing on attack. What do we want to see here on Ascent?
I mean, look, they're going on to Ascent, like, Oxy just needs to show up, is just
simple as that.
Yeah, he's going over onto the
So we're
jet
going back to Oxy Go Kill.
I mean, he's playing on the jet map. This is the map more than anything else where you just want to show up.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case as they are getting ready here for Ascent. We talked a little bit about Ascent already prior, like in the pre-show.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what do you want to see composition-wise?
I think for me, the biggest question is, do MXS play into the Cypher Deadlock? I would love to see it because I think the NA Tier 2 teams last year looked so good on the Cypher Deadlock looks, especially on this map, even inspiring some of the VCT teams like Leviathan, even a little less successfully, Sentinels, to try it out.
Dangerous.
But this was one of the squads that looked really good with that composition, and I think it would be pretty cool to see them go back to it.
For which of these 2 teams, if we just look at the mental here, which has more pressure on them? Is it Cloud9?
I mean, from a certain point, yeah, because they are the org. I would say like some certain players, but at the end of the day, I think this is less of a pressure moment and more of like a moment to like shine and actually show what you actually have capable, right? Because like, you know, if you end up falling here, you're going to still have time. But I think everyone at the end of the day wants to be able to make it to Berlin, have another big tournament to play in during this year. But I don't know. I feel like the pressure when I'm looking at them on stage isn't getting them to, because even when C9 were having some couple tough rounds in there, they were still looking pretty motivated, I would say.
Yeah, and for Cloud9, I think that they probably are coming in with a good mentality. If we think back to their last off-season, what they were doing was playing pretty much every event that they could. They were playing more off-season events than basically anyone else, flying around the world. They talked a little bit about how that did cause some burnout. It was a little too much at times, but I do think it set them up for success because they had such a strong start in Stage 1 Americas, going 5-1 as a team with a basically brand new roster. And I think they just have to come in with that same mentality again.
Zeppo was frying.
He was.
If there's one guy to keep it going from map 1 to map 2, that's one thing you absolutely do not want to change. Presumably he's going to be playing
on this one, though.
He's also the one who looks the most relaxed on stage right now.
Yeah,
He's
see,
like
look,
kicking
look,
back. He's
that
like,
guy
I
does
did my
not look
job,
like
guys.
he's pressured at all.
Yeah.
Like,
I wouldn't feel pressure either with those numbers. I'd be like, I did my job. Like, this is not on me.
Got mine.
It's a team. Yeah, it's a team game. But really, let's be
He's
real.
probably also the most experienced player on that stage. I mean, going to LANs, he was at Champions 2021, I think.
Sure, if he's saying
Quiz test, pop quiz.
probably.
I believe you. That was really convincing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
he's
Zeppo's
been
like,
around
hey,
the
you want
block.
to let me lock in the jet this map? Like, I've been doing it for a while. Had a good map
This goes
1.
back to your big question, who is thinking for Oxy?
Who is thinking for Oxy?
Every interview last year, if we ask him, oh, what are you thinking? Someone said, man, I don't think.
I'm not paid to think. Like,
Yeah.
paid to shoot people.
And he did. And he did.
And he
he'll
did.
have to. This
Gotta play to your strength. If thinking isn't one of them, then stay away from that.
Yeah,
great.
I tend to try and avoid it as much as possible.
Thinking
personally.
in
Yep.
general.
Yep.
Okay, what's your strength and what do you do if you don't think? You just exist.
He can't think of an answer, unfortunately.
You can't think of the answer. Yeah, that's
a real
Yeah, I'm
tragedy.
stumped. I am stumped.
Lada looks so
waves there.
comfortable up on that stage.
They really do.
He loves it.
Yeah, waving people
I
on.
love
he
the
was
shift,
pumping
though.
him up.
I love the shift in energy we're seeing there from MXS. Because
Yeah.
heading into this, like, it felt a little bit more tense, and now they're relaxing. Oxy, there we go. Yeah, he needs to show up big.
He does.
On Ascent.
It's got to just kind of relax, let go a little bit, channel more of what we were seeing from MXS. I think it's got to be especially great for the players to be here now and have this opportunity because of the heartbreaking end to their season last year, right? Playing that online tournament in Challengers month after month and being one of the top teams pretty consistently, only to not make it by one match and not have that chance to show that you're VCT caliber. And now to get to come to this event and play against VCT teams, to play against some of the best in the region.
On a LAN.
And show that
Yeah.
on LAN. That's got to really pump these guys up.
And then the chance to also travel internationally if you end up winning this, going to Berlin to compete there as well. Like,
I didn't get
there's
to
a ton
Brazil,
here
you
for
can
this
go to
team.
Berlin.
Yeah.
All good.
Almost the same thing.
I see B and I see R. It's an L. It's all the same.
Yeah, that thinking thing. Don't.
Yeah, okay, I'll
don't do
avoid
it,
it.
A little bit
actually.
less
Yeah,
of
just-
that, you're right.
A little
Where's
less
the
of that,
Z in
please.
Berlin?
Huh? There's a Z somewhere. Probably.
You live there.
There was a what in
remember?
Berlin?
A Z?
A Z?
Yeah, so you could hide one in there.
I'm
Again, I am not
sure.
paid to think so. Can we
Clearly
move on to
not.
the next question?
Clearly not. Yeah, we're fixing some tech issues, by the way, on stage. So we're waffling to keep you entertained, and we show you numbers because people love numbers.
What do you think about that number, Zoe?
Which one in particular? There's a bunch.
The ACS?
Big fan.
It is a big number.
255.
Big
Yeah,
number,
big
good player.
number,
That's
big
what they always say.
fan.
I mean, visually,
you.
I like that KDA has 1.6 to it, and there was a 1.6 number underneath that. That was kind of cool.
True.
Don't know if it's relevant, but we're playing the maps now.
Here's
There
your
we
exit
go.
select. We've escaped it. No deadlock cipher, but there is a cipher on MXS's side, which is not completely uncommon, but not most teams are just going to play that default comp that we see coming out from C9 with the Killjoy instead.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I like with the Cypher especially is on the attack side, you can actually use the camera a little aggressively to scan for forward ops, whether you put that above tiles to check out and see if there's going to be an op over on the cat side. And I think really with Moistek Shopify starting on attack, like, you are looking at Oxy and trying to spot that operator as soon as it comes online.
And I would say that's probably Odorous' best agent. He's always looked really good on that Cypher. Having the cages on attack as well is nice. You run out of Omen smokes, you have another potential there. You can also kind of activate lurks, block off a turret, something to that effect. It changes how you play just that little bit that can throw teams off who are used to playing insta-kill.
Yeah, I like the way you can use it to sort of like cross areas in mains especially. Like you throw a smoke down to break a one-way, get the cross into the corner by orb, you can cross over to main, clear out into wine as well. So a lot of flexibility in that lurk role like you're talking about.
And all that yapping, so true, so real. But I'm looking at Oxy versus Mata. Mata was lights out. He was pumping up the crowd. He was feeling good on that stage. Oxy's got to channel that same energy. He was the vibes guy who brought Cloud9 into so many matches last year, and I think he's got to do that again if they want to recover and stay alive here, Zoe.
Yeah, and they got to start their comeback now. This is single elimination, everything on the line for Cloud9. That was not intentional, but it did happen in that sentence. And to walk you through all the action and hold your hands through it, we got Doug and Baby Bay on the mic again.
You're gonna hold our hands?
That's so sweet.
You know what I love about working with Zoe is she gives us so much to work off of, off the throw. First, she's rhyming.
Yeah.
So she's got bars.
And now we're holding hands.
Play by play, and now we're holding hands. And we're going to hold hands with you all as we take you through this next map. Seattle, you've been a lovely host, and we could not have asked for anything else. We've got Ascent on the other side of this bad boy. You guys are already fired up and ready to go, so we should be getting into the action here momentarily. A 1-0 lead the way of MXS, and they...
Let's go back.
Yeah, they smacked them up a little bit on that bind map, for sure.
They messed them up on bind.
And on this Ascent, I mean, it could be a similar story. This is their map pick.
Yeah.
Aren't they
and
incredible?
they have the Cypher on Odorous.
They just
So much
dropped
more
it in their
info can
store.
be gathered. Now, it's a lot safer to play the Killjoy on this map, a lot more standard. But there's a lot of cool trap setups that you can do with this Cypher. Now, they are starting on the attacking side, so you're probably going to see a lot of B main control, starting with that cage that you see on the minimap.
Attack side Ascent. You gotta love it. First kill. Good night. Yep. The defense historically reigns supreme on this side. Oh my gosh. That was almost a clip.
It was pure chaos in mid. Just battling back and forth. A catwalk push from both sides. But Moose, he wins the 1v1. That jump classic. That was some cold stuff from Odorous. Or was it Brock? I think it was Broctagon.
I think if you just say it confidently, people will believe you. You just got to sell out to it.
I think you're onto something here, bud. Odorous did put a cage in B main in the round previous. I imagine it's something he's going to condition in these future rounds. And that could be good because you can cross behind the box. So many different angles a defensive member has to hold. It's just going to be a contact play, though. A triple swing.
Good.
And Mata, good grief.
Yeah, Moose might have gotten a bit more than he bargained for there.
A great trade, though, from Zeppa. I don't even think that was off of a dart. I think he just randomly spammed off a sound, probably. And this is something you don't see every day.
Yeah.
Zeppa on the Sova. Normally it's Zeppa on the KO on this map, I believe. So a role change, but it's looking good. Mitch, he's very comfortable playing these flash initiators. It's something that he's done quite a bit on Oxygen.
You know, Mimi was talking about how Oxy back on the Jet map has an opportunity to get back online, to really get things going, and, you know, Oxy go kill, or, you know, all those other very strategically deep technical approaches to the map. But I do think she's kind of onto something here because, you know, we were talking about it on map 1. We saw it all of VCT.
Yeah.
It's feast or famine with him, and when he's on, nobody stands to him.
Yeah,
but when he's, like, slow and quiet, I mean, you could beat him.
Yeah, you're right, bro. Even good old me could beat him. No, I'm not gonna lie, this guy mollywopped me a lot of times. I think I beat him maybe one time ever. But yeah, the difference is when you're playing a double duelist comp, usually only one of the duelists tends to pop off, especially when you're running a Yoru raise. I feel like a lot of the setup is for that raise. The Yoru can be very hard to kind of get stuff going for yourself. This time around, all the utility is for him and only him. That's where you see the paranoia, the KO pop flashes. He's just gonna schmeeg it out. He's running it down right now.
That was such a cool setup. They invested so much to make sure that that didn't happen, and they just disrespected all of it. Disrespected the cage, disrespected the cam.
Oh, Mata's 8 HP.
But Fly has arrived to help.
The thing is C9 with that aggressive push, they're up one member. They can really opt to just give all of A site. You have a Molly on door that can be used, a deep alarm bot on B main to give you even more info. They should be more than willing to play a retake style against this. Mata, they know he's worse for wear.
The old swift breeze would take him down. 8 HP.
And that's why he's set up as a lurk here, but there's 3 members. Fly on the stagger might get some good info for him. Tags 2.
Wow. I didn't think he was going to tag the Omen.
What is that? He evens the numbers with the spam? Maybe that's a hard read into, you know, the years of playing with Vic.
Maybe. I didn't think the knife was going to tag him, and for the spam to do so as well is criminal, quite frankly.
Oh.
Mata has been dealt with, disposed of.
What a headshot.
Big opportunity here for Cloud9 to get a big lead. Off of the flash, have not fully cleared out loose. Whippy will fall as Fly finds safe passage across, and then he will fall as well.
Yeah, he got taken out. The follow-up kill from Zeppa.
I expected better of them.
A great start to the round, a great aggressive push from Cloud9. Trying to catch the members off guard, and they did just that. Looks like it's going to be either an early timeout or something going on, because we're not getting into the next round quite yet.
Yeah, it's
tech.
I can inform you, and it's not good news. But you know, maybe the good news is that we're enjoying each other's company a little bit more.
Yeah, facts.
This is just more time for us to spend together. But there is unfortunately, a tech pause. It sounds like it's an audio issue. As soon as I hear more, get it?
Wow.
Huh?
Wow.
Yeah?
Good one, buddy.
What can I say?
Good one, buddy.
As soon as we get it fixed, the game will continue.
Zeppa looks so comfortable on this stage.
He does. He did not. No, actually, that's not true. He did look comfortable map 1 as well. It was just the rest of Cloud9 that really kind of stumbled out of the blocks. But this is just such an entirely different start.
I'm not letting go of this handshake, Ender.
For those of you at home who are really confused about what's going on, Baby Bay was just handshaking Ender for what felt like 3 rounds. But we are getting back into the action again. Things looking really good for Cloud9. They win the bonus. A far cry from what we saw on Bind.
Yeah. Setting the pace. I mean, it's been proactivity from them this time around. And that's just good Valorant being played. When you see players making plays and executing them correctly, like they have from the pistol round onto the bonus, it really can set you up for success.
Yeah.
When you have the Odin online already for Zeppa. A very scrappy buy from MXS. But it is a free A site. The thing is, there's already 4 members here ready to flood in.
Smoke will keep him at bay. The drone has to be used to try to funnel out, but it's instantly cleared. It's going to be tough to find their way through, but
Spike down.
come hell or high water, they seem to be making it work until they run into Vic, until they run into Oxy. And the door is slammed shut on the round.
Just too many members there and completely outgunned. The timing on Mitch, yeah, was phenomenal. It was a great entry from Odorous. But it's just not enough. You have 3 players in heaven, basically just posted up like they're in the shooting range. And now the spike is down at door.
That's just such a miserable choke to try to get through.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as that smoke goes up, you're not going to dry face it, right? No. You have to use util. So, okay, what's the first tool we have? Oh, we have the drone. Let's get out that way. That gets cleared instantly, and then you have the spam that you're trying to dance around, and it's just really tough to get through, and you kind of see that play out
30
there.
seconds
And honestly, that was with a little bit of success found. They had made their way out of the choke. They had made their way to switch, but then they just died a couple of steps later than you would have expected them to.
Yeah, the flood from heaven can be so strong, especially with the firepower. Oh, sound being made, Vic. He'll find a 3rd to the round, and he is online and ready. Cloud9 up 4-0 on this Ascent defensive side. It's looked good. The closest round we've had so far has been that pistol. Maybe an op can be invested into this next round for Cloud9. I think 1 member dropped. If the economy is looking nice and Oxy's feeling it, Once he gets going with that weapon, it's going to be even more oppressive for the attacker side.
Well, I wonder how much... He has already found success with the Outlaw. Remember, they bought an op for him on Bind, and he instantly got popped. They never did it again. But this is obviously a different story. It's a different map, and he's on Jet.
And they're going head-to-head, op v op right here.
Whoa. That little off angle is so tricky. Mada's got to be quick on the trigger, but Oxy's faster.
Good trade from Odorous. That was so quick.
That thing looked like it was in slow motion, too. A little bit of spam coming through. Odorous down to 16 HP.
Wow! The counter op, the counter Odin. It's Brock that's out on top because there's no trade.
And now they got the Hunter Fury, too. Brock with a tag onto Vic. Not able to deal death.
The crazy thing is, was the Molly
Revealing area.
from Moose all the way on that B site. That dealt death onto, I believe it was Odorous, who was tagged up low.
Again, you got to say it confidently, man.
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out who it was. I was like, wait a second.
3v3, Brock looking to hold the line, still has the Odin in his hand. Light armor, 2 shots to deal with, but it's not going to matter. The first bit of spam coming through, warning shots, a threat of what's waiting on the other side. The anticipation, the need to go, and the need to go very soon. How do they find a way in? How do they crack this thing open? Off the paranoia, Brock's on the swing, not able to settle shots at first, finally drops Moose. And Whippy anchored back sight, trying to do it all on his own, and he will. That's a round for MXS.
The replacement comes in huge in the 1v1, but that retake, it was so hard for Cloud9. All things considered, Flya popping that KO ultimate. There's no util that can be used for the defending side to flood into the site with. And Brock with the Odin, I mean, it's a good pair.
That's just tough, man. They invest the ult and everything, and like, that's a tricky spot to be in. You're right, you mentioned the trade off of the op kill at the very beginning on Oxy. That changes a lot, man.
Yeah.
If Oxy's able to get 2 there, the round's effectively done.
Yeah, and you could tell that Oxy was not ready at all for that second player. Thought it was just going to be the op leading. And it's not every day that you see an op be bought on the attacking side of Ascent like that. Now Oxy, he can invest into the mini op, the Outlaw. A lot of the members of MXS are on light armor, and he is aware of that. A lot of util being used, a lot of info util being used from MXS.
Good night, that was so fast from Mata. Wow. There was nowhere for Moose to go. Clean shot out from Oxy onto Odorous, though. To try to stabilize things, get him back to 4. The spam comes through, but the attack has landed onto the site. They're getting the spike down. And again, it's going to be a retake attempt from Cloud9. We talked about how labored that was in the previous round. Can they find more success here? Mata playing around the smoke, trying to play around the drone. Again, cleanly disposes of Mitch before Oxy's able to trade him back. As Cloud9 seem to get a little bit more room here. They have a little bit more as far as numbers go. Off the swing, Brock arrives. A 1v1, 43 HP though. Time is on his side, no real idea if he's clean through. That's a fake TP and he has no idea! A massive hold from Vic.
What an outplay from Vic. The smoke didn't quite hit the mark, but it's the thought that counts. The fake TP totally juked out Brock, who had no info on where that smoke was because he was already pushed all the way up towards boat. What a sick outplay. The 1v1, now Vic. Like I said, he's heating up right now. And the entries from Mata, they were great.
Yeah.
Too much of an ask, though.
Vic has been the sweet spot for me here. Currently, what is he at, 7-3?
7-3.
Yeah, that's a great start for him.
There's a lot of players popping off right now on Cloud9, but the Omen, it can be so oppressive to play against, especially with the anchoring potential. Later in the half, when he gets tested a lot more towards that A site from MXS,
all I heard
you might see him just pop off.
Yeah, I mean, all I heard was bad news tech pause.
Ah.
So maybe if you guys know any songs, you can teach us a couple songs, something like that. We may have some time here to talk things through. This is Tech Pause admin. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't think I've seen Tech Pause admin before.
What does that mean?
I don't know. That's a tough one.
Must be some serious stuff going on backstage.
It doesn't look serious. I see Moose smiling on the stage.
Yeah, and just to talk about this map a little bit more, it's very defensive side. It's very hard to get stuff going on the attacking side, especially when you lose pistol, especially when you lose bonus. This game can be so snowbally at times.
Yeah.
And with the economy just being shredded for MXS, if you keep investing into these rounds and not converting, before you know it, this could be a 10-2, it could be a 9-3.
Yeah. You just kind of get hit at the beginning of the round and you blink and then, yeah.
It's done.
It's like, what happened?
And there's only so much you can do on this attacking side in terms of IGLing and strategy. I mean, really, you just try to identify, you know, the three setups that the defensive side can make, which is either a mid fight,
right,
or a 3-2 either way. You know, 3 on A, 2 on B, vice versa. It's really the only 3 ways that you could play the map on the defensive side other than pushes.
That's the depth of the playbook there. I'm being told we're going back into the action. The match is live. And so, yeah, right back into the fold of things. Mata with the blades. You see the setup there for him. They tried getting him a pick early on. They've invested the dart to get him some info and some space too. If they try to brute force their way into B, this is gonna be tough. They don't really have the guns. Util's all set up here. And this is where the massive amount of numbers of Cloud9 are. Straight into the teeth of the defense. And they get picked apart.
Too easy, and like I said, Fly identified, okay, there's only been 2B for the last couple of rounds, but it doesn't even matter because Vic from A site can put a one-way on market. He can smoke B main. The flood can happen. In this case, didn't even need to happen because Mitch was just there, straight up bodying kids, that's it. Sit down. The jet knives off of Mata there too. When you're coming out of that smoke, sometimes you can be disoriented. Don't know which way to look exactly.
And that half a second is all it takes.
Yep.
Especially when you've got shooters like that.
Mitch looking very comfortable on the KO on this map. Oxy.
Speaking of looking comfortable, he just waltzed his way down into mid.
Gone in a second, and that kill causes the instant reaction to speed up A. Wow,
the paranoia. They find a little bit more though. Is Oxy still perched up in heaven? Looking over the site, the Guardian Angel for Cloud9 gets another.
And he's just feasting right now. He's feasting on these MXS members.
3 on the round for him, 11 and 4 so far. Mimi was right, man. Put him back on the jet, and it's a different story.
But also, it's the buys from MXS, the light armor.
Yeah, that's not helping the situation at all.
The Outlaw is so good against that. That's why this gun was brought into the game, to punish players for investing in light armor and Vandals, or Phantoms, whatever you call it, whatever you want to do. Right now, there hasn't been really much conditioning that MXS has shown on this attacking side. They haven't really been able to set themselves up for later in the half.
Again, and it was, mind you, it wasn't fully just him waltzing down mid by himself. There were 2 members that were pushing in from arches, but for Oxy to be able to land those 2 shots and then get the 3rd has just been really clean. Again, 11 and 4 for him. He's got blades online.
Yeah, but he doesn't even need it.
Yeah, and he's not going to need to invest much more than the Outlaw either. It's back on light armor for everyone on the side of MXS.
Oh.
Yep. He used that thing like a freaking shotgun.
Too easy. It's such a fast approach from MXS. They're really running it down right now on this attacking side, not really working the map.
No.
Even when they try to, they're getting picked off by that mid-walk, like you said.
Yeah, and this, I mean, this round may be a little different. We can kind of, well, that was not the intended.
Hold on. This might be one of his first times playing Sova on this map. Wait.
I thought he was going to do it.
I know
Through all of
exactly
this, it's still too well. There was an opportunity there for a very brief moment, but Odorous is just going to be outnumbered. Zeppelin with 3 on the round, and it's just another clean situation for Cloud9 off the backs of Oxy.
Yeah, and there was honestly, even at the end there was a follow-up Omen flash from Vic who jumped down catwalk to mid that got all of lane. So even if there was a player with a rifle out there, he would have died anyways.
Yeah,
to
he was
Zeppa.
cooked. He was cooked.
Good protocols right now being shown from Cloud9. Good reactions. And they're doing a great job dealing with the aggression so far. This is something that they struggled with doing on Bind.
How do you solve struggles on the attack side of Ascent here? MXS needs, I mean, something has to change.
I mean, this is one of those halves where you could even play a perfect round, pick the site where there's only one person there and still lose somehow.
He's going to ult into the smoke. He's TP'd backside into the smoke. Keep an eye on Mata back there as well. They fully closed the walls in, but the spike is sitting back in main. It was an excellent idea, an excellent setup, and it seemed like it may have slipped out of their hands, but they've managed to salvage the situation at least for a little bit longer. Disaster avoided, and now an opportunity for MXS to get another round on the board. Fly will fall, yes.
One enemy remaining.
Everything crumbling for MXS.
Yeah, Vic did such a good job of just tucking back sight that entire time. It was such a good bait play from Cloud9.
The setup was great. They dropped the Omen smoke deep into the spawn. They TP jet paths all the way up mid, so they've got the site essentially enclosed in. The problem was they lost the spike on main.
Yeah, the problem was Oxy.
Yeah, again, it was Oxy, and that slows everything down, and then they're able to deal with Oxy, yes, but at that point, all of that time window's lost.
It's such a smart play of Duelist to take the fight into B main when they know they're getting split on like that.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do, go back and just die for free? That's what
Right.
happens most of the time.
Right.
You're gonna get crunched. Taking control of all of B main there, getting one, that's great. Getting two, round over right there.
Yep.
And honestly, he didn't even have to peek into Fly if he didn't want to, but he's hot right now. He's just feeling it. And he's back on the Outlaw. Who would have thought?
There's a little bit of full armor on the side of MXS this round for Flya and Mata. But that doesn't negate the fact that there are 3 members there that are easy picking if given the opportunity.
Mata does get tagged by that drone from spawn. This should paint a picture for Flya of what the setup could be looking like. Most likely, Sova and Killjoy towards the B, especially with this turret being found out by Odorous. Wants to do nothing about it, though. Doesn't break it. He will break it now, and that's why you're going to see this A hit coming after that.
Is there a flash setup for this?
Yeah, but even if there is, I don't know if it can actually connect.
There's got to be something to protect this. As soon as he heard the molly go out, he knew pressure was coming. The paranoia goes out. He's going to be ahead of this. Oxy hits another filthy shot. And now Blades pop. Nice bit of HP, and he lands it as well. Knives looking to continue to take lives for Oxy, but he spammed through the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Whippy taking care of him, and now a 3v3. The spike's still not out onto the side as Brock has his ult online, but no real position to put it as Vic draws the line in the sand. Does not let them pass. The 10th for Cloud9.
And it's beautiful from both Oxy and Vic.
Last round.
I said it, later in the half, when they start going towards A, Vic will be able to show off his skills of anchoring. It's beautifully done. I mean, he makes it look easy. These Omen players, whether it's Bang, Superman, now Vic, he's gonna be in contention in the running. These players can just be devastating on that A site. A good idea, great paranoia, but Oxy, he was ahead of that as well. He already had the dash pre-popped. And now we're seeing an op out of Vic.
And a rifle back in the hands of Oxy.
He wants to get active.
Last round of the half. MXS looking to salvage this brutal start on Ascent.
And I'm not sure if Mata spotted Oxy here on the jump spot. But it won't matter. I think maybe they did. That's why they peeked him with 4.
That's what it takes this map. Clean them up.
They're lucky he didn't have an operator this time around. Zeppa again with the Odin. Sitting at 14 and 4. What a maniac. He's honestly looked like one of the best in the server on both maps.
Yeah, he really has. If nothing else, Zeppa has had an incredible series so far. A 4v4 here. You hear the ult used by Brock. Trying to get a tag. Does get a little bit of info onto Vic. He's going to try to push this here. There are 2 members waiting on the other side of this door. That deep smoke makes it so miserable to deal with. Spike now planted. And things slow down for a little bit on the other side of this lockdown.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for MXS. They're going to have to flood in if they want to get the second round in. Mata snags a kill on a Zeppa, though.
I mean, the smoke setup is so nice out from Vic. As soon as the lockdown goes down, there's another smoke they have to deal with. There's so many layers for MXF to have to try to trudge their way through. Cloud9 has already gotten the defuse to half. Spam coming through as Mata gets 3 on the round. Moose has to go up. And it's all into his death. A second round found for MXS.
I mean, I've seen a 10-2 comeback before, but that was G2 and International in Shanghai.
Don't worry, there are other ways to be used.
I don't know if MXS has it in them.
And we'll find out. A 10-2 half the way of Cloud9, but they'll be the ones going to the defensive side. We'll see what happens. We'll be right back. Well, much like we saw in Bind, but on the other side of the coin, it was a stomp of the first half. But this, Dre, you could say this one was a bit more expected, again, given the map, given the side that we saw.
I don't even know if it was expected just because Cloud9 looked very, very bad on Bind, honestly.
They did.
They had some brightness on the attacking side, but their defense was abysmal. Now, this map, they have looked great. They're back, Doug. They're completely back in it. 10-2 is such an enormous lead to have. And if they can win the pistol round on attack, this might end here. Might be a 13-2 victory.
Yeah, this is probably the most pivotal pistol of the map. But death, taxes, comebacks on Ascent. So we'll see what we're in store for. You saw Mata trying to will the crowd back into this.
Oh my.
As Oxy is looking to will his team over to Sunset.
What just happened to Flya?
Oh, left, right, good night.
He just got obliterated.
18 and 8 for him.
That was insane. Now keep in mind, there is 2 trips here for Odorous. But I don't know if there's much he can really do here. With that cam being shown, there's surely a shock dart or something.
There's the first trip cleared. The second will tag. He's going to try to dash away. The spam not connecting, but Oxy does.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, Oxy's...
He's warmed up. He's here.
He's incapable of doing wrong on this map. It certainly seems like. But Brock on the counter. 2 kills found. Paranoia at the ready. A little bit off the mark. Obviously unwise to that. As Moose is not able to settle. MXS is looking to push this thing back. It falls down to a 1v1. Mata against Vic. Vic 27 HP. Mata not much better off. And the spike has been ticking. Vic looking left, looking right, and spotting Mata. The pistol the way of Cloud9.
He's the A-site god right now. Vic, the 1v2. Played it so well. So aware of how much of his body was exposed, going left and right.
I mean, what do you do when you've got Oxy and Vic playing like this?
Nothing, you just lose. Look at that first blood onto Flya. Flya had no chance there. And yeah, Brock got a lineup kill, but this 1v2 from Vic, he played it to perfection. When the right click hits, am I right? So RNG sometimes.
Bit of an investment here from MXS, and reasonably so. Understanding there's presence on the other side, the counter spam will back him down for just a bit.
Oh, man.
Brock is being chased through.
Just no room to breathe.
No, Odorous is not safe. Brock was not safe. And this just feels so different from what MXS were able to do on the attack side. He just dashed into his face and died.
He blocked the dash?
That's the new tech, I guess.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, this is wraps. You called it. If the pistol doesn't go their way, we're looking at a 13-2. You may have been right.
Yes, might be the fastest map of the tournament. We'll have to keep track later on. Yeah, I know what you were going to say, buddy. This is only the second map of the tournament. Got
exactly
you.
What I was
got
gonna
you. Say. No, but seriously, this could really be one of the fastest maps of the tournament.
I mean, they are low-key, like, speedrunning this.
Yeah. We'll have to keep track of it for sure. Oxy, what a performance on this map of Ascent. If this is what happens when you set him up with utility, what's the point of running a double duelist?
Oxy, Zeppa, Vic, we've talked about all 3 of them, and they've given us plenty of things to talk about. Can MXS delay this for a little bit longer? Whiffy's getting 2 with the Bulldog, not able to connect onto the third. Again, a 2v2 this time. All on the hands of Vic. We talked about how good he's been. And he almost did it again, but Flya saves the day.
Yeah,
we'll play at least one more.
Yeah, he had a real chance right there.
And that was after the real messy first couple of shots on that first kill.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, if he gets that first kill a little bit quicker, he'll be more prepared for the wide swing of Flya there. Maybe have a little bit more health in the tank. That stinger, especially if you're low, it just shreds you. You're just done. You don't really have to stop when you're shooting that gun, so the peak looks insanely fast. But it still smiles from the side of MXS, even though they're getting mollywopped on this map of Ascent. Their pick.
I'm going to give you a mollywop counter. You're currently at 3.
Nice.
It's only been the second map.
Nice.
Mata's already dead. Odorous is 2. And this might be wraps.
Dare I say it for a 4th time?
No. You got to spread it out at least a little bit. Moose down to 11 HP. They're just getting rolled.
And a freeze to the round.
Yeah, ladies and gents, this might be curtains here
Boy.
on Ascent.
A great dart.
Brock able to get one, but still an advantage the way of Cloud9. It doesn't seem to be getting any smaller anytime soon.
Yeah, Vic was so ready for that swing from Flya, the containment. Whippy doesn't really have a choice. He has to even the numbers, but Zeppa's waiting for it as well.
The safety valve.
Yeah.
Just when you think you found a timing window, it's just another slap. 13, what was that, 13-3?
13-3.
The way of Cloud9. There was a little bit of fight, at least. Glad you're good, bro. There was at least a little bit of fight when it came to Bind, but that was just, I mean, from beginning to end. When you have that big of a deficit, Dre, going into half, forget about it, bro.
Yeah, and Oxy's showing why he's been a star duelist in VCT.
Yeah, I lost count of how many he dropped at the end there.
20, 24, 22, something of the sort. But it was extremely dominant from him. Entering into sight like a maniac. I mean, the solo pushes in mid with the Outlaw. I mean, he really farmed MXS this match.
He did. I mean, all three of them did. We talked about Oxy, we talked about Zeppa, we talked about Vic. They did whatever they wanted to MXS. We'll see if Sunset tells a different story. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the Red Bull home ground NA qualifier. Friends, we just got to witness murder, and it happened on this very stage. That was quite the
Calling
beatdown.
911.
Yeah, someone call someone.
I've never heard
honestly.
someone so positive about murder.
You know, it depends on which side of the murder you're on. You know,
Many people are saying
Yeah,
that.
I would rather be on
That's my
Cloud9's
defense.
side than Moist
That's a
side
really,
from that last
really good
game.
take. But I mean, that map was just night and day from Cloud9. They
yeah.
looked on point in that one. Their defensive side only dropped 2 rounds. It was lovely. I mean, the coordination was on point. The individuals were popping off. This was the Cloud9 that we were seeing at the beginning of this year when they were going on a roll in America.
and I mean, so unlucky, right? On a map like that, it's so snowbally, and it was so obvious that Moist Tech Shopify, they had no answers. They just couldn't claw their way back in.
I mean, with C9 winning the early pistols, right, being able to convert as well, even in the second half, like, MXS, they're just forced to go ahead and go for these forces, but there were multiple times that Oxy was able to go for the Outlaw because of how MXS was buying up into it, so he was getting huge value out of that purchase.
And let's be honest, I mean, this match for Oxy was LeBron versus the team of 6th graders. He was outstanding in this game. His stats were out of this world, and he was getting seemingly every first kill. He was ridiculously confident in taking the peaks, be it with the Outlaw, with his Sheriff, with an Operator. He was excellent.
They called me crazy when I said all C9 had to do was have Oxy show up. And he
Actually,
showed up.
I'm not going to even give you the credit for that. You said that at the beginning. It should be Oxy go kill. Yeah, sorry, I'm taking that one away from you. But yeah, I mean, this was the Oxy show. It really was. Like, Oxy on that jet looked so different than what we got to see from that Yoru on Bind.
I think that this is a map that if you're MXS, you can kind of be like, okay, their jet had a ridiculous defensive side. That happens, it's Ascent. It happens pretty often. We got snowballed, we lost this one. But there are a lot of questions now about Sunset going into the 3rd map of this series, because we really don't have any idea what Cloud9 are going to play. And like we were talking about, so MXS struggled on this last year.
Yeah,
Earlier this year, that is.
Yeah, this entire year, they are 1-5 currently, so 17% win rate. Doesn't bode too well.
No, that's usually, that's a very low number.
Numbers, I understood.
and for C9 side, this is a map obviously we have not seen with the new team. I think there's a high chance that this is classic C9 fashion, the muddiest men playing Valorant here, getting down in the grind.
They are the men who invented the mud when it comes to Valorant.
Famously.
Is
the first ever mud men.
I'm learning so much today. Thank you so much. The
This is what we talk about in Americas
are
all the
lovely.
time.
A lot of
We love muddy men, Zoe.
I guess I too
Speak for
love muddy
yourself.
men. Say one thing about me, it's that I love
Yeah,
that.
I've heard that a lot.
But you know what? I love a good brawl. I like when it gets scrappy. I like when it just turns into a frag fest. And if it turns into that, I want Oxy on my team.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. My question is, you know, can he put up the similar numbers on a non-jet map, right? Because obviously he looked insane on that back on Ascent. And hopefully now, after getting game 1 out of the system, he'll be right back at the top.
And the question is also, what is he going to play? He's never really been known for a Raze player. She's pretty prolific on this map.
Look at him
the
go!
Neon option as
Audie
well.
is so sick.
He's doing it. He's getting the crowd.
My new favorite player, like straight
Actually,
up. This guy is out here owning
Look
it.
how charged up he is.
I love this.
He's been doing it all game,
He's
too.
Genki Damaing it up, all right? He's taking the energy from the crowd. I'm with this. That is a winning strat.
And the thing is, he was doing it while they were losing, too.
Yep.
It did not get to them. That's so important going into a map 3 now when you're playing a single elimination tournament.
Yeah, you gotta keep the mental high.
I absolutely agree. Now we get a look at what we've got here. Raze for Oxy. And the Neon from Ada, I'm a big fan of the Neon comps on this map. It can be a little bit annoying to deal with stuff like the Cypher, but when you're running Sova next to it, the shock darts are so easily used to break those trips and allow Mata to go nuts. And when he was on Bind, it was double satching into sight, flying on in there. I think he's certainly a guy to keep your eyes out for here in this map 3.
Yeah, I've always really liked these Breach Sova Neon comps on this map. I think that the amount of utility you have in the mid-round, especially on defense, to re-clear space is so big. Your retakes are good with the Breach stun, with Omen Paranoia, and Mata following that up. He does have to be great playing on that Neon, but he has so many tools to set him up for that success. On the other side for Cloud9, maybe looking a little bit more European with the KO in the mix. You get a lot, I think, better mid-round info with those cross-map knives. Not a lot of NA teams play it, but it's a really strong comp, and it's also a very strong agent for Mitch there.
Yeah, this one is coming down to the wire, really keeping us all on the edge of our seat. What better better way could we have started the day off here?
I don't think you could. You know, except double overtimes and Sentinels playing.
Yeah, but we do want to get home at the end of the day, so maybe not that. I think they're hitting the right balance.
You seem ready for it.
I'm just trying to show, you know, that's all I'm here for.
That's right. Well, I'm excited for this one, maybe too excited even, so for emotional support and, of course, family-friendly entertainment. We're going to send it over to Doug and Baby Bay.
Families love them.
Welcome back to the Valorant News Network. We're coming to you live from Seattle, where, dude, I didn't even get through the...
Couldn't do it, bro.
Forget it. I think there are lots of questions that have to... No, we've moved on. We've moved on. There are a lot of things we need to answer here. We saw Oxy on Jet, popped off. We saw Oxy not on Jet, did not pop off. But this is a map where you don't really have the luxury of playing a Jet. I do like what they're playing around the Rays, though. They've got the breach to set them up quite well.
Yeah, I will say it is a little bit different, though, because Mitch coming into this team, he's used to playing KO on this map, which is good for him, but is the team of Cloud9 used to playing with a breach KO? That is the question that we're going to find out when things go together here. And Mata, we've seen how dominant he could be on pretty much every single duelist in the league. I don't think he plays much Yoru, but his Neon is fantastic. And a good Neon on a map like Sunset can be so oppressive to play against.
Still a little pressed that he stole my thunder with the solo clap, but...
Yeah, that was crazy, by the way.
I'll talk to him about that later. Cloud9 on the attack side, heavy lean towards the middle of the map so far. 4 in tandem. Meanwhile, you've got 1 little Zeppa playing back towards B by himself.
Ox is already all the way up in market.
That flash was so deep. There's a lot for Odorous to have to deal with here. He's trying to tuck into the cage. Swinging around on the other, can't settle shots. Oxy gets the best of him, and again, it was off of the breach utility, but Brock on the counter. Numbers the way of MXS, at least for now. Mitch is so weak. Brock isn't much better off. He will fall. As just as quickly, they swing back the way of the attack. Cloud9 in a comfortable position here. Whippy's left alone in a 1v3, but they're all so weak. And Whippy's dead. That's 3 for Oxy, and the pistol for Cloud9.
It was a blistering pace from the side of Cloud9, getting into market like that, and they dealt with so much. A breach stun, the trip hitting somebody. I mean, Odorous almost got a spam kill through the wall in market right there, but it just wasn't enough. And then Oxy somehow sitting at 20 HP, got 2 more kills on the board.
I mean, when it works, it works. And it worked for him there.
It was very decisive thinking from Cloud9. Very convinced that they wanted to go mid to B from the start of the round. The power of the Neon is you can default in A, you can default B, and then rotate all the way back in time. But that's not going to work if a team just 5-mans one of the sites. Flya. He's alone in top mid. Gets some info that someone's spamming. Doesn't know who it is, though. Mata, he's all the way in elbow with the Bucky.
Yeah, good luck dealing with that.
Yeah, Bucky Neon. Something we've seen Jogamo actually dominate everybody with, whether it be ranked VCT players, international stage.
Yeah, he's been a source of a lot of conversation recently, hasn't he?
He's so nasty.
Just 1 pistol on the side of Cloud9, a very slow approach to this round.
And a smoke top right mid as well to deny any info.
But I think also to suggest that there would be a split coming through mid up towards B. Obviously not the case, but it's enough to keep somebody there from the defense, and it was Flya and it was Brock there who were having to watch it.
Oh. I am the crowd. But Moose will take out Odorous.
We're all fans at the end of the day, huh?
Yeah. That was a vicious timing.
30 seconds left.
And that's a free B site for Cloud9. They did a really good job.
And I mean, a free round too.
Yeah.
MXS not even really interested in trying to rotate over. They have 2 ways they can play this. They can just wait to die to the spike. They can try to maybe get a couple of weapons out of their hands, so it's not so tough into the next.
And the thought process for MXS to stack A site, it actually made sense.
Yeah,
there was a smoke top right of mid. Now, Brock, he had checked it from the left side of mid, so he knows that it's all feint, it's all BS. And that caused the heavy lean to A. Most of the time when you feint that you're going somewhere, it's probably likely you're gonna go towards that A site in that case with the top right smoke. But Cloud9, they read into that. And with that pick that Moose acquired in B main, why not just keep going up as a human drone? Oxy's gonna fall to the spike here.
Nobody? Well,
Not
it wasn't
the spike.
it wasn't to the spike, but
But they don't die!
I don't know.
That's disaster! Their money is... It's so bad right now.
That might be the most significant replay we'll ever get if we can see that again.
When the spike explodes, you gotta jump into it right away. You can't be chasing it once it
Yeah, you ain't gonna catch it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no. A big blunder. And look at what they have to deal with, light armor and sheriffs.
That's tough. That was not the plan.
That is brutal. It's just, it should be another free round for Cloud9. And they know Cypher doesn't have enough utility to hold a 5-man.
And so that's exactly what they're going to dial up. The thing is, it's a 5-man on the other side, but you're right, it's just the sheriffs. A Bucky too, sure. Mod is able to deal a little bit of damage, but not enough. And so you're right, it's another free round for Cloud9. That's tough, man.
I've never seen that.
I don't think I have either.
In all my years of playing, casting Valorant, I've never seen that. It's so unfortunate for them. That's a tilter is what it is. How do you get out of that?
You laugh about it and you move on. Because that's all you can do. Now they're going to have guns. Still light armor on 2 members. But full util.
Mm-hmm. And they're opting to separate the breach and the neon MXSR.
What's the reason for that?
It's going to be a 2-pronged approach. You're basically most of the time when you see a neon, you think it's going to be a breach setting him up.
Sure.
Now this opens up an opportunity for a trap either way.
A little bit of misdirection.
Mm-hmm. And that dagger, it only scanned the Cypher. Mata using the stun, trying to catch somebody out.
And Fly has used the stun on the other side, so they understand that they're split, at least for now.
Mm-hmm. They're reading into that this B side might be pretty weak. Usually when teams start a neon B, they play heavy in the beginning and then in the mid round, go back to mid and get a pick on Vic.
Yeah, he just overstayed his welcome.
Yeah. Very interesting spot for an Omen to be at.
Yeah.
Even if you TP, the lines of TP, you can't really get out of dodge there.
No, not just by a TP, you're right. Odor is spotting Midge. They have found the tiniest of slivers in the defense. And that's enough to crack the round wide open. MXS are on the board.
Yeah. Early B main pressure. Going back to re-clear all of mid, they catch out Vic. All of a sudden, there's no smokes to do the actual sight hit. That opens up the opportunity for Odorous to just slowly weasel his way into the site and just get free kills across the board. Oxy does have a showstopper online, though. Might be able to cook with it. Here's that re-clear in mid. Yeah, like even if you try to TP, there's nowhere you can really go. So usually you see a Cypher there with a camera. And at least he can use cages for himself, maybe. He could find a way to survive, but here's that rocket I was talking about.
He had 2 options to go from. Picks Whippy, unfortunate for him. But again, the kill is traded right back.
The equalizer in mid. Moose going a little bit too early there, trying to cut the rotation.
Now they've got the Cypher ult that they're going to have to deal with. Mata on the swing out, going really aggressive, going really fast. Fly cleans it up. 3 on the round as MSX get their second.
Very fast. Fly to set him up with the flash there. I know what that's like. He used to be my old teammate setting me up all the time. Gives you such a great sense of security, especially as the main duelist that needs to take these first engagements a lot of the time.
Well, I mean, into even the beginning of the round, you talked about how fast that was and how decisive that was at the end, but it was bookended. I mean, as soon as the barriers went down, the fault line was out, the rocket was popped.
It was a great choice of selection for who Oxy decided to rocket in that moment, because you're right.
Yeah.
A lot of
Neon
raises
was
would
out.
usually just shoot the person on the left instantly.
Yep. The first target you see.
The poise to just flick to the right and actually take out somebody.
A little trigger discipline.
It's great. And you have to do that with the rocket, honestly.
Yep.
Drone sees everybody in mid.
This has all of the makings of another split towards B.
The trip has not been dealt with yet, though.
Yeah. That one-way smoke, they're going to have to wait that out.
And if they want to walk into B main, there's a camera that can see a little bit of a sliver. That's going to pull Mata to use his neon stun and just slide in, try to kill as many as he can.
Or
In this
just
case,
face
he just
it.
wants to, he just wants to get the info, and now it's going to be a rotation towards A. That's why you see Cloud9 already doubling back.
Still a lot of mid presence here. Oxy continuing to deliver. Mod is on the prowl.
He's trying to find the equalizer.
That's such a tight window to try to trade back, too. Very well done. They've invested the Rolling Thunder. It's going to tag 2, maybe 3. But there's really not a ton to fill in behind it.
Wow, great patience.
And the paranoia is coming out as well. They haven't fully committed out onto this, but now they go, and that's as decisive as you'll ever see. A flawless round for Cloud9.
What great patience from Cloud9, Oxy. I mean, normally he would want to just swing it, but to just sit in that little off angle and wait for the Omen flash from Vic to come out and then take all the space. These are good signs for Cloud9 already in the off season. Oxy, he's cooking right now.
8-3 so far. Moose has his ult online, and Mitch is one way from his. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, you might see a very spread default from the side of Cloud9. Have somebody work and try to get a pick. You'll be able to use that Cypher ultimate on it. Make your decision from that point on in the mid round.
It's a little bit of space being taken here from Mata.
Yeah, this is a great off angle. We've seen a lot of good Neon players hold.
They should have a decent idea of what's going on here. Moose had a cam up, I believe. And so they should know.
It's all a bait.
Mitch has to be careful on the swing. Deals a lot of damage onto the Neon.
Ah, you almost took him out. Oh, that's the pick that C9 we're looking for. This nade is going to get another kill. I say that, but Oxy just decides to press mouse 1.
Dark getting a little bit of info. Brock trying to swing things back the way of MXS. Off of the paranoia. There's going to be a late lurk out for Moose, too. Can they find enough space before he gets away? I think the pinch on that was perfect. But now Moose has to be careful. They're spamming through the cage. He swings out and gets Brock. Now Fly waiting on the other side. As the second tick of the ult pops, Fly realizes this round is lost.
Oh, a great wide swing, though. But yeah, the round is basically done. Getting an ult orb is the only thing he could basically ask for at this point. And saving the gun, but that fault line.
No knife.
No. He was gonna do it.
Yeah, he was. He was thinking about it.
Yeah, the quick look around from Fly has saved him there. From getting humiliated on stage.
But again, a great round. That's now 5 the way of Cloud9, 2 in a row.
And the late lurk from Moose, it was perfectly timed. I mean, both players that were trying to set up for that retake had to go back and deal with him. And the fact that he gets another one just finessing around his Cypher cage. I feel like this is something that sets apart a lot of Cypher players, is how you can work around your cages.
Using those tiny little windows to your advantage, you're right.
And there's a tiny room for error in those moments, too. So it's very impressive when you can pull it off.
If they get this orb into Oxy's hands, they're going to have Mitch's ult and his. There's a lot of pop behind this if they can get it. He's not really even interested in the orb, or at least an early clear, and then they can reset.
So smart.
Moose is up really far towards mid, too. They have a couple of options, but I like this. You're right, they didn't force anything. They slowed it down. This is very intelligent.
Yeah, they're playing to win right now on this map of Sunset. I don't know if the Bucky can one-shot from this range. If it can, it's very impressive, but...
About to find out. Whoa. Easy, there's a whole lot back there. But Brock over the top. Got a tag on Oxy. Can he get a second kill? Yes, he can. A massive part of the threat of this round is now gone. But there's still a lot for MXS to deal with. They don't really have the guns.
Yeah. Not a lot of time, though. Good breach clear on default box.
Whoa.
A lot of ults invested.
That's a big 30 seconds left. That's going to buy a fair amount of time if they try to fill in behind it. Zeppa stunned, still gets a kill on Mata. With Moose over the top as well, a 2v2, they are going to get the spike down.
Enemy remaining.
Whoa!
Cage triggered.
What a risky fight to take from Moose.
And it worked out his way, but I mean, Odorous has a lot to deal with here. A 1v2 Moose is very weak. Odorous, no armor.
Oh, now they know where he's coming from.
He's going to get them both, isn't he? That's the weak one, but there's no way he expected the other there.
The bait for Zeppa.
Yeah, very nicely done. Saves the round for Cloud9 as they get to 6.
And what's so rough about that last round for MXS is the ultimates they invested into it.
I wanted to talk about Fly's ult there.
I mean, the numbers were even. It kind of makes sense because you think you have a chance. And honestly, nothing really has been working for you on this defensive side so far. You have, what, 2 rounds?
Yeah.
It's 2 to 6. So it makes sense, like you want to make a heroic play, but now it's going to be really, really tough to come back into this game.
And again, I mean, if Zeppa doesn't get a kill while stunned, I mean, things don't really end up the way they did. It'd be numbers away of MXS instead of even, so, I mean...
Cosmetic ult.
Yeah. Op in the hands of Mata. Almost gets a target. Cloud9 again in this 4-1, or in this case, a 1-4. Make a lot of presence, make a lot of noise while controlling the middle of the map.
Cloud9, yeah, they don't have a Sova or a Fade to get info, but they're using that dagger very smart, taking tiny ounces of, or tiny inches of space, right, on the map.
Yeah.
They get Vic deposited in elbow off of that one knife.
And what's Moose's job here? What's he trying to do?
He just needs to live, get info, maybe try to cut a rotation. He gets the info that there's an Opper in mid.
And meanwhile, Mata's rotating back towards B with the op. And that's the weak site. Oxy satchering forward. That one-way makes things really difficult. Fires it blind, doesn't connect. But they've got the site.
Yeah, it's just for free. Now you have the KO ultimate as well for the post plant.
Yep.
He's gonna pop it any time now, so the util can't come out on the flood. There it is.
There it is. And now he's got a flash he can deal with as well. Brock getting 2 through the spam, through the smoke. A chance to bring this thing back if they can navigate the threat on the other side. And the threat is Zeppa with Oxy over his shoulder. 3 kills found. Brock on his own with utility in his hand. That's not the fight he's looking for. Cloud9 gets a 7.
And Doug, I don't know what Zeppa's been doing in this offseason, but he is in peak Zeppa form right now.
Like DMing 16 hours a day.
Look at the way he's aiming. He's so snappy with it.
And I mean, you've mentioned that a couple of times. We saw it on Bind, we've seen it on Ascent, and now here on Sunset.
He looks phenomenal.
You see the attempt
Great utility, yeah.
Yeah, you see the attempt at the retake again. Brock getting 2 massive kills. And then from that point forward, it was the Zeppa show.
A 1v3 in screens over there.
Yeah.
Craziness in the server for this man right now. And again, the dagger to get somebody deposited.
They're going fast again. Oh. And again, it's Oxy.
I know exactly where.
If they can find safe passage out, maybe there's a shot at this. Moose will not let one pass.
Brutal.
5 bullets left, the spam coming through. And Cloud9 are poised to get another one here.
Yeah, when you're playing the Neon and the Breach, sometimes it can be a little bit too obvious of what your plays are. You can really read into it.
Which normally isn't a problem because you have speed at your side.
It just looks like Cloud9 are too ready. They're too prepared on this map specifically.
And Oxy's also... Yeah, Oxy's, I mean, yeah, he's back.
Yeah.
He's as back as he was missing on map 1.
Yeah. I really do think a lot of Oxy's, performance on map 1 has to do with the fact that he was the secondary duelist.
Yeah, sure.
And he's basically using his flashes to set up Zeppa in that moment, which, by the way, Zeppa played great on Rage. Don't get me wrong. But the recipe for success for this Cloud9 roster is most definitely setting up Oxy for success.
And it's worked. 14-5 right now. Cloud9 have won 5 rounds in a row. Mata, that's a kill that you see Mata get. More often than not, but doesn't connect here. Meanwhile, split towards B. There's a lot here. Odorous is here. You've got the Rolling Thunder. But Mitch, dude, if it's not Oxy, if it's not Zeppa, it's everybody from Cloud9 has shown up at some point in this map. Or in this series, excuse me.
Mitch looks so comfortable on the KO on both maps so far. His utility has been amazing.
This is the bathrobe Mitch.
Yep. Yep. Bringing it back.
That's it, yeah, that's a deep cut. Fly almost connecting onto the second. But a 2v2 now. Zeppa again in a great position, and Mitch is there close by the turn of the flash, and it was a little bit self-inflicted.
Yeah, it was actually Fly that flashed himself.
Yep, that's tough. Can Whippy 1v2, 10 HP. Throwing a little bit of a shoulder, showing a little bit of leg. But Mitch takes a step back.
Wow.
Wisely not forcing the fight. Now off the smoke. There's the tap. He's got to be careful to handle on the other side, but again, just 1 bullet is all it takes. Mitch gets 4, Cloud9 gets 9, and it's another stomp.
What a round from Mitch, getting the trades off of Oxy dying early there, and then playing the 1v1 perfectly.
Yeah,
honestly.
didn't force the fight.
Yeah.
Takes a step back into main. It was pretty.
Held the angle for long enough to buy time for him to back up. Understanding that he's probably safe now. He's not going to get swung. And Whippy, there's not much he can do there. He kind of just has to get on the spike, hope that he can, stick it in that moment, not get spammed, but he's already 1 HP.
Well, and not only that, the way it was planned, it means there's only one side of the spike you can be on because it was up against the wall. So you take away some of those different possibilities. Modest popped his ult right off the bat. Again, trying to force a play, trying to make something happen. You talked about how these neon hits can be telegraphed. It might not matter here. There's a lot waiting on the other side, though. What sort of utility is there to help? Rock will fall, Fly will too. And Mata has to take a step back.
Jeez.
They've corralled them into spawn, but they don't really have anything to go off of anymore.
That's the crazy thing, though, is C9, they were in spawn from the start of the round, waiting for an aggressive push. The initial fights of MXS haven't been fruitful at all because Cloud9 have been playing way off the barrier.
Yeah.
And if they do have somebody playing up, it's Moose who can pop a cage down, jump out away, and then everybody from spawn comes flooding to support.
I mean, you can almost hear what the plan was. Hey, they have a neon and a breach on defense. Let's just play back.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how this has gone.
They just bide their time, wait for players to walk into their crosshair, do reclears as a team. It's looked so good for Cloud9. A very impressive showing on the last 2 maps,
30
honestly.
seconds left.
I know exactly.
Now they've got the neural
where.
theft. Oxy, patient with it. A snap onto Mata will clean him up.
There's so many layers to the approach of Cloud9 on their attacking side, starting from spawn and just venturing out.
And it was all, yeah, you're right. It was just to take that early step back, absorb some of that pressure, and then go.
Get the trades. Fick gets the breach that's trying to support Mata to get out. Oxy can walk all the way up into B main on the left side. Now the neural theft goes out.
Cam cleared. Whippy again in a 1v3, but there is one behind him. Oxy, 8, Cloud9 gets to 10. It's a brutal half.
Deja vu. Deja vu from the last map. From Ascent to now Sunset.
There's just very little that MXS have been able to do since the very first map. This is, again, very reminiscent of what we saw on map 2, a 10-2 half the way of Cloud9, a quick break, and then the conclusion of Sunset. We'll be right back. Cloud9 have stopped MXS. They've slapped them around. They've really just been able to obliterate them. That's 4 in one series. That's way too many.
Whopped them. smacked them around, whatever you want to say.
Do you think we can get a little like lower third counter?
Yeah, we should.
We should.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm kind of mad at myself for giving you this, because now you're gonna force it.
I'm doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I apologize to
Nah,
the production staff. This is entirely my doing. Cloud9, again, have really obliterated MXS, and you could maybe chalk up Ascent to, okay, it's the defensive side of Ascent, you know, this, that, and the other, but this has not been the case on Sunset. This has just been utter obliteration.
Yeah, a complete outplay, honestly. The game plan from this attacking side, maybe that has a lot to do with Mitch stepping in right now, who's had a lot of experience playing against MXS this whole, you know, this whole year pretty much.
Yeah.
Mind, he was on Oxygen playing in Tier 2 against them a lot. So comfortability. Just understanding how MXS like to approach this map with this composition.
You saw the timeline before the round started. It really kind of tells the entire story. MXS now on the attacking side. You imagine there's going to be a lot of aggression, again, given that they have the Neon Breach set up with Brock on the Sova. But if Oxy's able to stifle a lot of that aggression right off the bat, you don't really get to leave the starting blocks.
Yeah, and even if Odorous gets that first kill, there was 2 more players waiting for him. Now it's the Flood from Cloud9.
He was in a really nice spot there.
Last player standing.
It's all fallen on to Whippy with his 6 HP. Cannot convert, cannot find any success. That's another round for Cloud9, and that very well may be the series.
Yeah, MXS have to force into this round. And I'm sure Cloud9 are going to be aware of it and probably play a little bit more back.
Yep. As we saw them do on the attack side. Yeah.
Maybe you could take a main space just because you have your own breach and a raise nade if you want. It's pretty safe to say that you can take that type of space, but they'll probably end up backing off after the util is used from MXS to re-clear that.
I mean, this has been a case study on how to deal with the Neon Breach
Literally.
setup on Sunset. Yeah.
Literally. And here it is. Look at how far back the members are in elbow.
Yeah. And that doesn't connect the first time, but it does the second. But again, it's Oxy with the response. And just as quickly as the round has started, it's over. It's all on Namada. Oxy tees off on MXS as Cloud9 gets a series point.
And Vic was still in the back there the whole time if Oxy had gone down. They're so ready for it. Mata, he's clearly having some fun with it, and I don't blame him. It is an off-season event. Trying to make that Bucky work. Trying to style on him. To be fair, that kill looked pretty good on the Zeppa. Or was it Mitch? I don't know. Who knows? Now we got 3 Buckies on the board.
What could possibly go wrong?
They heard me. They don't want 3.
Again, aggressive towards A. As soon as that wall goes up, he can drop the fault line and delay the hit. And off the smoke as it goes down, Oxy gets another. That was almost identical to what we saw in the previous round. Vic on the swing, 7 bullets left, doesn't realize there's another. That's a consolation gift, I guess.
The Bucky.
A moral victory.
Yeah.
They found my wire. No more charges.
The jumping Bucky through elbow.
I mean, there's still a chance for them to win this. It was outnumbered, but Moose might do this on his own. 9 bullets left. 77 HP. Off the swing, and Flya bests him. MXS gets the 3.
The pixel angle for Flya after upgrading with that Bucky kill.
Only on land.
Sick shot.
Yeah, only on land.
Yeah, it keeps him into it, but you know. Let's keep it a buck here. This is tough.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna take a miraculous comeback. The reaction time.
Enhance.
That was a nice replay right there.
Well, look at
W production.
Yeah, look at us, huh?
That was cold.
MXS have at least broken the streak. There's still so much work to be done.
Yeah. I saw the scoreboard. Oxy sitting at 22 kills. It's absurd. It's almost 2 kills per round that he's netting his team. A deposit into B main. Whoopi will be there. Motorist working up mid. Do they really want to mess with Oxy here?
I don't know that anybody should be trying to mess with Oxy, but they're gonna have to deal with him. The wall goes up, Oxy tries getting away, satchels to safety. Mata is on the hunt, and you just do not chase Oxy down.
Wow. Obliterated, decimated, destroyed.
MXS have found an advantage again for 2 rounds in a row here, and this one seems a lot more comfortable to be able to put away. The previous one down to a 1v1, but this time, I don't know how Vic even really gets in.
But you might as well go for it. You have such a buffer.
Yeah, sure.
12-3. I mean, if you pull off the 1v3, everyone thinks you're the best player in the world.
Right. Are you playing? Are you playing for the clip, or are you playing for the win?
Yeah.
Me, in this case, I play for the clip.
And you got the first.
And he might just hit it. A tap. Shock dart not connecting. The paranoia is going to make things so much more difficult, though.
Counter
He's got one of
paranoia.
his own. Hoping that it didn't sound. He's gotten a tap. He's going to do it, isn't he?
No.
He's going to do it, isn't he? He's off of it. Whip, yes, the swing! And Vic hits the clip to send MXS done. What a finish for Cloud9. That was filth.
We were memeing about it, but he made it a reality. What a beast.
I just looked over and Ludwig had head in hands. He's unwell. And I don't blame him after that.
Unlucky, bro. Unlucky.
What a finish for Cloud9, man.
Yeah, that was a stomping the last 2 maps. Very convincing.
Bind a distant memory. And what a statement of a finish for Vic. That was ridiculous. I guess you can go for the clip and the win.
Yeah.
It's not just picking, it's not both.
Job's not done yet, though. We'll be in the final.
I mean, what were the big takeaways that you learned from Cloud9 here?
That they can bounce back off of a crazy defeat that they had on the first map.
Yep.
And then 2, they can game plan very well. That was the recipe for success on the last 2 maps that they played. You clearly could see it with the Neon. They were so ready for any type of breach Neon play that was done. Even if Mata got one, it was traded instantly, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it was really, really good Valorant being played so far.
Yeah.
Mitch looks like he's accustomed to the team right now with the IGL.
Yeah. He really does. It doesn't look like he missed a beat at all. I think there were 2 things that stood out for me. Yes, they can bounce back. A series does tend to do that. Zeppa not like, this might be the best we've ever seen him look.
Seriously.
And then Oxy, after that first map, you know he's still Oxy, man. He can still do it.
When people give him utility, who would have thought he could drop, 20,
How about
30s?
that?
Yeah, crazy.
In back-to-back maps. And then again, Vic showed out in a massive
the newbie.
way.
I mean, he's not a newbie, but the newbie to the team.
Sure, yeah. And again, what a start for the very first official VCT off-season event here at Red Bull Homegrounds. Cloud9, other than the first map, just kind of had their way with MXS, and I think that's a tough showing for them. They had some promise, they looked really good. We learned that Mata is a crowd favorite, and that's always good to see, but they just got rolled these last 2 maps.
Yeah, Mata is a real showman, though, for real. Even at the end, when Vic got the 1v3, he stood up for his own ex-teammate.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Good sportsmanship from him, and I'm sure this is not the last that we're going to see of any of these players on the MXS side.
No, not at all.
A lot of promising stuff in the works for them. I know behind the scenes.
And I think the big takeaway there is he just hit a little. The big takeaway there is that we've got Cloud9 going over to the grand finals. We've got an interview setting up on the stage behind me right now. You can I'm going to try to point. There's Zoe. She's getting ready. Thank you for the wave. With the member of Cloud9, and then we still have another series. We have 2 more series.
Yeah.
Today, we still haven't seen Sentinels make their debut. I'm really freaking excited to see it. But for now, Zoe on the stage for the interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, please give it up one more time for Cloud9. And Vic, what a way to end it on that map. Let's talk about this, though. Unbind. Your former teammates, they had fun with it. They got your little loving attention there, here and there in 1 or 2 rounds. Anything you want to say? Words of wisdom? A nice farewell to them?
I appreciate my time with them. Best of luck in the future for all of them. I think Chad and Adam really played well the first map, and props to them.
I wanted spice and banter, and you were just too polite and sweet. But sure, let's do that. Let's talk about this event in general, though, because you were a very recent addition, obviously. How much practice time did you actually have with the team?
I've had 0 practice with this roster. We just came up to just play. I'm just subbing in, so I don't really know.
So, if it works, it works. So that's fine. Looking ahead, though, you have 2 teams you might be facing. Do you have a preference? Would you rather play against one or the other, and if so, why?
I think I'd rather play Sentinels, because look at the crowd. Everyone's a Sentinels fan. I think it'd be very fun, and it'd be pretty hyped crowd.
That's right. It would be hype for the crowd, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's see who you will be meeting in the final. Thank you so much for now. You and the team are sitting comfortably in that final spot. And I really mean it, you are sitting comfortable because you're sitting on our blacklight chairs. And you can too at home, so make sure to grab yours on their website, blacklight.com. Currently, everything is 20% off on site. So, for now, we're heading into a very quick break. And when we come back, we're going to set up our next game, so don't go anywhere.
back one and all to the Red Bull Homeground NA Qualifier, our road to Berlin. One match done, 2 more to go until we find out who will be going to the grand finals in Berlin. It's going to be exciting to find out which teams will make their way. For now, I'm going to switch up things a little bit here. Is that a couch? It's a disconnected couch. Is this a deconstructed couch, or is it just seats?
I don't
what
know
are
what
we?
you would
What are
call
we?
this. Well, yeah, what are we? I don't think it's certainly not a desk.
A chair.
It's not there is a desk though.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay, I'm hearing you.
We're in a chair.
That's a crazy.
A sofa
take.
chair?
That's a crazy.
A sofa chair?
You know what? I'm running with it. Well, I don't know what this is called, but I do know their names. I'm joined by Baby Bay and Doug. You guys were just on the mic. Let's recap what we got to see. Obviously, looked like Cloud9 had to warm up a little bit and find their groove, but once they did, how dominant of a showing that was.
Yeah, it was absolutely brutal. I mean, if you're MXS, it felt like there's nothing you can do. I mean, they had a read on you from start to finish on 2 maps. Also, I guess Ascent, like maybe it didn't have to. But definitely that last map was just
About momentum, and yes, is kind of designed to be a little momentum heavy, but once that momentum, second half of map 2, and then the first half of map 3, and I mean, they never had room to breathe beyond that. It was just so suffocating.
I thought it was also just so, when we talked to Vic there at the end, how much practice time do you have? None, nothing. Literally just showed up for a day of work, I guess. Is that surprising based on the performance we got to see? Because there seemed to be a lot of synergy.
I would say that it's not as surprising as you would think, just because everyone has played the game for so long, and it's a lot easier, I feel like, to slot in on controller. There's only so many smokes that you're going to throw. It's all defaulted, basically. Like, he's probably done it on the last team that he was on, right?
Yeah, but I would say, like, I think the synergy is what's impressive to me. Is, yeah, Vic is going to, like, ball out and do his own thing, but Cloud9 looked good together. And obviously, there's a lot of mid-rounding that we are privy to and things like that, but I think a lot of that is a testament to Mitch.
Yeah.
And how he slotted in on the calling. He obviously had a game plan heading into this, and then Imi. Without any real practice, it sounds like, for him to be able to prep the team the way that he did, to take care of a squad that had a lot of fight. They had a lot of grit to them. That was impressive.
And also play a brand new comp for Cloud9 on Sunset. They've never ran that Breach KO comp. It's always been like a Fade or a Gecko, something like that. Yeah.
The thing is also, though, if you're looking at Sunset there specifically, like, they've avoided that map like the plague. Since June, they've played it one singular time, so that's why we also just didn't know what to expect. So of course, you know, bringing a fresh wind to this with Mitch and the IGL role. For now, though, we're going to move on rather, because we need to find out who is going to face off against Cloud9 in that final. And 2 worthy contestants will be taken to the stage. We, of course, have Sentinels. I hope for more of a reaction.
Are there only like 2 Sen fans here? What was that?
Actually disappointed.
Where are all the Sen fans at?
Okay, Sentinels will be playing. There we go.
There,
so hard. Yeah,
way better.
And then we'll go up against YFP. So let's chat about those 2 rosters. Let's start with Sentinels here, though, because there's a lot of big changes, of course, in the off-season. Not getting rid, or saying goodbye, rather, to Sassy and Tense. That's a huge hit for that team, obviously.
Definitely heartbreaking for the team itself, but I'm very happy for both those guys. I'm sure they're going to be very lax. The lifestyle is completely different when you stop being a pro. Now, you look at the bottom feed right here. These are 2 heavy hitters coming in as well, though. Curry had already scrimmed previously with Sentinels in this year's VCT. He almost subbed in for a match. So he already has experience in chem with them. And Redux, he has been one of the star players of that Tier 2 league, Ascension, Challengers, whatever you want to call it. He's been a star, and he's going to be a star in the future. Seeing him on Sen is a scary sight for any team to play against.
Yeah, I think Redux and Curry, it's fun to talk about them. And obviously, this is just one off-season tournament. We'll kind of see how the rest of the situation shakes out. I do want to go back to 2 things very quickly. Tens and Saucy and the prolific career that they had. I mean, you think about really from the beginning of Valorant up until now, both of them blessed us with some of the most ridiculous, most memorable moments that Valorant has ever had. And so honestly, for as much as it's obviously awesome for them to be able to retire, I genuinely do feel like as a community, there's a large amount of gratitude that is owed to those 2 players because of the legacy that they left behind. Those are guys who paved the way, not just in the last couple of years, but for many years to come, for players like Zekin, right? For players like Mana, for like all the future has a handshake that they owe both of those guys.
I mean, also, that of course begs the question, if you're looking at the 2 new edition, who's gonna pick up the role of the Sentinel player here? Or rather, Initiator, not Sentinel.
That's a tough one. I mean, we might see some role swaps. I don't want to get too into it. You know, we might know something that, you know, the fans
You're
don't
already
know
privy
yet.
to such... Okay,
I want it to be a surprise for
already.
everybody. That way we can come back and we're fully shocked.
Yeah, I will say this, though. For as much as roles are something that have to be figured out, when I think about this Sentinels, the Sentinels of the future, my eyes go towards the youngsters who can no longer sit under the tutelage of the old guys, under the tutelage of Tens and Sassy. And this is where guys like John and guys like Zekin have to grow up. And they are now the face of Sentinels. They are the guys who are going to carry the torch moving forward. Because, I mean, Tens and Sassy aren't there anymore.
Can't believe you just called Tens an old guy, bro. I got to call you out, man. That's some messed up stuff.
I mean, he is. Isn't he?
In esports years?
Yeah, he
He's
is.
an old guy. Come on, give
You
me a
just
break.
called a literal child, in my eyes, old to a 36-year-old woman.
How old is
Doug.
Tens?
Well, he's not 36. So.
He's retired, so there's age there.
He's
You can't-
retired, so
you
he's
can't be-
old.
Yeah,
No, he
he has
just-
to be. I don't know.
It's not a
I'm
retirement.
just playing,
though.
bro. Sorry to put you on the spot like that, bro.
It's a career swap. It's not a retirement. He's still around. He's actually in the building right now.
Yeah,
all right,
he's
you've probably
20
seen
feet
him
from
walking around.
guys might have
like,
to throw
there's
hands.
Tons of content. Like Ten's not out of the world. He's not retired into a home just yet. Now we have to talk about the other side here, of course, too, about the opposition, because this is a squad that they've been playing with each other. So there will be a lot of synergy. They didn't have to make those big changes that we see now from Sentinels. And quite frankly, their road here to make it to this qualifier has been pretty darn clean. They only dropped 1 map in that single elimination bracket against TSM in the first round. After that, it was just clean showing from them.
And that was a really tough match for them as well. They had to grind through that to get the win. Like, TSM did not slouch at all to try to qualify for the event like they did. But after that, after getting through TSM, it was easy breezy, like you said. And yeah, they look good. These are a lot of players that have been around the scene for a very long time in Tier 2, even when partnerships wasn't around, these players were playing at a very high level. And to see B-Dog step into the roster, he is a force to be reckoned with on any role. We've seen him play smokes, seen him play duelist. I think he can do it all. I've even like trialed with him on certain teams where he's played Senti, and he's been phenomenal. So he's a really good player to look out for.
Yeah, B-Dog's been the truth for a long time. You were talking about how a lot of these players have been around the Tier 2 scene for a long time and how good they've been and how they've competed at a high level. I go towards Jake. Hey, Jake did compete against the best of the best, and obviously his run with Cloud9 was cut a bit short, but he was very impressive a number of times.
Cloud9 players and this tournament, am I right?
Yeah, they're everywhere, bro.
I think almost like half the players are from some version of Cloud9.
Jack is winning. No matter what ends, but no matter how this ends here, Jack is winning.
I love that for him. Shout out to you. You've done it right. You just like put your eggs in every basket and you come out on top. I don't know how the analogy works there with the eggs, but I do know that we can talk about the maps that we get to see here, as our map pick should be ready momentarily. I'm very interested to see where these teams are taking us for this one. Okay, Sunset and Lotus and Icebox. Any initial thoughts when you see this?
The first 2 maps are so comfortable for the likes of Sentinels. I mean, they've dominated on Sunset, they've dominated on Lotus, and Icebox is just Icebox. You just never know with that map. I mean, honestly, anybody can really take that one away. It's such a unique map.
I would not be happy if I were YFP, though, heading to Icebox. We've seen very little of them. They played it twice this entire year, so, and it's a 50% win rate they have currently on it. So they probably want to keep it at a 2-0 here.
It's one of those tough maps. But 2-0ing this roster of Sen, I feel like that's such a tough ask.
I mean, in front of effectively a home crowd. There's more red and black out there than I think anybody expected to see. And yeah, they might be a little bit quiet now, but they're going to be going nuts when the series goes on. I think that when we think about Sentinels 2 and the fact that they're playing with 2 stand-ins and, you know, what the future of Sentinels may look like, all of that aside, they're not approaching this like it's some throwaway tournament. I was talking to Kaplan earlier. Their intent coming into this is to win this tournament. There are no questions about it. They aren't even really concerned about who looks good in what role or things like that. They're fully focused in and approaching this as if it were a VCT playoff or something like that. And so when you've got Sentinels in that form coming into a tournament like this, That's tough, man. That's tough for anybody to beat.
Yeah, I mean, they should take it serious. This is the road to Berlin, right? They want to hit that home ground final in Berlin. But first, they still have 2 more teams to beat to do just that. For now, we're heading to a very quick break. And when we come back, we should be all ready and set up for all the action.
answering a question that I've been wondering for a while. Can I play in a Radiant lobby? Do I have the skill?
I've never seen you play, so I doubt it.
What do you think my rank is? Just look at me.
I'll say plat.
What the f? We're gonna boot into a game on an almost Radiant account, and we're gonna swap every single round. To make it a little more interesting, we have a bingo board, and we're hoping to complete one set of bingo.
All right, I'm first. Wait, this challenge is looking hard. Did you even try?
Everyone's blinded. The deadlock doesn't push with me.
I got us, relax, relax. No, please!
Dude, you actually fed. All right, saw me.
Not bad.
Did we hit anything on bingo?
No, we did. Lose 2 rounds in a row. It might be a mid.
I gotta dip and play mid. Check my movement.
Okay. You have a nade? Oh! Wait.
Yo! Put it down! Mark that sh. Oh! Nice clutch. Win around. Bang. Look at that.
I mean, technically, hopefully we do good enough. Our teammates ask for our ranks.
Wait a second. Yo, I got a kill. Yo, this Radiant ain't nothing.
All right. Is there anything we can go for, technically? Or no?
Pick up an enemy weapon, yeah.
Okay.
Or just get an ace, bro.
My deluxe is mid fighting.
Ooh.
All right, here you go.
Okay, all right.
We got anything crazy?
Okay. I mean, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there.
Oh my god. Your movement was looking like a jellyfish for a second, but our team won.
Pick up a weapon.
That's one. I was gonna ult,
Dude, don't use my ult.
Get your guarantee kill.
That was good, that was good, that was good. Okay. I mean, you're doing what I'm doing out there. Jack.
2 mid, raise your room. You can ult.
No, I can't go through
right
the
now.
fucking
Go
wall.
through
I
mid.
can't go through the wall.
You can go over.
No, you can't.
Trust, go. They broke it anyways. You not clearing corners?
Let me be me!
You lost a round again.
Is that an award, though?
Maybe terrible team rotation from you. Alright, is there anything we can knock down? Anything I have to go for?
Yeah, get aim punched. All right, this round, too much with the talking.
All
okay,
right, I'll let you play your game.
Let me play my game.
No words, no words.
Check this out.
You know what they say about this guy?
I play right here. What do they say?
No skill.
There's a lot of skill to positioning.
Let's see.
No!
So give me your thought process there. What happened? You just whiff?
I didn't whiff. Here's the thing. I'm playing excellent.
I don't think so. I think with you alone, we could knock off terrible team rotation.
I didn't even rotate.
Exactly.
Oh, stupid.
Okay,
that was
okay.
stupid swing. Get a 3K,
Okay.
win the round without walking. That's a 2 for
Win
one.
around without walking.
And get a
Oh,
3K.
Okay. Hopefully we win this round.
You have to win the round, by the way. Oh, what a throw.
Wait.
This deadlock's actually feeding. Oh!
It's okay.
This game's going bad.
We can definitely get clutch around, plant spike, fake a plant, next round, next half. Damn, I'm smart. Yeah, I'm telling you, the higher ranks doesn't get any better.
All right, Zeppa, get a 3K.
Alright, nobody B? Alright, I haven't stopped running yet. I don't think. I did.
You don't
I
have to
typed.
stop running. You just don't. You can't walk.
Walk, okay.
Woo! Okay. What do we go for?
We have fake a plant, we're gonna go straight across.
You're not carrying your own weight.
Okay.
Can I say that?
Well, you're changing everything. You're
Bro,
changing my
9.
settings.
I'm not gonna change it. 9 rounds,
All right.
5 kills. Yikes, bro.
Grab the spike.
Was there even a trip there?
I don't know. You tell me. Did you hear anything break?
Dude, what do you mean?
I should have played pistol. Oh my.
I broke the trip.
Was there a trip there?
I don't know.
Okay, look.
It's looking bad.
We lost, okay?
We did lose, but
Win.
you need to get bingo.
Okay.
We can do over rotate.
I can fake a plant and win attack without planning. Okay?
Dude, okay, that's
That's
what we
2.
gotta
That's knocking 2 down. Okay,
That's
I need
what we
the ball.
gotta
Need the
do.
ball. Need the ball. What is the sense? I can't even turn the corner.
Dude,
I can't even turn the
it
corner.
is crazy that your job is to play this game and you're flaming me.
Did you not
This
see?
mouse-
I tried turning the corner. It didn't even turn.
You know what I might have learned is we're both not radiant.
Do you think you can technically hang in this kind of level?
Can I say it? If my team was better.
Do you honestly think?
I'm gonna play for me this round. I'm gonna get a couple kills.
Oh, we played for kills or for the challenges?
I'm playing for kills right here. 3 kills is one of the challenges.
Okay.
Whoa!
Two more kills. You did it yourself.
I'm gonna play for me this round if my team was better.
I think.
Dude, admit that was kind of nasty. This is our last round.
This is our last round.
Fake a plant, win attack without planning. So just frag out.
Okay.
There's a whole mid now.
Please lose. Guys.
Fake plant.
That's one.
And don't plant the bomb.
Wait, this is bad. We have 40 seconds.
You can't
Is
plant.
it worth? Okay.
I mean, just wait.
Yeah. Where did he come from? I got jump scared. We won. Okay, that counts.
Wait.
Wait, did we do it?
That's bingo. That's bingo right there. Come on, man. That's bingo.
We count. When was the whole team over rotate?
What do you mean? Every round.
Okay, I agree. Oh, we actually got bingo. That's crazy.
I'm getting targeted.
All right, at the end of the day, we hit bingo.
How did I play, and what rank do you think I actually am?
3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds, you died instantly. By the way you're moving, I'd say easily bronze.
Well, that's relatable content. Welcome back, one and all. We're just moments away from our second match of the day, so we are joined by Baby Bay and Duck to break it all down for you. We got a good one coming our way. It's so good that we lost focus.
Focus up, so we focus up.
That's right. Here are our teams. They're taking to the stage. YFP walking in first. They're playing not just against a full team on that stage, but also until the entirety of the Zen Nation in the crowd. It's gonna be tough.
And how much LAN experience do these players on YFP have? I don't even know. I know Penny has been to international. I know that as a fact with V1 and
Jake
et cetera.
as well.
Jake as well, yeah. But the other members, how are they going to play on the stage for maybe their first time?
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about that. And, you know, I remember the desk talking about this at the very beginning of the event as Sentinels take the stage very quickly. YFP have been playing together. They have been scrimming together. They went through that open bracket. They're just going to have to face that behemoth that is the red and black, and good luck with that.
4th place at Champs, come on.
4th place at Champs, 1st place in Madrid, and yes, the roster's different, but a lot of the bones are still there. You still have John, you still have Cap, you still have Zach, and Zelsis, obviously. There's a lot there that they can build off of.
Yeah, on the other side of the coin there, you can also say that the pressure is off for them, though, because Sentinel is the team who has to win it. Sentinel is the team that has the crowd right there in this room, being loud and proud. So all pressure up for YFP. I mean, they...
Yeah, they can really come out swinging here. And honestly, some of the scariest teams to play in Valorant are teams that do not give a...
Give a what?
Fudge.
It's scary when you have nothing to lose.
You're just gonna breeze past that?
That was a lame attempt.
when you're a team that has nothing to lose, that's a scary situation to be in when you're playing against those teams, and it's an underdog team and nobody really thinks they have a shot at this, and you know, all of these things that starts to stack up, and all of a sudden you've got proverbial locker room material to talk through to gas the team up and go, hey, nobody thinks we're gonna win this. Well, it's funny.
We might not think we're gonna win this, so let's win this.
Yeah, low key.
I love those situations, though. I think that makes for very entertaining gameplay usually, because they're just gonna throw. What's the saying? The kitchen sink.
The kitchen sink.
No, they're throwing things and
forks and knives and spoons.
Yeah, all the
hopefully not. No.
All the cutlery towards Sentinels. Okay. Hello, I see you. Yeah, that's right. That's the good stuff.
He can sell.
Okay.
He can sell the bundle.
Buy the Red Bull bundle.
Yeah, he can sell the bundle. He can sell a Red Bull.
Jack in the Box Red Bull bundle,
yeah,
baby.
Actually, speaking of which, you get yours as well. All you have to do is, of course, head on over to the Jack in the Box website. That's where you can get your Red Bull gaming box. It's filled with good treats, and also you can participate in a raffle for a custom PC, which is actually insanely stacked. It's a cool giveaway, so make sure to do that. It's a PC designed by Starforge and powered by AMD. So big stuff on the line, not just for the players, but also for you at home.
I want one. I need some upgrades, brother.
Those Starforge PCs are always super nice, too. I mean, if you've seen them, and you know, you'll see clips about them and whatever, and I'm like, yeah, yeah.
Right, we're still, of course, setting things up. We want the conditions to be perfect.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to be moisturized in their lane, set up and ready to go.
Thriving.
Thriving.
Moisturized. Nice.
Thank you.
But yes, somebody that was on the screen that I actually did want to talk about is Redux, because I don't know what role he's going to really fill in on this team. Is he going to take over the duelist role and Zekken's going to, you know, do some supporting? I doubt it, but I'm just saying they could do that. That's the thing. Redux is insane on that duelist role. Zekken is also insane, but Zekken has also played initiator in the past.
Yeah, they could. I'm going to say something like really large and definitive.
Oh, yeah?
So I'm going to set myself up
I
for
love
this
that.
later in case it doesn't
This is
work
going
out.
to age really well. I already know
this
it.
couldn't possibly go wrong. Could you imagine a world in which you have Zekken on your roster and he's not playing duelist for you?
Yeah, Exet. Exet.
Rest in peace, bro.
He would, dude, people don't realize how good Zekken actually was on Sova. He was out of this world, bro.
He was nuts, but I
don't think he's going to be on Initiator here.
That's the case.
I don't think that is the case at all. I was
Crazy, you're backing down real hard on this.
I was baiting. Like I said, I already know what's going to happen. So
Well, like, you're throwing ideas out there, and one of them will happen, and then
you
you can still claim that you mentioned it.
No, I'm not one of those, but I could be.
I think you should be.
1,000% one of those. What is that?
I knew they were going to do that. I knew it. Yo, by the way, Zelsis is already yapping.
Yeah, I was
This
about
is
to
something
say,
that's
like,
cool
is he
about this
already, like,
stage.
what is this?
Yeah. It's something that's cool about this stage is they're pretty close together.
They
I'm
are
pretty
close.
sure if they get up and start yelling, they'll probably hear
Oh,
each other, yeah.
1,000%. I mean, you're right. It's nothing like master stages, international stages, or even VCT stages at home where you can get up and you can jaw off a little bit, but you can't really hear what the person is saying across the stage. But here, I mean,
I think it was tactical to have Zelsis all the way on the end right there on purpose, to be closer to the enemy team. So when he stands up, he looks very big and intimidating.
It's a whole different layer to the strats.
Oh, he's
going on here.
got some layers.
You're thinking this through.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I would definitely do that. That was me in
Actually,
in a different game.
that's so real, though.
That was me in Overwatch.
We're over in a different game. That was exactly where it was.
League of
Hey,
our
there's
own.
something to be said about just exuding that confidence, getting into people's head. And if you have people like that on your team, like, they're living rent-free in there.
Yeah,
So,
especially with a team that
not that
doesn't have-
Sentinels need that additional tactic. I think they're doing just fine without it.
We're
But for
definitely going to see
entertainment
him.
value.
We're definitely going to see him standing up, yapping for sure. And I can't wait to see it, honestly. What are you most excited about this match, Doug?
I honestly, I'm not just saying this because he's on the screen.
But
I thought very highly of Jake.
Yeah.
He was on Cloud9. I thought very highly of Jake before Cloud9. I got to know him as a guy. He's an incredible dude as well. And so getting to see him with a different roster in a chance to, punch up with the big dogs again, right? And to show that he's not washed. Yeah, things didn't work out on Cloud9. He can still compete. Like, he's still just as good.
wait, who said he's washed?
He's definitely not washed.
No.
Who
but
even
he-
said that?
but
You just threw that out into the world.
No. The point I was trying to make
The
was
people.
he was playing tier 1. He's not anymore.
Yeah.
And now he has an opportunity to show he can still frag, he can still hang, he's still just as good as he was before. And those are opportunities that as a pro player, I mean, you know this, you don't always get opportunities like this.
Yeah, they're hard to come across, for sure.
And when you come by them, players will either thrive in those moments or they'll crumble. This, for Jake, is bigger than just this tournament. This is an opportunity to show he can still hang, right? He still belongs, and that matters a lot.
Maybe get back in the league.
Yeah, that's the great thing about these off-season tournaments, right?
Yeah.
It gives players like that a platform to really put themselves on the radar for all the other teams to see.
Well, I mean, B-Dog is another one that we can have a very similar conversation about. How long have we been talking about B-Dog? B-Dog is the truth. B-Dog is the future. B-Dog is next. And all of those things I think are true, but the truth is he hasn't eclipsed that. And again, now he's got an opportunity against a hostile environment to go up against Sentinels and show that he belongs in that part of the conversation. And you're right, Zoe, this is the beautiful thing about these off-season events.
And it's pretty cool because B-Dog, before partnerships were a thing, was being looked at by Sentinels as well as a potential option, which is, I mean, it's a story
Poetic.
right there. Yeah,
It's
it's poetic. So yeah, he does have a big opportunity here to show what he's got, and he looked pretty good on Dark Zero all year long as well.
You don't often get opportunities like this for tier 2 players to step into the ring with some of the best. Again, first place in Madrid, 4th place at Champs. These guys are not slouches. They're not just the Sentinels brand. Like, these guys can shoot with the best of them. So an opportunity to kind of test your mettle a little bit to show what you're worth.
And it's really cool that we get to see Curry on stage again because he did sub in for Cloud9. Of course, he subbed in for Cloud9.
Cloud9 mentioned.
Yeah, in the off season not last year, in the last off season, right?
Yeah.
And he played very well internationally. I think he was in Tokyo, got second. They lost to Fnatic in a BO5. It went to 5 maps, I believe. So Curry, I mean, it's not like he's no slouch either. He's ready. Yeah, he's been streaming. He's a sub, quote unquote, but he's ready to play as well.
Oh, look at that. They look ready. All right, they look locked in. They're having a giggle. He not so much, but that's okay. Oh, I did see a smirk. So yeah, we're still getting ready and set up, of course. Waiting for some audio issues, I believe, to be fixed. But you know, they can kick back. It gives them a little bit more time to chill in those very comfortable blacklight gaming chairs.
Oh, nice. Nice. I wish I was sitting in a blacklight gaming chair right now.
Same.
I know, this sofa chair isn't doing it for me either.
I want to go back to Sunset, and I want to go back to the roles that we were talking about. Because again, this conversation's around who's going to be playing Duelist. You're going to a map where Neon thrives, right? Neon is very comfortable on Sunset. You've got a lot of utility that can set the Neon up, and you've got Zek in a position where that's really where you want him to be. You want him to be in a spot where his team is setting him up, activating him to be able to play aggressively, not like what we saw the last time we saw Sunset, just a couple of minutes ago, an hour ago. But this is a really good opportunity for, again, Zekin to step into this role where he is now the star. He is now the guy. He is now the face. And this is a great first opportunity to be able to do that against, again, a team that has been playing together for a while, a team that is very competitive, that for all intents and purposes, strolled their way through the open quals. This is a really great opportunity, honestly, for both of these teams.
I mean, we're talking about all those opportunities and lovely storylines and what it means, but if we're looking at those two teams and all the players, pound for pound, how do they stack up?
Sen on top, brother.
Yeah, I think when you look at it pound for pound like that, it's hard to lean towards YFP, and I think it's for a number of reasons. You've got international experience. You've got a lot of chemistry between the players that are still on Sentinels. You still have Kaplan at the helm. He's one of the greatest coaches in Valorant, and he's been around for a long time. He's shown success on Ghost. He's shown success on Sentinels through thick and thin. And again, it's in front of a home crowd. It's really hard to lean towards YFP here.
I would say pound for pound, when I look at this roster and I compare it to Sentinels, the player that probably sticks out the most, that can actually hang, has been somebody that has already hanged before, and that's got to be Jake. It has to be him. He has to be the one that's stepping up big for his team, especially early on, to get the rest of the guys flowing and comfortable on the stage. Because he's already had the experience. He played a whole season with Cloud9. Yeah. He looked great. He honestly surprised me with how good he was. Because keep in mind, this guy's name was Big Bean back when I was playing.
He still is. He's still the Big Bean.
He still is the Big Bean?
He's the Big Bean
right.
still. I think another guy that we talked about a little bit, but when you talk about firepower, he was known for it when we saw him in Tier 1. Penny.
Yeah.
When he played with V1, the guy showed that he could frag. That he could compete with just as good as anyone else, and he's kind of hit a lull, and we haven't really seen him or talked about him as much, but I think Penny's big here.
Speaking of big things, though, Celsius profile picture there.
Yeah, what is he?
Yeah, ship it. I don't know. What does it mean?
Celsius has this uncanny ability to just like rizz up the entire crowd with just like a look. I don't know how he does it. I think it's the biceps.
The biceps.
That
must be.
It must be it.
It has to be. There's no other explanation.
It could be more than that. I mean, I've seen him throw some things back on Boaster. It could be that.
I don't think I know what's happening anymore.
It could be the wagon. but he's definitely a complete unit in and out of game. That is for sure. And
built different, man.
Yeah,
built
he's
different.
definitely
Some people
built
just
different.
do be like that, as the young kids say.
I mean, we used to have Raucus back in our prime time.
Yeah.
Now we got Celsius.
Someone had a wagon. If there was a bingo card for this desk, my guess is talking about people's wagons was not on it. But if you could pencil one in.
I would have had that on my bingo card. Smack dab in the middle. That's a freebie. That's a given.
Goodness.
That's a given. I'm really excited for this match, though. Obviously, if we're looking at the opening map here, Sentinel's gonna be so happy and confident with this one. It's their map. It's the map they have the highest win rate on as well, like almost 80%. Like they're not sweating it here. Do you feel like this is one of those things where YFP, they have to throw something out of pocket? Like, does it need to be something weird? Do they have to make it chaotic to take the victory?
That's a great point. When you are the underdog, you might as well do something new, try to catch your opponent off guard, because if you're just gonna go match for match, same composition, it's really hard to beat the originators of it all. And I really do, when I look at Sentinels, I feel like they really did pave the way for maps like Sunset, maps like Split, especially early on in this last VCT season that we had. They were staples on it. Everybody looked up to them. But look at this. This is a brand new composition from Sen.
I love the Neon setup. I'm surprised that there isn't a little bit more. We often see it again with a breach, kind of paving the way for Neon to go. Don't really have that here. I think that puts a little bit more on Zek's shoulders.
Yes, but guys, John QT is on Sova. Curry is on Cypher. And we have Redux on the smokes. These are the changes that are foreshadowing how this Sentinels roster is trying to come together for this next year. These might be the roles that we see being filled up. A smokes player, a Sentinel player. And if John is looking very good and comfortable on this initiator role, this might be something that he mains. And you know what? Sometimes on the initiator role, it could be easier to IGL. Because you are a part of the pack, you're part of all the action, you're seeing all the info.
Well, and depending on what initiator you're playing, you're also the go button. Like, you're the one who decides, all right, I'm dumping the dart, we're going, right? Instead of necessarily leaning on someone else to do that. So, yeah, I do think there's a lot to be said about that.
There is indeed. It's going to be an exciting new look at this Sen roster. Let's see if they can prevail or if the underdog is making a case for themselves. So now we're sending it over to the Cool Kids table with Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much, Zoe. Very famously true. Seattle, I have one word for you. Sentinels.
And what a strong word that is. I'm so excited to see this game, especially starting off on Sunset, with Sentinels going for a new comp here, because they were the ones that really paved the way of the Sunset meta at the start of the year, playing the Breach and KO primarily. But this is a very different direction for them that I'm imagining they'd put some work into.
Yeah, for quite a while, they were the best team on this map, and they're going up against a squad who is pretty unknown in YFP. One of the few rosters coming in here that has had a set core, that has had time to practice together, and a chance to make a big upset happen here in this match.
And they were the team to actually fight their way and qualify into this one. So I think underdog is fair, but definitely a strong contender in today's match. But no slouches on the other side of the stage. I'm really excited to see John QT in the new role as well here. We've got a pistol right out of the gate, and Sentinels looking, or YFP rather, looking to get in a mid early.
Sen, with the composition change, do have players set up to clear some space back into mid here. But that Sova dart and the knife from the KO as well to retake that space.
Sentinels had the option to actually looking to fight him in. They go for that flash. Paranoia too ends up hitting. Curry is on a warpath. He's not slowing down. That's the first one for him. A couple more to follow, but YFP hold their own 2 for 2.
Still, outside of A, Redux has walked up, taking a lot of space, and Penny was not ready. That's an advantage gained towards Sen, and they are ready on this B site as well. Zelsis forward on the line, finds a dink. Both players damaged on the other side. Connection onto one, and the swing in. It's a clutch for Zelsis to tie up the pistol round in favor of Sen. His teammates were alive, but he was the guy doing it all.
And that was just excellent macro from Sentinels, right? They go for that fight into mid, and after the dust settles, they're creeping up in both A main and B main. Those forward players end up getting the kill. Of course, wouldn't be possible without Redux, I think, forcing them over into Zelsis' crosshair, which isn't a good look for most people, and certainly a good one for Zelsis.
I think it is cool to see on that pistol that despite this composition change, they still have similar ideas. They kind of became known for their retakes, their set reclear ideas when they were playing that Breach Sova comp that YFP themselves are now picking up, and still doing that here with this new idea.
Seeing Redux get that Paranoia involved after the forward posting on A2 is looking very nice. This time around, though, Sentinels playing more strongly for the mains, but after seeing the stack of YFP, using the shock darts to clear away into A, they do take a step back and double up back towards elbow. YFP are now going to move into mid, hoping there won't be that same fight into them this time around.
Cypher camera was still posted up here. So Curry will know that this is at least smoked off, and they'll send the drone to reply.
It's a massive buy this round from Sentinels too, going down to just about nothing on most players.
Drone's just missing on the players mid there.
Good little flash peek there, see if there was anything going on, but John's on way too passive an angle. Now a B split on the cards, but this judge is gonna go crazy.
Redux, first one, all but free. Second player ready to come through that smoke, and the judge won't find it. The ghost good enough. Lovely from Redux to clean this anti-eco up with a flawless.
What do you prefer, the 1800 gun or the 500 pistol?
500 is pretty good.
Yeah, I take the pistol personally. Sentinels coming very clean out of that round as well. Again, the buy was pretty strong there, so they're not going to have rifles really going into this one, I don't believe, but still some fighting chances if they can get that judge into a nice position. You can actually see that Redux picks up the Marshal, traded over to him. Zekin now with the judge.
And Zelsis won off that null command, getting these ults online early for Sentinels.
That could be big in a post plant. Looks like Thief throws a forward cam into A main, spots out one player before being broken down, and now YFP heating up into the area. But all we're trying to do is bait for Zekin to stay tucked in that corner with the judge.
KO Knife just cleared out all of B main, so Sen very suspicious of something towards this A site.
Here comes the paranoia too.
Zekin escapes though. Good slide from him. He wants to re-engage.
He's back in there.
They just cleared this with a nade.
Oh, they're running. They don't want any piece of that. They don't know it's the judge necessarily. They saw the Omen who had it last round and wasn't shooting at them with it, so.
Drone shouldn't see anything here in A main. So now Sen suspicious of something going on in mid. And YFP have grouped in that area is actually off of Thief's walk-up. They could go back into A.
This could be bad. We're winding down the clock. 40 seconds. Zelsis has the null command. Zekin is sending it. Okay, 1-for-1's good enough.
He got the info too. Player spotted. Sen knows that this one will end towards A. 30 seconds. Redux swings in. Lovely shot onto the first. Penny will manage to trade out, but John is still on this site, tucked in towards Slant. He has to end this round, and Jake has shut him down with 3 kills.
Jake showing up in a big way right there. That round was slipping away. The null command had come in, but Jake is there for it.
A lot of Sen fans here, but still a chant for YFP. How many here are supporting YFP? And now let's hear from Sen City.
See, I saw one guy in a Sentinels jersey stand up twice, and that is a flag on the play.
Love of the game.
Here for Valorant. We love to see that too. Now heading into this round, pretty deep setup from Sentinels. 2 players actually stacking on the B site, but deep trips as well. Sentinels are going to try to hold on here very strongly. And there could be a fast rotate in from Zekin as well. They're going to have 3 players ready to fight. YFP, wise, I think, to start slipping on out of B main.
They don't have much control across the rest of this map, just that cam in mid.
But just last round, they showed walking out of A main and then going right back into it. Trying to mix it up this time around and actually go for a real rotate around. Sentinels, sticky feet for the most part, still have 2 players over towards the A sites, not getting baited out by this at all.
Right here. Revealing area. Right here.
YFP will clear into elbow, spots out 1 player in Redux. Paranoid on the push back in, and Sentinels have the space yet again.
A couple times now, Redux has gone for that paranoia pretty deep into the round. 50 seconds, stalling out those A hits. It's effective now, and YFP are forced to accelerate over back into B, where there's 3 players waiting for them.
And the Cypher still set up on this site. 30 seconds. YFP have to commit to a decision. This fight could be everything. Penny gets it. The Vandal, they're better than Redux.
Wait though for John QT. There's kill up in mid from Thief. John is the one to save the round for Sen. If they can work it back in, the first one's there. Zelsis with another, and he can't quite find the second. The site now belongs to YFP, but Curry and crew are still on the hunt.
Curry stunned up. A pause in the action as Thief still plays forward here. Now a teammate to support, but swing in for Curry. 1-for-1. So Zelsis, a clutch demanded of him, and he's just not clearing this angle. Jumps straight into his death as YFP even the score.
That's a big opener here from Penny. If Penny falls, this round is cooked. They had no options. They couldn't exec into the B site. Penny was way in front of the rest of his team over towards A. Everyone kind of wandering around out in mid, but YFP's duelist, when they need to show up, is exactly there for them. Big kill for Penny.
Half-hour armor will allow Sentinels to still have some guns for this round.
They're going for a refight. Paranoia in on the side, but now YFP a bit conditioned for it. Sentinels really extending for that one. And see how quick YFP are to seize control over mid, maybe.
Yeah, every round now they've pulled out that Paranoia and had good reactions off of it. For it broken, and that's market secured for YFP. Sen have to play back a little bit here, lean into the retake towards B.
They're choosing for retake and for market control. They want to regain control of that area. Already in the smoke now with flashes ready to go, and they're getting them. First one for Penny, but Zelsis now has market and they can pinch back into the site.
So market secured. And a stun into the back site second
Whoa,
on the
moving.
slide. He's gonna go again on this one, but the spam is better out of Physic, and YFP maintained advantage in the post plant. Now the new kid, along with Zelsis, trying to hold on to this round, but YFP not really giving anything away here. Walk in, and the hold just too good from YFP, now taking the lead of this map.
Very nicely done. Resetting after losing market control, holding their ground and focusing on Bob. A lot of teams will just play off site into B main. But instead they choose to play forward, get those kills all the way up into it. Flip the map just a little bit.
So a timeout called here for Sentinels after losing 3 on the trot. Sen recently announced that they're sticking to Kaplan, extending his contract quite a bit further as the leader of this team. For you fans from Seattle, Kaplan is too.
Oh, Kaplan, my Kaplan.
Came to this city the first time 3 years ago. He's the guy who sent me all the recommendations, so you saw the tweets from him. He's excited to be back to get to play a LAN in front of a crowd here in Seattle. And he'll have a chat with the team now.
I've already had some good coffee. Had a crazy bagel the other day, big fan.
Yeah?
I'm liking it. I'm liking it here so far. It's a shame it's only one day.
Yeah.
Wish I could stick around a little bit longer.
So Sen try and make an adjustment here. Thus far, I think their setup has been figured out. Every round, YFP is baiting out this reclear into main and finding the right site in these late rounds. Some honestly really nice post-line setups to win. Sen is, I think, yet to get a retake across the line.
Yeah, I think apart from the pistol, Sentinels have played pretty heavily for a lobby control. Even though the last couple of rounds they've had players on the B site, they're fighting forward in a lobby. So I would not be surprised to see either this round or the next that to shift a little bit, whether that's a return to refighting into mid in the mid rounds or more aggressive setup over towards B. I think once they get rifles in hands, that playstyle will change just a bit.
Same Paranoia, this time it's a little silly. Second, he's got a Bucky. And he slides Physics straight out of this round. That's 2 up for Sen.
That's great. Or they could just do that A-main fight again with no guns and it'll just work this time.
Yeah, a little bit better, and I think Second just robbed him blind there. Jumps away with a Vandal.
They're still hunting. They want to get that second gun. Oh, and they also see the spike, of course.
Yep.
The thing is, if Penny gets a kill, even if it's a spam through smoke, he's got a satchel and he'd have ultimate. And this round could quickly slip away if those rifles fall out of Sentinel's hands. And meanwhile, in mid, Thief pushed all the way up. Could have a chance to backstab.
Curry cautious of this, but can he hold the right line? Here comes the fight in for YFP. Stun up. Zelsis damaged, but the counter utility good enough to keep them at bay. Now, Penny active. That's 3 sprayed down. And Thief on this lurk is into the site. Finds one, snaps for the second. And YFP really navigate their way out of a jam there.
That's just crazy. I mean, Penny finding the meltdown there. 3 kills out of the 4 stacked in front of him. Again, not much of a buy, but that's a round where Sentinel's like, you have it. After this, Spike stuck out in the open. The result not even necessary. It's that flash right there. Actually, even, it looks like Sentinel's players turned to the flash. Not that it even mattered. Just stopped the crosshair placement for a moment, but yeah, that was nice at the end there from Thief as well.
4 rounds uncontested from YFP. But Sentinel will have 4 of their ultimates online here. I think the null command, the most important of that one. Big tool for a retake later in this round.
Sentinel saw 2 in A main with that knife. Still playing forward on A. But I think they should be mindful that a few times now YFP have tried to fish up into top mid for a kill or for a flank, something like this. They have those 2 bodies on that side of the map early, but some cheating from Zelsis over towards that A side of the map if a refight's going to come down. But I think they just heard the audio of that Cypher trip being placed down, and instantly they're rotating out of the A site. As soon as you hear that, a good tell that it's going to be a B hit coming in.
But they're gonna stay set up for retake here. I think just trusting in that null command to get back in and not wanting to mess with that raise rocket as Penny will take site uncontested and will not find a target for his rocket.
Again, YFP playing very far forward. Paranoia into spawn, they're going for it. Pushed back by the wall, Jake running back into B main. They're gonna play the post plant, but there's a lot of time to work with.
Null command, Hunter's Fury. That'll find the kill just far enough away to avoid the radius of that null command. Zekin, though, already forward, gets a kill onto Thief, and now it comes down to the game of spam. Zelsis wins the first one. Reflect denied by Curry. That's thorough by Sentinels, and Redux there to lock it up. A lovely retake to break the streak.
That was really nice. Again, that's the expected play in B main in a post plant. And Sentinels deal with it beautifully. The one-way smoke on the left side of Sign, getting involved there with Redux, even being aware of that reflank coming in with the plant position. That reminds me of how good Sentinels can be on this map.
It's been a banner map from Zelsis thus far, having some big moments for this team in rounds that matter. Really, I think the rock for them when they're making these roster changes, bringing in new players. He's that guy who's going to make people feel welcome on a new stage. And I think keep Sentinels having that same identity they did last year.
Yeah, generational hype man for the team.
Yes. Generational salesman.
Yeah. Oh, yo, I'm telling you, Redux is looking sick out there.
My ult is ready.
Straight up take the duel, win
Yeah.
it out. Lovely from him. There.
We might be seeing a refight into mid here, but actually with the smoke from YFP going down, they're going to drone through that on the Sentinel side, clear that out. Don't see much in mid. YFP have not many great options here unless Visit can get into the B site. He knows there's the trip, and now it's broken. Players are being pulled, but Sentinels already have a big stack into that B site.
But is that where YFP want to finish? They still have a player back towards A main. And they're going to keep this pressure on B. Sen just set up to play retake.
Yeah, they have been loving just flooding out from Boba. Gotten to this position many times on the B retakes. But YFP have called around it nicely. They're back and forth now going into the A site that Sentinels have all but abandoned.
40 seconds. Back towards A. Jake to hold the rotation. Redux. The man's a monster this map. 30 seconds left. His debut with Sentinels, and he is playing like this.
You might see the oxygen tag next to his name. It's just to remind you, this guy's the king of the offseason.
Yeah, won Ludwig Tarek last year. Looking to do the same with the first of this year.
The second most important tournament.
Paranoia, Redux. Could be on for the ace here. That's 4. 1 left. Stun missed. Second. They make a win, and Redux gets the ace.
Welcome to Sentinels! Redux showing up in a big way here on the stage. Wow, the ace early on too. You could just feel it a little bit. The energy coming back for Sentinels. Remember what it's like. Now with new faces, new players on the team, but still showing up in a massive way. I mean, I think he's getting stunned by his own teammate here.
Yep.
Like, he's still getting the kill. Doesn't matter. Just click the head.
Last year when he won that off-season tournament, a duelist then, now slotting into the Omen for Sentinels.
Big pivot this round. Omen and Market for Paranoia. Sentinels, they love to fight forward, and they're going for it. Paranoia, they do slip back. Counter util stalling them out. But Zelsis will get this orb, and then try to clear out of the space. So much util, and YFP are sending it. They're going in, finding these players, but a good smoke out from the Neon stalls it out completely.
But no one ever got into the site. Despite the kitchen sink being thrown in, it's only 1 off the shock.
Off of a shock dart.
Okay.
Thief really wants a corpse.
He's not gonna get one, I fear.
That's tough. Same. Let's take a breather, everyone. That was a lot in about 10 seconds.
But Redux wants more. He's walked through and found a despicable timing.
Man of the hour.
5 players waiting. No utility to watch him. How many can Redux claim?
Oh no.
Discipline on the first note, takes his shot. And now smokes himself off. A camera watching, he'll escape. And ult all the way back home. That ties this round 4 apiece.
The smooth criminal, look at that, gets the kill. Now YFP, they're boxed in with 15 seconds. They've got to go for it. TPing into the corner. It has fallen 2 pieces. Redux and Zekin destroy YFP in this round. They want a little bit more, but there's no time left. Sentinels are going to take the lead.
The timing Redux found is insane. The second player stopped watching the flank, he walks up. And I mean, Sen, I think thus far playing some really good defensive mid-rounds, are constantly in the right spot to flood back in with the Neon and that initiator utility to win these rounds.
They're finding these holes and pushing up on the sides in a really nice way. I think Redux actually would have waited longer, but I think he saw B-Dog charging up the stun, and if he can kill the breach before the stun comes out, there's no sight hit. Otherwise, he's looking at 4 or 5 heads there.
Yeah, that beginning of that round too, credit to the counter utility from Sentinels. That was a rolling thunder. That was everything from YFP. And they completely nullified that hit as YFP now will take their first time out of the match.
And this is coming immediately after Sentinels changed their macro strategy, right? Like, Sentinels have been playing A lobby every round of this app up until the last one, right? And they see Redux reposition into market. That means a B main fight. What it looks like to me is wherever Redux is, he's not necessarily the one taking the first fight, but he is the cue for where Sentinels are wanting to put that forward aggression on their map and really using his paranoias to set up a lot of those fights they're taking.
I think especially a big game for that man on your screen. That's just talking about it. Jake, after missing out on making his way back into Tier 1 in Ascension, now qualifying to this event in the offseason to try and find his way back up.
And they had gone on a bit of a tear. 4 rounds in a row. Now have been downed in the last 3. A half buy coming in for them. But not an impossible one. We saw Penny earlier in the game find some critical openers that saved rounds for YFP, honestly. And he's the one man with a Vandal.
Same paranoia for Redux.
Oh, but it's a bit of a fake, though, because you can see that we're already repositioning Zekin, maybe looking for a mid-refight off of what YFP would usually do, which is after that paranoia comes in, they walk into mid. So Sentinel's in the timeout, I think, coming up with that idea. YFP, though, not biting on it.
So instead, just hit right back into A.
1 HP.
Beef damaged in mid there.
How'd that happen?
I think just getting a dink out of someone. Redux caught fishing a little too far there.
That's the thing. That's a gun out in the open. Smokes make it possible to retrieve the one way a little bit finicky, and actually Zekin has crept up into the corner here. If he falls, this could fall apart. As a matter of fact, it is revealed. He runs into the wall and goes down. Physic has the kill. The sight now open up. Apart from Zelsis hiding back into CT. He gets the one, keeps his team in the game with John returning it. It is all chaos all the time here. B-Dog doesn't have a gun out. 2-on-2 now.
And both players on YFP so low. 44 health across the 2 of them. Tag on to Curry. He's just gonna stick the removal of that dart. Thief on the jiggle. Penny the man of the hour. No one is watching. And Curry, too much to do. The crossfire good enough to break the streak for YFP.
Maybe the first piece of damage that round was going on to Thief, taking him down to 1 HP, and he wins the round on 1 HP as the sole survivor. That is wild. Taking that time to get the trade, because I mean, that's a hard one to go for. It could be very easy for Curry realistically to spin around and hit a shot anywhere.
Yeah. Tough one to win.
But he goes for it instead of playing for time. That's the right call there.
Zekin buying an operator on this round. Big change up for Sen.
He's in B main too, so showing the Vandal there initially, hinting that, hey, that's usually how Curry's played on this side of the map with the Cypher. Surely there's not an op around it.
And also showing a KO flash over towards A, making YFP again think that this is the same Neon reclear setup in that area.
It's always been Neon, KO, and Omen. Still 3 players fighting on that side, but John QT, and showing the dart there too, signals a massive stack on that side of the map. YFP probably thinking maybe Omen Cypher on that side, and they're going to be going straight into Curry, playing back into Boba.
The round gets weird. Chun just runs through a smoke. So now Curry has to do it all. He's damaged, blinded, running away, trying to get help, but Penny denies it.
Meanwhile, in B main, the off is still there. Zekin still has a chance to turn the round in his favor. He knows a player's hiding there, and it's a bad jump throw.
In mid, B-Dog has to hold this down. Damaged out. He'll find one. Does he re-engage or tuck away? To fight in, Penny takes down Zelsus, and now Zekin left alone. He started the round with the
How
off.
is he here?
He's got to end it with his rifle.
How does he have a Phantom now?
He's walked all the way around, and he finds his free kill. Slide ready to go, but Physic has a shot in his head.
YFP sticking in it, blow for blow. What you'd expect from a team that's been together for so long, qualified into this event, fighting on through into it. The addition of B-Dog seeming easy for this team so far. The slight advantage just now. Now change in tempo. It's been so much, that slower play into mid, but not Satchel, and we're going actually over into lane. No kill to be found, and Redux is there. He's there every single time. 4-1, and maybe a little bit more. No, he goes down, but Zelsus is there for the trade.
Stand ready to flood retake here. Zekin on the first. He's just running them down. Second kill found. Physic alone on the lurk. And Zekin isn't going to stop anytime soon. Overdrive in play. The player spotted out, and John QT ends the half 6-6.
This is a fun start. Bit fiery.
Switching sides.
Streaky initially, now back and forth each round. I cannot get over how well Redux is playing, though. This is a crazy game one on Sen.
A really great start for YFP. 6-6 here for the underdogs to try and take down Sentinels. We'll see how Sunset ends when we come back. As close as it could be as we head into the second half of Sunset between Sentinels and YFP.
First look at the new Sen roster on attack here. See what they'll get doing if they can keep this performance for Redux going. I mean, 13 kills in the first 12 rounds is not too shabby.
Pretty sick. John QT was known for how good his lurks were on this map, on that attacking side, back when he was playing the Cypher for this team. Now making a role change for this event, playing on the Initiator instead.
He can just be calm, you know?
Always
be
be
the solo,
flanking?
be the flanker.
Okay.
Do it all. IGL too, why not?
Maybe play with the team a little.
Yeah, you know.
We'll see.
Could do a little bit of everything, truly. But they've got just a few more seconds before getting into this next half here. I think, honestly, pleasantly surprised, again, by what we've seen from YFP. They went on a really good tear. I think a lot of the slower rounds got scary for me watching, but at the same time, they found openings. And a lot of those situations keep them in it. Now on the defense side of things, 3 players into market. They've got options to fight back into mid, very similarly to what Sen did in their pistol.
But Sen going instead towards B. Still potential for a flood retake from YFP. Once I hear this execute coming through, smokes in, Sentinels out on the site. And YFP are moving into this one quickly. Spam is good though, Redux keeps his roll going as it's an opener for Sentinels, and the spike to come down. Next layer of utility coming in for YFP. Shock dart, aftershock, another stall on the plan, another flash for a fight, but it's Sen finding the kills again. Now up by 2, as YFP have themselves locked out of this site. And now just have to hope they can break these crossfires as Penny will eventually find one. It is a lockout for Sen. 40 HP. Physic on the swing. Will get an opener. That's a chance for YFP, and Penny makes it doable. Double swing, though, too good from Sentinels. The teamwork keeps him in it. And now in a 1v2, Zelsis will lock things up for Sentinels' second pistol.
And what does he get it done with? Jumping right click with the Sen Classic. You gotta love that. Honestly, I like the choice from Sentinels. It looked like initially they wanted to play off-site, but then once they got that first kill, they said, we have the numbers advantage. We can actually lock down a couple of these chokes now. It's going to be pretty tough to get back in. So even when they lost players, they still had a couple of tag teams ready to fight forward. That's really what got them back in the advantage once they lost a couple of players.
Yeah, they did such a good job being ready for those flood retakes to come out. No matter how many times they tapped, they were ready to fight. And the team play wins it out here.
Now on the attack-winning pistol, they go for the FPX buy, so just the 3 rifles here. And letting Zekin get a little bit creative, peeking into top mid. Didn't send any flashes to support it, I don't think, and B main is down. That's a problem.
Curious. That's a little better for Sen, though. Zekin gets 1 on the slide. And a second as well.
It's not a problem.
Never stop moving.
No.
Never stop
Just keep going, why not? More people will keep showing up on your screen, and you keep getting kills. It's like in that that video we watched, right? Where Ludwig was helping out Zeppa, and they learned the trick was to just keep running, and you'll win all your rounds, I forget.
I learned that you should buy the judge. That's my learning from that.
It's an important thing to remember.
Good conversion, though, for Sentinels to get an advantage out of that half.
With that buy, it lets them go rifles into this next round. Sentinels can keep this streak going. YFP right now, both agents with line control fighting into A main, the Breach Stun, the Omen Paranoia. But it's hard for them to actually fight that much off of it unless they get Penny involved, rotating on over. That early pressure is enough to make Penny shift, but Sentinels are quickly moving into B.
The Neon is so good at drawing out that utility. Stun, Paranoia both gone, and into B they'll go. Only Cypher to hold here.
Yeah, and you have 20 seconds before Breach Stun's going to be back online. Time to get active and get into the site. It is working, and nobody's home, Mimi.
That is a great KO knife. Cypher trips go down. They'll all be broken. Sentinels have control of backside as well. So YFP have to make a retake happen here. Even numbers. And those recharges coming online soon, but the stall is just good from Sen thus far. Stun in, 1 way up. Physic does take down Zekin, and Redux will fall as well. So YFP in advantage. But here comes Sunset. Spam from main. 2 players ready to do it, and a dart online. There is a danger here yet for YFP. No one yet to even tap that spike. Physic will. So a fight forced out from Curry. Physic off it. Not half thus far. Spam coming in, but Curry damaged, and the stick is being held. YFP clean up on the retake to convert the anti-bonus.
That was very nice. I mean, a drone tag spots the initial player playing very up from Sentinels. And then, even though there was some good counter Utah, I think the pacing of what YFP was throwing out, right? The breach done. Then it's another flash coming in. Sentinels had to move and get out of that corner, and YFP just mowed down a couple of players. That was very nice from them, keeping them invested in it in a pretty much very important round to win. They would have been ecoed had they lost that one. And it's interesting to see YFP now a couple of rounds already on defense with 1-4 stacks. He had 4 players A main immediately at the start of the round. Now have repoed over into top mid, and they're ready to spot Zekin if he creeps through this one.
Paranoia through and off that neon wall. Zekin's gonna go all the way around the world straight into the shot of Physic. On the other side, Sen has made their way towards market and might have a gap. Can he steal this round away? Through he goes. John QT's dead! That spray transfer is disgusting. Paranoia in as well. Zels is still doing work, but it's Thief to win the round with 4.
Yeah, that was gnarly from Thief. I love that. I mean, first of all, his position playing back in Boba, sort of anticipating that split attack into the B site from top mid and market. And then a spray transfer. Ooh.
Goes here.
Nasty. So Sen take a timeout off of losing 2 in a row.
Was that an uh-oh? I'd be saying uh-oh too if I saw this. Oh, Lord.
You really can't doubt the mechanics of these YFP players. I think really proving that against a team that hasn't had a ton of time to practice with the roster they're playing here, the gap between a tier 1 and tier 2 team is not that big.
It's been pretty close. I mean, the first series of the day, the games weren't super close, but we went to 3 maps.
Sure.
And so far, this one is just
What's
about
more
neck and neck.
Cloud9 than getting stomped on map 1 and then dominate
That actually
the
is
rest
so
of the series?
classic Cloud9. It's
That was
funny how
them
you
all
can change
year.
the parts, but it's still the same thing. It's like if you
Ship
change
enthusiasts?
every plank out on a ship, every single piece, is it still the same ship?
I wonder if anyone's ever had a name for that.
I don't know. It's called Cloud9.
So Kaplan will get his chat for the 2nd time with the team.
You know what I would be saying if I was Kaplan? I'd be like, Zelsis, I've not seen you standing up nearly enough today. And that seems to be a big problem in our overall game plan. Could you please get those legs moving?
Maybe that's why you're not Sentinels coach.
I mean, he's got very good posture, but he's just sitting down.
Yeah.
The chair is just too comfy.
He's waiting for the moment.
Maybe this will be it.
It is an eco round for Sen, though.
They're sending it.
They won an eco round in the first half doing just this. It was all about Zekin then. Can he do it again here? No one receiving him on the site. Instead, YFP set up for another retake.
They could stall out the retake too with the null command. If YFP wait too long, they can send this.
Hunter's Fury into the site. That's damage done, no kill
Nice
to
juke.
be found. But waiting here means that Zekin's ult is gonna come offline and soon he'll just be a man with a classic.
Oh, double flanks running into each other. Thief gets the first one, and he chooses to keep going forward.
Zealous is on the site. Stinger could be a bother here for YFP. No, Penny deals with it. 4-2. And with an advantage, they'll just run their way past
that guy
the
go?
sprinting Zekin and win themselves the round.
Nicely done there. Sentinels didn't want to spend too much into that.
I'm really impressed with the discipline from YFP. I feel like even when Sen is trying to get chaotic in these moments, taking some risks, they're doing a really good job of killing the one player, resetting the round, and still playing to their fundamentals.
Yeah, they're really playing to like a numbers advantage most of the time too. You can see they're giving up the A site almost completely after that early util, knowing that it's an anti-eco for them. They're choosing to fight very aggressively around 3 or 4 players a lot of the time, and it means there's not a lot of chances for Sentinels to squeak rounds out that they shouldn't be winning.
And as funny as it is, they are probably the team this tournament with the most practice as a 5. So that coordination could be their strength.
Again, YFP, like, who's on the B side? No one. But that's okay, because they want to play the retake anyways. Penny's got the rocket.
But Sen have the null commands. They'll take their free sight, but the question, as you're mentioning, comes to this retake, and Penny is actually charging on in. No rocket to work with just yet, thanks to the suppression from that null command, and now a bit of trouble in Paradise as it's a flash in from Zels as they are pressing their advantage as he runs down 2, and Sentinels just take over in this round. Only Jake left with no shot in hell.
This is cool to see, because Sentinel, like, not a lot of people consistently look for those Boba fights or actually fighting it out on site. It's so easy, it's very boring, but it's so easy to just play that spam game from main.
Sure.
And every round Sentinels have played, the first look they've gone for is to play forward. After then, sometimes they've fallen back. This time they're fighting super aggressively in. And the util there was beautiful. From the nade on the floor from Zelsis, the stun of Zekin to make sure no one can trade out Penny, who's trying to run away from the nade on the floor. That guy's dead. There's no way he's getting out of that one.
I think it's all about the Z's. Zelsis having some really good utility on that one, and I think Zekin's so willing to take those kind of proactive fights, even seeing how their utility intertwines. Stun one side, nade the other, to stagger the players back with that CC so they can't swing as Zelsis is flashing and isolating the other. It's really well put together from that duo.
No surprise that the guys that have been playing together for quite a while are looking real nice with those combos.
So Sen take back a bit of control in this half.
I mean, if YFP are going to make a shift, maybe fight for the site? Ah, they will. Penny might even actually set up some kind of a trap play with the showstopper. See him playing back on the site early. They want to show maybe the Sova over here, the Cypher as well, and then the Raze can creep in. Dodging away from the dart too. That dart specifically there to make sure no one's playing close. But YFP, they're still getting kills. The rocket is coming into. There's more and more and more for YFP, but Sentinels are not going to be silenced. A couple of kills coming on and in. Thief goes down too, and the site's opened up for Sen.
The showstopper was everything that round, and it's ripped away. Rolling Thunder. Curry sent flying sky high, but B-Dog doesn't push off of it. Paranoia, Flash, they all miss. Curry has a chance, but the jump is better. And now the IGL has a 1v2 and a minute to work with.
And what does he have? A dart, that could be useful. Drone, hard in a 1v2. Couple of shocks and the ultimate. But if he uses anything, he reveals exactly where he's going to be. He's going to get this plant down pretty much no matter what, but then you're very likely going to see him fighting up into spawn against YFP. Down in numbers, very often you need to seize that initiative for yourself.
The Hunter series is strong in a clutch, but he needs to get a kill first.
He leaves it open for all four positions for him to play realistically in the post plant.
The first fight of this clutch will make it or break it for John QT.
Oh, here's one. Here's two.
He knows all. But he doesn't choose to wrap around. Instead, heads straight back towards the site and gets ready on an angle. Swing in, but the spam not coming through. Dart forward, B-Dog holding onto that spike. He needs to shut this down. B-Dog's just sticking it! And John cannot stop him. YFP, the first to double digits.
B-Dog sucked in a little bit there, dodging away from the bullets. That was nice. And literally the reason YFP win that round, the jump peaks right there coming in
twice from Jake.
Yeah, it's so nice. Setting up for his teammate to come in, breaking that crosshair placement, because I'm telling you what, like, Sentinels are winning that round if there's not a jump there. He was absolutely ready for it.
I love the tech too. He's like jumping before he gets around the corner and then crouching, making himself as small as possible, and the coordination just paying off.
Crazy how together Sentinels were swinging forward in that fight in B main too, even with a rocket coming down at them.
Yeah.
Their spacing was perfect.
Almost worked out. Zekin taking space in mid. And Penny holding the angle. Utility in hand, a jiggle from both sides, but the Paranoia misses. He can see everything, and Zekin will die.
That's a nice juke, getting out of range of that one. Sentinels have control of the B site again. YFP in the post plants, a bit hit or miss, but now with the numbers advantage, they're gonna go all out from Boba.
Darting to the back site. A jiggle for Redux will deal some damage, and a reflank on its way. Ult back towards main. The spam has to buy time for this flank, and Zelsis stays alive. That's big. Now he'll reset. Back towards mid as the fight focuses into main. Smoke up. Physic trying to make something off this spam as opponents have to do just the same. Spike tapped again. Damage done onto YFP, and time is just getting so low here.
He's in! He's behind him, Jake! That's two for him! Redux left all alone now, and onto the spike goes YFP. It's another one.
How's he done that?
He goes all the way into the corner, no one's looking at him. It's way too loud for Sentinels to hear a thing.
A robbery again from YFP.
Anyone have any splints?
And they were baiting for centuries. I mean, 5, 6, 7 fake taps on that spike, pulling out as many bullets as possible, hoping someone's going to come through the smoke. And then when they don't, well, Jacob takes some matters into his own hands.
Again, YFP is just so disciplined in those moments. No one's committing on their own. They wait, they make their play, and win out such a crucial round. And this one is the breaking point for Sen. They are putting all their money behind it.
There's a 4-stack here, but if Zelsis pops the ult, YFP are going to be fighting without abilities.
Does he use the null command? Not yet. To suppress Paranoia back in, they're suspicious of a stack and they reset into mid. As that can get spotted by the drone.
I feel like Sen have realized it's these heavy stacks 4-1.
They're just sending it.
They know B-side is open like 9 out of 10 rounds.
That 1-for-1 not going to be good enough. Zelsis will get revived, so that's an advantage towards Sentinels. Just missing the spam. He'll live with 20 HP.
YFP's retake, though, is very different this time. Coming in heavy from market, Sentinels sticking 2 players on site, 2 currently watching flank with options for a rewrap. Redux, though, if he gets 1, this could just lock in the round for Sentinels. Good stun returned, though, by Zelsis. And now they're fighting back into it. Redux is looking for a little bit more. Smoke going down now, fighting back into Bo, but YFP on top for now. And as the players try to slither away, Sentinels are boxed back into main.
Time is going quite far. YFP have to make another miracle if they want to win this round. B-Dog, he's found 2! All 3 kills! The man is a monster, a new addition to this squad to clutch things out for the underdog.
It's my favorite caster call of all time for a reason. B-Dog's got that dog in a Mimi. He's farming there. YFP on top right now. Now on to map point.
It's just outrageous. It's almost the same round twice in a row. The heroes of B main for YFP.
Sentinels grasping for straws a little bit.
I'm out of here. Switch it up, just for fun.
Zelsis has been having a phenomenal game. I mean, 25 kills. No one else up to the 20 mark yet.
I'm out of here.
They've got to put 3 more together now. And it's a different setup for YFP. Heavier lean onto the Cypher side of the map. More passive angles onto the A side. They don't really like giving a lot of information over to Sentinels. And it's hard for John to see through these setups for what they are.
YFP back in control of B main. And that's a Hunter's Fury online for them.
Wow, B-Dog's all the way up here. Breaks the tripwire. It's a lot of pressure now onto Sentinel's flank.
Second makes a lot of noise in mid, but always plan to go back into this A site. 2 players waiting from YFP. And an off angle for Penny. He's above this smoke. He's got the angle, but can't find a kill just yet. Damage done. Nade in. That'll zone this team apart from one another. Sentinels on the site, though. Have to get this plant down soon. 30 seconds left.
YFP are waiting on this flank to come in from Thief. Last time it was an A plant, Thief got the stab in the back. This time around, YFP activating on the left side. Zelsis flash to try and stall out while they creep forward on both sides. Sentinels looking to get into the face of YFP, and YFP are stepping on them.
Here comes the flank. They were waiting for him. Thief now active. Swing forward, finds his. It's all on the new edition in a 1v2, and he cannot get it done. YFP take map number 1 against Sen City.
They just ran away with it at the end there. From the Thief pop-offs to B-Dog and B-Main. Really shocking stuff. It was dead even at the half split.
And just some incredible moments from this squad. I think individually with those clutches at the end, but across the board. So disciplined, so much good synergy from these guys. I mean, really looking like a complete unit.
Yeah, I mean, they were leaning so heavily into their retakes. They had a very clear plan of how they wanted things to go on defense. And then when things started getting a little bit suspect, Sentinel started fighting into them. They kept coming up with new plans to get around that, changing up their setups a little bit and constantly keeping Sentinels guessing as to where they were.
Well, YFP, they steal one away from Sentinels, taking their map pick of Sunset to start the series. We'll see how this one ends and who finds their way into the grand finals when we return.
I don't think you would, but...
Well, but we will, baby Bay. We are coming back. Welcome back for the Red Bull Homeground NA qualifiers. We're here to break it all down for you. That was something we mostly did not expect, unless you're one of the two YFP fans in the audience.
I heard a chant. I heard a YFP chant.
An actual chant.
Yeah.
By more than one person.
Yeah. I was thoroughly impressed. I don't know who's out there, but the YFP fans are rolling deep.
They are. They're rolling so deep. Yeah, well, but rightfully so. I mean, this was an incredible performance. Like, from start to finish, this was a very competitive map. And I think YFP showed us exactly the same tenacity and the same depth they have as a roster and as individual players that we've seen already during the qualifiers. This was such a good team effort from them.
And I think you're absolutely right. It was the team effort that kind of got them over the finish line. This clip that we're watching from Penny is a perfect example. They had set up second really well into the beginning of the round with the 2K. I thought the round was done, and then Penny just shows up, and then Thief closes it out. Again, it was these individual moments from this team that I think were so impressive. Penny had big moments, Thief had big moments. It was by committee, it really was.
Yeah, and you see his damage per round, 190.8. And that was with him not even sitting at the top of the scoreboard. Yeah. So he was doing massive amounts of damage with his nade, with his, obviously his shots and etc. He was like middle of the pack, but to still have the most damage in the entire server is very impressive.
I mean, in general, the entire team, like the fundamentals were so there and on full display. Such nice protocols we got to see like almost every round from them. They had a very good read on Sentinels.
I was very impressed specifically with their game plan with Thief. Thief kept finding the gaps on the attacking side, kept flanking around. He got so much value. I mean, yeah, this one, obviously, this is a comeback from a 3v5. But yeah, the 1v1s that he was winning on top of it all, like he really had a lot of impact just based off his positioning alone that allowed YFP to secure this map win.
And again, it was what we were talking about earlier with Penny. I mean, everybody stepped up. Everyone had their big moment. We're probably not going to see what, but Jake is the other player I wanted to talk about until I just got trolled by production.
You got so excited about it too.
I did.
Like,
I was pumped up.
He
he hit this like crazy TP and B main behind them on a retake. Like he was not playing passively. They played with a little bit of swagger to him, to be honest, a little chip on their shoulder. And I think when you don't have to beat a team like Sentinels with one star and everyone else supporting them, it's so much easier. So when you have Penny having big moments, when you have B-Dog having big moments, when you have Jake doing things like that, that's YFP at their strength. And that's what it takes to take a team down like Sentinels. Yes, they're playing with two stand-ins, whatever. The stand-ins went nuts.
And also Physic. He actually went 5-2 in first kills, first deaths as Sova. That is so impressive as the IGL to be able to win those initial engagements. It's something that we tend to think about John QT, specifically when he is on that Sentinel role. Now, obviously in this game, he was on the Sova, maybe still getting adjusted to things, maybe getting just even warmed up on the stage. But very impressive showing from Physic. You see it right there, 17-13 as an IGL playing Sova on a map like this map, Sunset.
But we also have to talk about the other side here. I mean, quite frankly, Redux had a phenomenal game. Like, he did not want to lose this one. And it's just so impressive for him to come into this and just pull ahead like that.
His ace, the first ace of this tournament.
The crowd went wild for that one too. That was a beauty.
Because it was insane, exactly. His shots, his mechanics, we know, are so insane, especially on that duelist role, but here to do it on Omen and kind of try to fill in the shoes of TenZ. I mean, I think he did a pretty good job for his first time.
I mean, with him here. How often do you think about the TenZ TP up on box in market? That was such an insane 3K, and you're right, Redux stepped into that role exceptionally well. Ultimately, Sentinels weren't able to walk away with the dub, but I was really interested to see. Again, Redux had an exceptional map. I was really interested to see how they were going to use this comp to set up second. Because again, we saw how effective a breach can be in setting up their duelists, especially on a map like Sunset. And we thought, well, maybe with the KO, it's going to be a little bit tougher, you know, things like that. But there were a couple of plays that we saw that were designed to set second up. So I do think that's still part of their plan. It'll be interesting to see how they continue to lean into that going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, and just to nitpick a little bit on that composition that they ran on Sunset with the double initiator KO Sova, that's a comp that is so hard to run correctly. Your executes have to be flawless. Your protocols have to be flawless. That's a comp that we've seen Heretics basically master and show off to everybody else. EDG ended up picking it up, winning in the grand final of champs. But if you're not perfect on that composition,
it's hard.
It's very hard to make it work. And I think we saw that struggle in Zekin's performance stats-wise, because he did have a lot of fights where there wasn't the right set of util at the right timing there for him.
And again, I do think there were things they were showing that suggested that they have been drilling this, and there are some really cool ideas that they have. I think about if it wasn't for Penny's 3K and then Thief's 2K at the end of that round, that was a really cool setup. They had a KO flash over the top, they had a Paranoia flash out towards A main, and then they had Zekin dashing in with the Bucky. Like, they put the game in his hands. It just, you're right, it feels like some of the execution of the comp itself left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah. That round would have changed the entire game as well. If they go right there, I mean, we might not be talking about YFP winning this map.
Yeah, it's probably an 8-4 half.
It comes down to nitty-gritty stuff like that. It's nuts.
It's nuts. Final words.
Valorant.
The closer. Yeah, I mean, but, you know, Sentinels, those players, they're not a team that will, like, have that linger in the back of their heads. I'm pretty sure they're good to just start on a clean slate heading into this next map. The individuals will show up and perform.
Yeah, if there's anything about Sentinels that we know, it's that they like to take the hard route every single time. I mean, we saw that at Champs. We saw that throughout the year.
Poor Sentinels fans, man.
Yeah.
Or Rob.
Them and Cloud9 need to have a competition for who drops the first map the most and then reverse sweeps. You know? Now, I'm not saying they're going to do it, but I'm saying they're going to do it.
I do, again, maybe a little hopium, a little copium, whatever.
You can mix the two, it's fine.
For Sen City, who's sitting out here, maybe trying to figure out what the heck just went wrong. Sentinels they had this like low point on Sunset throughout this past year as well. You remember at the beginning of the year, you called it earlier.
Dominant.
Their split and their Sunset were both nutty. And then something happened. And they continued to struggle on both of those maps, but if memory serves me correctly, Sunset in particular became a weakness of theirs that wasn't one before. And so, I mean, this is a really good opportunity. This tournament is to kind of try to refine whatever it was that was going wrong on those maps so that it becomes a strength once more. And it seems like they still haven't fully figured it out. That's not to take away from what YFP just did, because they looked really freaking good.
I mean, one could argue that Sen took a risk, of course, running a composition that we've not really seen with new players in the mix as well. So, you know, that is role swaps, exactly. So that's a big argument one could make in their favor. However, we're now heading on to Lotus, all right? That was YFP's pick. It's by far their very best map, but Sentinels, no slouches on that one either.
Yeah, but like, YFP, you give a team like this confidence. Like, this is what I love about tournaments, is anything can really happen in a tournament setting. If you have just the right moment of time. Look at EDG's run at Champs.
Yep.
I mean, nobody was thinking EDG after their performance in Shanghai. Are you kidding?
Yeah,
so
nobody would have expected that, yeah.
This is what is so great about tournaments, is even the underdog can make a run for it and become a champion. And how poetic would it be for a tier 2 team like YFP to make it all the way to Berlin and face up against some crazy competition? Basically, probably mostly VCT teams. That is the most unique thing ever, because you don't really get to see tier 2 teams against tier 1 teams much at all, especially at an international level.
And we're seeing here Sentinels running with the old and trusted that we've seen a lot from them on Lotus. Now YFP though, they're switching things up a little bit there with Penny and the Neon.
Yeah, a nice breach comp. B-Dog, he looked really good with supporting utility. Yeah, keep in mind, Penny was on the Raze in the last map, but with the Neon, he's gonna have to be on top of it even more, because if you even make a micro mistake with your utility, your Neon gets punished, you can go down. But, I mean, they've looked really good on that last map. They looked very composed as well.
Yeah, and I think the idea is the same. You're right, it's a different duelist, but B-Dog's job is the same, is to set up Penny, put him in position for success. And I think on the other side of the coin, they're not going to have the same ability with Zekin. I think a lot of the information and the utility that they're going to have is a bit more passive, less about setting him up, but Zekin has to find success.
And how deep is YFP's playbook with this breach and Neon composition? Because it can be very obvious, like we stated in the first series that we casted, that it can be obvious what your setup is, especially on the defensive side. So you need to like do certain weird things, like throw a Neon stun at A, now you run all the way back to C, and do like these weird conditioning mechanisms in order to set yourself up for success on the harder half of this map, which is the defensive side.
Indeed, and now everything on the line for Sentinels. We're playing a best of 3. It's a single elimination bracket. If they lose this map, they will go home. So I'm sure the crowd got their back, sending them some good vibes and some good energy as we're heading into this one. So please, Mimi and Ender, take it away.
Thanks very much, Zoe. Yes, Sentinels up against the wall here, trying to recover against a YFP who looked real good on the first map, and now have a chance to play this Neon comp into a Killjoy instead of that Cypher.
Yeah, it turns out YFP are the world, taking it by storm at the very least. But yeah, I like that you bring that up because a lot of times Neon can be a little bit unfun on this map when the enemy team is picking the Cypher. Your team has to be really diligent clearing away those tripwires, but because of the choice of Sentinels and what they're making, there's some options now for Penny to actually sneak past all of that Killjoy utility on the site with the speed.
Seattle, we're about to hop into map number 2, and I want to hear it. If you want Sen to come back and take us 3, make some noise. I think they want a third map.
Yeah, let's see if Sentinels will deliver. YFP getting active, taking control over mound space early on, even showing some util front B as well. That might make Sentinels a little bit scared, but they're holding their ground, activating those 2 players over into the A main space, where there's a lot of ground for them to be able to cover uncontested. The high camera you can see on center site does peer on a pixel angle out into that grass area. But so far, just a paranoia pulled away from Jake, and that's about the best utility YFP have going for them in this round.
So YFP, with the players still posted deep on C, we'll have to wait for Sentinels to reset in this round.
Interesting, the YFP are basically islanding C and A now currently, with everyone moving back over into the center of the map, and they're ready for this attack to come in. Door about to be opened on the opposite side. Sentinels are forced away. And where do they actually go? Zelsis was able to work up over into switch on A, but there's still a Cypher here, and a pretty quick rotate from Jake.
30 seconds to get the spike down, and that Cypher utility from Thief could still cause trouble. They'll post forward on the site and isolates a duel against the IGL. Curry's not looking for Jake, and YFP take over on the map. 15 seconds, and try to fight back in. Celsius falls, and Penny on the cleanup will convert the pistol.
That was lovely. I mean, YFP were completely aware of everything Sentinels tried to do in that round. They showed that opening fight over into C, then pulled over into A, seeing Sentinels move that way, back into B, reading them there, and A at the end. I mean, that was 4 or 5 different reads they had up against John.
And well, it's the read that really got them through. I think we saw one of the big strengths of that Neon, how fast you can rotate. That Neon player started towards C, was back towards B, then finished towards A, and was always in the right position for Penny to be fighting with his team. This time, Sen, a bit more of a simple plan, just head their way towards the C side and might be able to get a spike down here.
Camera sees a whole bit of the crew there, but YFP trying to flood out of this smoke, and they're through.
Okay.
Redux gets the kill, gets the singer, and he's going in! Look at him go! Sentinels find a couple of kills. They're not out of the woodwork yet. Penny with a 3K. YFP get another.
Nasty from Penny. 5-0 to start this map. He's got to be feeling confident playing into the crowd a little bit himself.
That was a throwaway round for Sentinels. They just wanted to get on the site and plant the spike.
And that map 1 YFP win, it's all the more impressive because they did it without winning a pistol.
Yeah.
Now they have one here on Lotus.
Penny getting so many kills early on. That's 5 kills in the first 2 rounds. Really sets you up in terms of getting a save-in on him in the next couple of rounds, even if you are to drop a rifle. Next round, he's gonna have those zappy hands ready to go.
That he will. As B-Dog gets pushed away by some utility, and Sentinels in this round just keep things slow as they'll group towards that C site.
Let's see if John can call a masterclass game from the initiator role. Showed a lot of util up into B early on. Now dealing with that Cypher util is the name of the game for them. Spamming away from that. They did actually get that trip all the way in the back of site, so Thief's got nothing left. That doesn't mean Sentinels have to attack in early, though. In just the first 30 seconds, they dealt with that util, so they've got a lot of time to work with still.
Penny is posted forward on A here, and he's on a bit of an island. Util to clear him out, but he dodges it. a gap for Penny to work with, and a paranoia to support him. He'll only get one. But Jake is going to push forward for more, and that may have been a mistake. Sen claimed the advantage, up one member as a lurk heads into B.
Celsius has that backstab, and it doesn't even matter. It just actually means he has the site, because Sentinels, they're looking to plant over on the B site.
Turret down. 30 seconds left.
YFP, those two players fighting in A were the only ones with real weapons to go with, so we're trying to see if they can come up with anything. Just didn't happen at the end of the day, and keep in mind, Zekin now gets that ultimate for round 4. This 4th round could be very explosive, because when both these duelists have ults to play with, even from the start of the round, it's very important to seize control over one of the mains early.
And thanks to some early kills, Zekin is going to have that Raze ult online for round 4 here. Chance to try and snowball that momentum, as oftentimes happens on the attack of this map.
Let's not forget that the first map for Sentinels was dominated by Zelsis and Redux, especially in that first half. Definitely some of the lurking players have some options to make big plays, but if Zekin can get out of the gate strongly here, set the tone nicely for this attacking side. Forward camera placed by Thief. He hasn't actually clicked into it yet. Satchel in, we are full sending it into the site. Spam through the wall, and Zekin can't get anything done. We're TPing on the top of the site as well. YFP's hold is perfect.
Sen will scatter for the hills, try and find some inroads back towards B, but guess who's here? Penny trying to lock things down, and Physic there to help as well. It's just a lockout defense. One left standing, and he'll fall to a flawless 3rd round to YFP.
Wow. Now, I was saying the Cypher trips could be annoying for a Neon, but right there, Zekin felt the hurt off of that. No one on his team was able to actually see the trips, I don't think, to shoot and break them because of all the smokes that were funneled into C main. He gets spammed with about 20 million bullets through this wall and being stunned. I mean, he's trying his best to juke away, but the entire time, wall hacks just drilled onto him. Not much a man can do.
Hero gun brought up for Zekin here. The only weapon to speak of for Sentinels. Maybe Redux doesn't need a gun.
You forgot about Redux's Sheriff. Zekin actually falling. Curry now the next challenger to pick that one up. And it looks like they might just leave Redux hanging out here. With Spike still stuck in A main. But Sentinels, they remember from the last round that Cypher camera being placed in Mound. If they don't deal with that camera, it's very easy for YFP to stack heavily onto the right side of the map.
Even if Sen can't win this round, they can set themselves up for success with ults. John QT 3 away from the Nightfall. Zells this one off that lockdown. Big tools.
They can also just feel better about themselves if they get a few kills with the Sheriffs.
Yeah.
Redux getting himself back in there already. The thing is, if Redux gets a kill over here, even if he's just waiting for players to rotate into the B or C site, he could ult reposition and join up with his team. It'd be a big swing if he finds something.
Does he want to get that
30
gun?
seconds left.
He's at least
He TPs to pretend like he's going for it, and now they split into the B site, but even B might be a fake out. Not really a fake out. Physic is just getting that opening kill, unfortunately, and as the clock dwindles down desperately into 15 seconds, YFB are unmatched. Physic with 4, Physic with 5, the ace for the initiator.
out of nowhere for that man to harvest up some eco frags. And I mean, what a round to build confidence for YFP. I wonder when Sen are going to take a pause at this point. That was just an anti-eco. But a loss on this rifle round means things are really starting to get dangerous, and it's actually now that they're taking the pause.
Get out of Kaplan's head, Mimi. How are you in there? It just doesn't make sense. Read them like a book, but wow.
They were just losing rounds.
Yeah, you know, it does make some amount of sense. You lose 4 of the first 5 on a tack Lotus. Something's going wrong. What I'm thinking about right now for Sentinels is that so far the Cypher setups they've seen have been very heavy towards A and towards C on those extremities. I'm not sure if they've done so much scouting into B early on. Is there a gap there? It's been a heaven-held line every single time, not necessarily a tripwire down there. So poking into that area after you deal with that forward camera into mound could be something they look for.
Early round two, I think they have struggled to get control towards A lobby when they're playing against the Neon. The threat of that stun and the push-up off of it. The Neon with the breach almost always going to be winning that fight.
Yeah.
Means they have to play these slower mid-rounds, re-clearing late into A if they want to take that space.
Yeah, the only round they won actually was them going for that re-clear. But it was the bonus, of course. We'll say, oh, we're into it. Speaking of A lobby, YFP sees control of that immediately, and the answer for Sentinels is just to accelerate into C.
Cover going out.
Very similar to that Sunset performance of YFP's defense, where they just completely abandoned one side of the map is here. They're going to look to play full-on retake. I think they're actually hoping to bait out a lockdown and then go for this flank to pinch into it.
The flank is instantaneous. And they're still watching it, but Penny just beheads Curry.
And now you have a lockdown in a post plant. If they need it, you're never going to need that, though. Penny into the site, dealt with immediately. Sentinels send the lockdown as well. And that, well, it doesn't even get broken. Sentinels, 4 players survive, and YFP are going to have to run out and probably give up on this round.
I think that's the first time we've seen YFP get a little bit scrambled. Trying to make some plays toward the end of that round after the flank fell apart.
It was the game of chicken there where, oh, you're going to use lockdowns. We're not even going to play on one side of the map anyways. We'll just heavy fight you on the other. Sentinels don't even use it. I like that. Clever little wrinkle in the game plan. A much needed win after that cap timeout.
Not as much damage as B-Dog might have hoped for.
I've never heard a crowd go so crazy for a 1-for-1 after the round's over.
Good for him.
You know what? Taking every kill we can get right now.
Is it we now?
We.
Okay.
I just want to be on the team, Mimi. Let me be on the team.
It's not my decision. You can go talk to Rob.
He was just, where is that guy?
He had his food up here earlier.
Somewhere. Sentinels, I like this though. Refighting into it. Oh, someone needs to break that. Not when the stun is there, and no! Redux is down.
That's the danger of going into A against a setup like this one. Just that haunt not being broken, and now Sentinels will scramble back towards the C site here. Trip broken. Sentinels in, Curry on the opener. Thief will reply, and he'll dance around this cage, just stay alive in the back side of the site.
YFP on the way into the switch, opening that up and fighting back into the IGL. It's a big swing, and Physic is there, but now into backside. Curry holds his own, shoulder to shoulder with Zelsis. But more and more of them keep falling in. It's 1 HP on Curry. And he turns, but it's not enough. Jake gets the round for YFP.
5-2 on defensive Lotus. Suffice it to say, this game is starting to slip for Sentinels.
I wonder if, because right here, the stun ends up just destroying Sentinels. I wonder if in the last A main fight, they maybe didn't use the stun off the rep.
Thought it would just be the
and they thought we can get out here quickly, yeah, but you can't TP in there if the rest of your team is instantly going to be stunned with no options of a trade or a clear break, anything like this.
They'll try it again. This time, Odin span to support, and they'll ford that river and get a player embedded.
It's a big value out of the Sheriff shot, just breaking the camera into mound, but Sentinels very clearly want to keep playing into this A space.
They might just be sending it. Nightfall committed. Paranoia, Jake is not blind. He's found a gap and gets one. Might need a little bit more because Second is making damage on this site. Jake can't hear a thing. Nade in his face, and he cannot get another. That's a 3v2 post plant now for Sen.
Oh, B-Dog was trying to get that ult orb the last possible second. Now he'll need a kill. Thief 2, down into the site, masking the drop there.
But he's not checking behind him, and now a player has made this one weird. Thief walks deep in, spots out one. Can't find the second as Zekin spins around and closes that one out. B-Dog alone. 1v2. Molly on the spike. Zekin shows through the smoke. Now the ult available, but time almost gone. Flash in. B-Dog cannot do a thing. Curry's bought enough, and he's won the round for Sen.
A very important moment in that round for Sentinels. Curry finishes it off there with the mollies, but it was Zekin really getting into that site. The late backstab too, into the Viper's pit. Now an option for an ultimate. Last time he used it, completely useless. No one there to break the trip for him. He fell down quickly. But now to rebuild that momentum for Sentinels, he'll be a focal point. Actually, YFP again on the initiative. They're looking to go to the spawn. John QT, he's stunned up. The IGL has absolutely nowhere to go but hide and wait for his time. But what a shot! It's a 1-for-1. And Sentinels now, with their head cut off, regroup back into the A site, but they're still falling.
Make a play. Gets nothing for it. And Jake is ulted his way back onto this site to try and hold things down. 1 versus 3, shots whiffing. That's a good jiggle out of Curry.
Whoa.
But he teleports away.
How was he out of there?
For now, and now he'll send himself straight back in. Rocket up for second, and he's ripped out of midair. The trade's there, and Curry's good for a second. Now diving into the site goes Penny, and down goes another. Sen, stalwart in this defense. The 2 new players to try and shut down the Thief. But they're both low. And Thief has made his way around to backside. It's not planted for them. They have 1 molly. And on the swing, no! Thief gets them both! How has he done that?
It's just not real! That's not the first time today either. No. Just ripping it out of their hands.
True to his name.
Unbelievable. I mean, they're right there, trying to play the high-low.
And they're just so low.
Oh, Redux, I think, took a step to his left there. Might have lost the chance to get the kill. And I mean, that's just brutal, because not only does that 1v2 go poorly, Zekin shot out of the air. The second showstopper of the game, getting 0 value.
And look what that has done to Sentinels. Their money reset. Some big ults gone from that round. And now down 6-3 on their attacking side of Lotus.
Looks like we have a bit of a tech pause. I was gonna say...
Thief broke something after winning the clutch, maybe.
Can we get a table check?
Yeah.
Is there a handprint in that table?
We'll see what's going on.
Who knows? We'll work through it, but I mean, at the same time, it's a bit of ice, a bit of a time to get a breather after a round like that, because I mean, that was chaos from start to finish,
yes.
Right? That round started with John QT getting solo breach ulted, completely dove upon, somehow he gets a kill. But there was just ults all over the place in that one.
Players readying up again on stage, so we should be straight back into the game in a moment.
It seems like in so many of these rounds, YFP have gotten a kill in the first 5 to 10 seconds. Whether that was the stun play in a lobby, that dive play going into spawn. Their forward fighting has been exceptionally effective from Sentinels, or into Sentinels rather.
Yeah, finding a lot of those opportunities to start these rounds, and this time it's Zekin again. He loves going for something aggro on these ecos. Shotgun versus shotgun, and well, I guess it's the Stinger that's better in that game.
Interesting round state now. Sentinels get that opener, bait out an ultimate. I mean, already somewhat successful. Their problem is they have no control over the extremities, A or C, because they went 5 into B and thought they could just get a cheap plant down. So now re-clearing into A could be a problem for them, as YFP step back into that space.
Check out this off angle for Jake. He's holding deep on that line. Players About to swing through as Penny finds one on the spam, and Sen forced back by the paranoia and held at bay by a smoke.
It's frustrating too, because Curry can't actively lurk in front B. He's on 40 HP with a stinger. At best, he's trying to kill players rotating over. Now those rotates are coming in. C Group's back into his team. Thief stepping in. Even Noyad, he's holding his ground.
But the tripwires are good enough. And now a round that looked possible for Sentinels, now looking a little less so as Penny takes down Curry, and on the way into the site, YFP have the numbers, slide around the corner, Redux. How's he done that? Surely he can't get another. And he will not. Still only one left for YFP in that round.
Redux needs to chill with the Sheriff. These rounds are getting way closer than they should be.
He has been monstrous this series.
Got to be happy with individually how it started, but now it's got to be about getting that win. Map 2, map 3.
Remember, single elimination. You lose this match, and that means Sentinels out in the first round.
I don't know. If I'm Zegan, I think he's falling to the floor, hands and knees begging someone break a tripwire for me, please.
So many rounds that he's died to a tripwire on these entries. Thief is just perfect in the position.
He's either not gotten to play the game at all because of utility, or he's getting like 2-3 kills deep in rounds, winning them out for the team. But it's more often than not been getting shut down very early on.
I mean, it's what you need to shut down a player like Zekin. Timeout going to be taken here from Sen. The second in the half.
Do you think Zekin could be too warm? Got the hoodie on.
Expand?
I don't know.
It's kind of cool in here. I think that's
It is a little chilly. No. I think he's actually onto something.
And this is indeed the second time out of the half for Sentinels. They need to get these last few rounds if they want to make this a winnable half.
I mean, it makes sense. It can hurt to call 2 timeouts like this early on, but at the end of the day, if your team just keeps slipping away, you're not going to have a good time to call a timeout in the second half when you're down 10-2.
This should do.
Back into it now.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
The focus has got to be these early fights.
A Penny choosing to just buy a Bucky and
V-Dog on a judge.
Yeah.
What is this technology?
Interesting. I don't think they even had enough money for something better, despite winning that last round. The eco damage was enough. Nightfall for A. No one contesting. YFP gonna play Flood retake here. Dink for a second, but no kill. They'll see that seize on Penny, and he's in trouble. Nade, and the shot from John. His physic just dives into Zekin and shuts it all down. When can you miss it? YFP looks stunning on the retake.
Yeah, Sentinels got outread, I think, on that one. They're going off the information that YFP like to play very strong on one side, very weak on the other. And so they're trying to not two-phase their hit into A. Instead, they just go rubble straight into the site, use that fatal to break it. But YFP are already here. Like, they've got 2 people backside, 2 more flooding out through Baby Door. Sentinels just caught off guard, trying to go fast.
Yeah.
Another excellent read from YFP, frankly. Oh,
Jake gets
hold on.
an opener, and he's just spamming bodies.
Already got him.
Onto Zelsis? Okay.
Zelsis ain't getting up. I can tell you that much.
That is a confident off angle to be playing towards C. And now that is a man up on the retake for YFP. Can they end this half? 9-3. Dive in for Penny. Won't make any chaos happen this time, as it's a Viper's Pit in the post plant for Sentinels. B-Dog. A tough position to play back in through.
So winnable for Sen, all hiding in here. The first kills have to go their way, and they don't. Redux still back in sight. The pit now goes down. Curry falling is brutal, but they're still fighting their way forward. Redux ready for it around the corner. Sentinels are shutting down YFP. Redux gets the kill, and Sentinels hold on in the first half.
Finally a 4th round coming through for Sentinels. And 8-4 on the half, though. It'll be YFP turning over to the attack side. A brutal situation for Sentinels, already down a map. but not out of this game yet. We'll come to a break, and when we return, it's the second half. Of Lotus. Welcome back to Red Bull Home Ground. We're in the second half of our second series here, and there's one slot remaining in the grand finals. Sentinels down 8-4, and this pistol round is big for them to try and come back.
It absolutely is. Obviously, things coming together late in the day for Sentinels, but YFP on the opposite side, they grinded their way here. They won out through the qualifier, dropped a single map on that. Maybe not even dropping a map against Sentinels if they keep this up.
Yeah, dropping that single map to TSM, beating the team who knocked them out in Challengers, who went all the way to Brazil for Ascension. And now a chance to knock Sentinels out of this tournament.
I'll find you.
They won the first pistol. And in this second, they'll set up towards B to start.
Showing presence both front B and front C early on. It's always coming back over into A lobby. Second breaking the door is heard, but they go a little bit early. Redux is there, unexpected. And with the paranoia to force them back out of space, the paint shells I don't think got any damage, but the shots certainly are. This is a great opener for YFP, or for Sentinels, what am I saying?
Sen have 2 players left towards this C site and 2 mollies to speak of. Both of them actually now used and broken on the other. Where do YFP want to finish this one? They've pulled out Util on C, they've pressured on B, and with the breach stun ready to go, they've walked their way out onto the C site. Did they know this player is so deep? And Omen wrapping around and Curry polices it to shut the round down in an instant. 5 seconds is all it takes to win a pistol for Sentinels.
I don't even think they took 50 damage across their 5 players.
Don't think so.
That was clean. All right, so pistols are even between the halves. Things very doable now for Sen. One Sheriff in the hands of Penny to see if it can get something done on that side.
I think a lot of questions for John QT about calling this attack side.
Yeah.
Obviously a little bit different when you're playing that initiator instead of his normal Cypher on this map.
In similar fashion to Sunset, Sentinels now on defense both times after winning pistol. Go for the full 5 gun buy. On attack going for the FPX buy. I like how they do that. Look at that teleport. Getting all the way in there. They could leave him if they want, but not if Curry's just flying on in there, picking up kill after kill after kill. And that is 8 kills before an answer in the first 2 rounds, and they just keep on coming. Nowhere for B-Dog to run, 3 for second.
Unfortunately, not enough funneled into him to get a showstopper for this bonus round. But still a clean one for Sen to fight back.
Little sign of life there after the couple-minute breaks we had.
There. Both teams posturing towards A on this bonus round for Sentinels. Teleport up. Second fighting in and off of the paranoia. He'll take down the omen of Jake. Redux is up above them and no one's spotting him out. It's a lovely shot out of that Guardian. Trades are there and somehow it stayed even. 2-on-2. B-Dog has done a lot and look towards B. Alark has already worked his way in.
But the thing is, Zelsys is pushed up into C.
B-Dog is holding this. How is he so ready? Damage for both.
No one knows what's going on. Attack, defense, it doesn't matter. Sentinels now claim YFP spawn.
Are they going to go back
in theirs.
into A?
I think they could, and maybe they
Walk
should.
all the way around. He'll tap on B, and now rotate through spawn to A. But John is suspicious of it. Does he have a timing here?
He might just. It's going to be so narrow. No.
B-Dog gets away, but I don't think B-Dog knows.
But again, YFP still playing into the spawn. Zelsys is low, 30 HP. That is 1 shot to the body. Enough for a kill. He actually abandons on the spawn angle instead, trying to group back up with his teammate and get back into the site together.
So John QT the danger man.
But now they know. The audio cues tell them no one's in spawn. YFP can focus fire on these players coming in, regrouping back into tree.
Thief, the healthy one, ready on that. Oh, John just eviscerates him. That's a good shot out of him. B-Dog playing with the time. John swings in, and the IGL does it all. 3 in a row for Sentinels.
Huge round out of John. Anticipates the fake tap, getting back over to the A site quickly. And then winning out in those shots. Did look like a little bit of a misplay coming in from YFP's side. Thief went for the swing just a fraction of a second before the breach stun connected.
Yeah. I mean, really navigating a super weird round state late.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off with a very similar play to the last half where that Omen TP gets shut down immediately.
Credit to B-Dog. That was a 3v5 that he nearly turned around.
Wow.
So this round will start similar for at least YFP, taking space out A lobby.
Yeah, they do the sane Omen teleport this time around, though. TPing back Rebel so you can't get spammed away.
They'll break the door and just pivot straight into the B site. No one here to receive. And YFP might be able to get a spike plant down.
Yeah, Thief just pulled the alarm bot over into C2 to keep a player on that side. No flood retake into the B site. And this lets the YFP get more space. We got a pick over onto C. Now regrouping back with the team. Second finally gets his 2 on the showstopper. There's not much left for YFP to play for. Just a kill through the smoke. Sentinels are all tied up.
Clean flood retake from Sen. The showstopper finding a lot of value, not letting the lurks get anything weird. And now I think feeling themselves again on this defensive side.
B-Dog has the Rolling Thunder. It's looking like just fast B to me. Some options to pivot back into Thief if they want, but more than likely Thief just gonna guard against Mound, make sure no one taps the door to fight his players in main.
John QT running for the hills, will escape the B site. As YFP don't have to use the Rolling Thunder. Instead, they're gonna save that one for the post plant. Nightfall in, Rolling Thunder through, second was stunned. It's just cosmetic as Curry claims another, and a third for Sentinels. as they completely remove YFP from the B site.
That was devastating. 3 kills unanswered. YFP going full heavy armor as well, I believe.
Here.
That is going to sting as these rounds keep racking up. If Sentinels can keep all these guns alive too, like, when's the next time they'd even have to eco? It'd be a long time in the future.
Toxins going up.
One enemy.
Attempt into the site, but nothing for it. A flawless round to Sentinels.
I think that's the last 5 in a row for Sen. I mean, these quick floods from them have been super effective. Look at that, Curry taking his timing onto the planter. The rest of the team sort of bogged down in main, stuck behind the Viper wall. No support really came out on that, and now YFP forced for a half buy.
Where are you?
The pacing of YFP's ults is pretty good though. It's pretty feasible that next round they have Neon and Fade. We can get something going here.
Celsius could have gotten a little bit stuck there, but instead he'll escape back to the site.
Annoying little lurk smokes drop down. There's an alarm bot that protects the front of those smokes and 2 faces staring at the other one. Don't think YFP's getting in there.
Redux was embedded early on Rubble. They're just gonna go straight through the one-way. Redux teleports away, finds his way safely back to the site. Support is a ways away. Sentinels are sticking to this stack on C.
Yeah, Thief has kept 3 players interested for the time being, but YFP have not seized the day on A. Maybe working back into B, but then you fall victim to that fast flood potentially. Thief saw a shoulder, but I think he was seen on the opposite end too. Now that C isn't an issue, Sentinels can focus onto this B site, where YFP are looking to get all the way back into their spawn for a peek.
YFP can always get this spike down, but they've struggled to close out. And Sentinels again holding every avenue of approach. Penny has only 42 health and a stinger in his hand to try and hold down towards heaven as Jake as well will attempt to make a play in the smoke. The spam's just too good. Sentinels again overwhelm with their forces and win yet another round on the retake.
Valorant looks a little bit easier when Zelsis is just holding W and left click with the Odin.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all it takes. This is where YFP are really challenged though, because I mean, if you were iced a few rounds ago, you are frozen solid now. You have that halftime break that you don't always deal with online matches.
Have they taken a timeout yet in this half? I don't think so.
I'm gonna say no, because I don't remember it. But also, I forget things. What I can tell you is Sentinels have won the last 7 in a row.
And YFP are going right back to it. There's a player in that corner, Celsius, on an off angle.
No way.
And Seconds just found one back towards it. That's the lurker dead. And for seemingly the millionth round in a row, it's a man advantage early to the Sentinels.
YFP had 4 ults, now they have 3. The important one's still alive, and they're going on forward. Blood Trail gives them the pathing, and without audio, Zelsis still is good for his 1. Eyes on Curry, hiding in the smoke. But as he goes down, so does the site.
Haunt coming back soon for John QT. And Satchels for Zekken to get out of this one. Haunt online, broken instantly. No information to be found. Sen already walking out though. They're on this site. And Penny's ready. 1 for 1 goes the trade. And another for Zekken. Leaving it all down to Jake. Forced forward by the nade. And that shot is amazing. Plucked Zekken from the sky. And now against the Odin, he'll run around the world, try and find some cover. Time on his side. Teleport forward. He wants to wrap all the way around. Noise made. John has to half this one, but the swing from Jake is just in time. He'll finally break Sentinel's streak with the clutch.
neck and neck at the end right there. I really like the way Jake played around that. Hugging so close to the wall there, making it really hard for John to choose to push him or go to the spike. Kind of a lose-lose situation right there with so little time left on the clock. And I mean, again, he doesn't stop moving, man. Like, what is this? Still finding some. Zekin had a gorgeous round, but it just was not enough after those openers went YFP's way.
So it's the same opening. C mountain control taken. Oh, but Zekin was ready this time. Operator removes Penny from the round.
The showstopper isn't working, but the op may just do the trick.
21 and 12 for New Jersey's finest.
A lot of New Jersey fans in the room.
There shouldn't be.
Tough.
Here. Spike drop.
I think Liz is falling to her knees in a Walmart right now.
That'd be a wall. Good one from Redux again here. Paranoia keeps them away, and YFP are just walking into bullets this round.
And then there were two. Just dropping like flies.
11 is written on the walls for Sentinels.
30 seconds left.
I don't know if looking for a plant is the right move here. Physics just trying to guard Jake's back, but the money is not good for YFP. Sentinels are moving up into 11 here.
Left.
And they're gonna have two rifles realistically, make that one.
Yeah, that would have been a third gun if Jake had stayed alive. He could have bought a teammate.
Oh dear.
And now it's none.
It's slipping. It is slipping. The Sentinels defense is just nasty.
That's the thing about upsets like this one. You feel so good once you win that map one, once you have the momentum behind you, but it is so much harder to find that adaptation once they figure it out, once your opponent gets hot.
I like the angles that Zekin was choosing to play with the op too. Not like the first peak angles that a lot of people will like to play with the operator, because the earlier you get the information, the more chance you have of getting a fight. But those ones that you can be slightly lazy on clearing. Here we go, YFP, absolutely nothing but the fingers for Penny, but a blind comes down. Now he's stalled out, waiting for his teammates to follow on in, and as more and more smokes come into the fray, he's gonna be hard-pressed to get more than just the one here. Make that two. He's still going now. Holds his ground as there are guns to be reclaimed on the site.
And a rolling thunder in this post plant. 3 weapons now recovered. Curry trying to find the timing. He'll walk forward. Penny planting. Vulnerable around that corner as his teammates are dying left and right. Jake only gets one. Penny has to do it all. Slide forward. Aggressive on the fight, but John wins it again. 20 kills for the IGL.
The John QT agent pool expanding into an agent ocean now. Can play just about everything. When's he gonna try the duelist, Mimi?
Maybe not with Zekin on the team.
There.
Put him on the Yoru. I wanna see what it looks like.
Don't think we'll be getting that one anytime soon. So last chance rodeo for YFP to get a 2-0 here. They're 3 away from overtime, and they do have a big ultimate here in the Rolling Thunder.
Bring them down.
Sentinels are stacked so heavy over into A, but they'll be busting down Baby Door. Have the option to pinch into that B site quickly. YFP land the stun, and they know there's a player there, not wanting to go in. A few times now when they've entered that site, they've been stuck with most of the players behind that Viper wall. So instead, maybe trying to pull players into that C site with this pressure of the door open.
Zolcis knows there's a lot of half armor on that other team. And he has the Outlaw. 3 players are 1 shot to it. The first one swinging in will escape him. Lockdown committed very early here. We'll keep YFP out of the sight. So now Zekin in the point position. Penny slides on him. That flash
He's still going.
is good. And Penny's gonna go for another here. Swing onto Curry. That's a bridge too far. Curry takes him down and escapes alive for now as well as the Nightfall comes into the site. Curry gets one. Another, if he can clear this corner, he'll snap around and do just that as it's all down to Jake. His position revealed. And 2 players against him. Spam going through, tap on the spike. Jake has the onus on him, and he cannot win it. Redux for the final kill as Sentinels push this series all the way.
There's no one better at locking down that B site than Curry. Flying out there multiple times this game. People trying to plant the spike, always good for a couple in that spot, and it all came down to him. With ultimates being traded back on the other side of that fight in Baby Door, he was one man really against the world.
He really was. Icebox the map to decide this series. And that is a scary prospect, I think, for YFP. That second half was all Sentinels.
Yes, it was.
They were down 8-4 going into their defensive Lotus.
And then lose 1 round on defense?
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, you know what? If I was Kaplan, I'd be happy.
Yeah, you should be.
I'm not him.
That's so true. What a great way to end it. We have Icebox coming up, the final map of this series to decide it all and see who heads their way to the finals. We'll be back with map number 3.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Red Bull home ground NA qualifier. This was map number 2, and this do or nothing game for both of these teams. Doug and Baby Bay are joining me once more to break it all down. And quite frankly, at the beginning of this very map, Sentinels found themselves on the back foot, and a lot of that had to do with just not being able to win out the moments where they have player advantage. Like, those are clutch moments, like, you should not be losing them.
1000%. Rob was sitting in the green room with us while we were watching the map, and I've never seen a man become so undone in such a small amount of time. I swear he was like living 15, 20 years in 1 to 2 rounds in a row. And honestly, so you're absolutely right. I think a lot of it was Sentinels were not winning rounds that they should have been winning, where they had numbers advantages, where they weren't really able to execute. This is a really good example of it. They decide to high-low when Thief is in 1v2 in a post-plant situation. You can tuck tree. If you're gonna high-low, that's fine. You can tuck tree. You can force them to play that on you, and they weren't converting in those situations. And Dre, those are devastating.
Yeah, a lot of micro mistakes being made, and I guess that's to be expected from a team that has, what, 4 days, Rob was saying, of playing together? Yeah, you have a core, but still, very pivotal players.
Pivotal. Yeah, keep on, come on, get there.
Players.
Get there, you got it.
Got taken out of their roster, and it's big shoes to fill, and we're seeing that. But I will say, John looked great on the fade on this map.
Yeah, he did.
The Sova was still rough, but it's okay. There's time to grow, and it's very early on for next year for him to get accustomed to this role if they want to keep it this way.
Yeah, and to go off of, so you were saying earlier, it was those moments that they weren't winning in the first half that really set the spark for the second half. And it was in the, I believe it was the bonus round, where there was a very clean 1v2 that they should have been winning. B-Dog was in a spot where, yeah, he's weak, but this is hard to do. But they play this so differently. And yes, the circumstances are different, but they play this differently. They're able to execute it. And then if you remember, that was the bonus that led to them winning, I believe it was, what, 8 rounds in a row, something like that?
Yeah, they finally managed to string stuff together, snowballing off of those victories and off of those moments that they should have won to begin with. But yeah, now we're here. They finished this one very, very strong. However, if you're looking at the other side, there's got to be a few honorable mentions for that one as well, Baby Bay.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that defensive side for YFP was awesome. 8-4 half on the defense. That's great, especially running a Neon Breach composition, which you would tend to think that the attacking side would be favored for it. And a big part of that was Thief. His setups on Cypher were crazy against Sentinels. He kept changing it up, trip in the air, trip on a weird off angle on the ground, and you could tell that these Sentinels players were not accustomed to the playstyle and the trip positioning of Thief on that attacking side of theirs.
Yeah, I think Thief was a really bright spot on the side of YFP. Penny had some really big moments as well, which again, we've just kind of started to expect out of him at this point. I think there was a lot of reason to be excited at the beginning of the series, and yeah, he's continued to deliver. I think, if I may, one little asterisk or something to keep an eye on for the side of Sentinels is, for as much as they were losing those moments that they should have been winning at the beginning, they started to put them together, but there were still issues there. You think late into the second half, there was one other 1v2 that they lost that they should have won. And if those are not things that they can shore up, there's a really good chance YFP is going to pounce on this again.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? You can't take anything away from YFP. They, quite frankly, if they saw an opening, they took it. If you give them any room, they have been so clean in their executions and in the read of the game that they were able to jump on that. And now we're finding ourselves on Icebox, guys. This is a map we've not seen much of from both of these teams very recently.
Yeah, I was really hoping there'd be Arena. I'm not gonna lie to you, I was thinking it would be Zekin. I really did, and I know that sounds crazy, and I know, but just give me, let me have this one. Right? Letting that work out is great, but I get Zekin back on the Sova. You were talking earlier about how insane he is on the Sova, but Penny's gonna have a lot to deliver here. You know it, man. Arena is feast or famine. When she's eating, it's over. But if she's starved out, she sucks.
It is, and it's really tough to break through on the attacking side, specifically towards A. This is something that TSM struggled quite a lot in Ascension, running the same exact composition that YFP is running. It can be very hard, especially against an opper like Redux, to actually get him pushed fully off the line, because you're gonna have to use a Leer, you're gonna have to use the Gecko Flash, and it's outplayable. You can tuck, you can re-peek into it. It's not guaranteed info like a KO dagger to be able to punish a Jet, because she cannot use her utility to dash away.
Sorry, I'm sure what you said was really insightful and
I was also just captivated. It turned into rah.
Celsius did it again. I don't know how he does it. It's just crazy. And then he blew the kiss into the camera.
I know. He knows what he's doing.
It's annoying
gross.
how good he is at it.
It is so weird to see him on Killjoy, though, instead of John. It's just like, kind of off to me right now.
Yeah.
Even though I know Zelsys can play like pretty much anything in the game, it's still just weird seeing it like in the actual server, seeing the name to the character. But also interesting to see Redux on Jett. Like, this guy might just go nuclear right now.
He might just do that. Well, he has to, because this is do or die for both of these teams. Only one of them will be advancing to the grand finals. It's about as dramatic as it gets, and who better to bring you all that drama with Gravitas than our casters, Ender and Mimi.
Thanks very much, Zoe. Yes, it's a big one here. A chance for that final where you have a chance to fight for the Red Bull home ground world final in Berlin, Germany. I think everyone expected Sen to be in that final, but YFP have pushed them here. And now the question is if they can recover from that tough second half of Lotus and the loss on that map.
It's interesting, right? Because we've gone to the limit in this series now, but both games very similar, kind of in reverse. Closer first half, and then one-side domination in that second half, whether that was YFP really cruising through the end of Sunset, and of course, that map of Lotus. We'll see how things start off here. Very interesting comps, that's to say the least. The Reyna, of course, not a huge surprise, but it flits in from time to time. But now everything riding on the performances in this game, and on the Redux Jett from Sentinels.
Winding the clock back for Zekken to play into that Sova. The pistol round gets underway with YFP playing a slow default to begin.
Shots tag up Penny here early on. Getting that Reyna out of the picture, so important on a pistol round. You give her one kill, that snowball is gonna keep on rolling. Interesting that YFP have found a big gap over into A. Very passive
Fight
setup
in mid
from
here,
Curry.
maybe. Zels has walked all the way up, not clearing the close corner, and Jake gets his as a result. So that's an opener found for YFP, and a second fight taken by Jake.
And YFP are all the way through A. Even if they lose the player there, Curry is walking back in to another YFP player. Thief slipped all the way through now. There's more players coming around him. He gets his first. This next one up against Curry means everything.
30 seconds left.
Domed by Redux on the opposite side. And now YFP, their players are completely scattered.
Maybe the fifth reflank of this round. Physic walks his way up through mid as Penny taps onto the spike. A swing from Redux, and Physic to clean up. A double for him, and YFP take the pistol.
2 bullets, 2 heads for Physic there. Nice little 1-2. And I'm really curious how much this continues for YFP, because that was so massively lurk heavy. And sometimes you do that on a pistol round where maybe you're missing some critical util to cover your flanks. But I mean, here, as soon as Zelsys goes down, that's what I'm talking about. You've got no more of that guaranteed mid-watch, flank watch, those types of things. YFP found openings in both A and B, which is almost unheard of.
This round 4-1 towards B for YFP, and well, that side is completely open for business. Sentinels gamble wrong in this one.
It is worth shouting out how annoying YFP's comp can be, just in terms of the amount of different things you have to shoot.
Yes.
Sova Dart, drone, Gecko flash coming through, Raynaleer as well. You've got to have multiple players on a site to guard you, or you're pretty much trapped. You can't do that all on your own.
Wingman on a plant even. It's a lot you got to deal with against this composition.
Redux flying out over on the flank.
And YFP will just condense this post plan a little bit as Sentinels head all the way back through mid. Try and make some trouble with these classics. Wall up, Penny. The power of that Reyna gets to fight forward, take some more risks. Use that dismiss to get away. He'll do just that, escapes towards main as Redux goes down, and Penny will make sure this round stays nice and secure. 3 kills found, and that's 2 up for YFP.
Give me more orbs. Jake's looking for him. He gets the one before drying to the spike. John can go ahead and deny those.
Unfortunately, the orb's not going to B-Dog, probably the man they would have wanted to funnel those into.
It's very true. Reynolds better now that it's permanent, but
Okay.
not the greatest
Yeah,
to funnel up.
funneling
No.
ult for Reynolds.
Hey, you know what? You can press at the start of the round and not feel like an idiot. It's good.
That's true.
Now, the tough news for Sentinels is because of how they spent their early money, there was no chance for Redux to actually get an operator headed into this round. That's okay. He wants to go ahead and fight. Posted up on Belt, guarding for that orb to be taken, but it was just a straight up 1-for-1 in mid.
And Redux just misses the timing. He's gonna go back up, try and double dip in this one, and he won't get anything the second time either. Did they expect Thief this deep? He's on a very forward angle, and Redux was ready for it.
Such a chaotic map so far from YFP, because they're attacking kind of everywhere. They're mid, they're B, they're A.
A lot of just walking around the map and finding these opportunities.
And look how Sentinels are playing this. The pistol round and now in round 3, they shrink into that space in mid. Instead of having just one solo player guard A, guard B, they're actually opening up those sites, allowing YFP to get a plant down and being comfortable in the retakes. We've seen this in both of their defensive sides. For the first 2 maps, they like to play retakes. They will leave sites open and play together. It's been largely effective for them.
Wingman will get the plant.
A lot of Wingman fans. New Jersey, meh. Wingman, yeah.
Jake, let's see how he can do here. Nothing. Nice patience from Redux to pinch on that fight. No one's watching Physic. Redux just runs straight past, he'll die. Good turn on the flash and an escape into a corner, but it's not safe enough. Set up 3v1. And B-Dog in a tough position here. Tap on the spike. Dizzy, she gets 2 blinds, but that's a shock molly to cut him off from the spike, and he knows this round is over.
Some nice mechs from Physic there, but not enough to turn the round back in YFP's favor. Important round for Sentinels to win. Econ not great. Keeping 3 rifles keeps them very much in it. If Redux was a little bit closer, your chances would be nicer, but it's all good at the end of the day. Oh, yeah.
You guys like Wingman? I'm glad to see a mediocre turnout for Wingman.
Yeah, you know. Could be better.
Reynolds there to open things up over towards B.
Yeah, no lurks this time around.
A bit faster for YFP.
Destroyed.
I mean, they've got flash combos, they've got darts coming at the same time. Again, too much things to be able to break on your own.
And Zekin's got a Hunter's Fury. That's not gonna find anything. Wingman again gonna get that plant in. So 5v5 in this post plant now. John QT has a knife. That could be big to take away some of this utility in the post plant.
Zekin just sent out a dart lineup, headed over into B main. Orbs up, smokes in, Redux flying on through, but it's not gonna work. Jake is just holding his ground. 2 to him, a shock dart even coming out from Sentinels. They are moving forward, but still hard pressed to actually get onto the spike. 2 players remain for YFP. That might be all they need. Dart now, B-Dog got the ultimate, look at Zekin go!
What has he done? Back-to-back kills with a jumping right click. Straight over the thrash and around the world.
And on the Sova, of all things. Zekin stepping into that one, making it work in the post plant. Another successful retake for Sentinels.
Right here.
Yeah, nominally he's a Sova, but that round he's just still playing the Jet with this team.
It's crazy, because like, B-Dog, by all accounts, won the round by getting his kill. That kill brings it from a 2v3 into a 2v2, and he has Thrash.
Yes.
Then Zekin just says no. Yeah. Fool, you shouldn't have used that ability. Now I'll kill you.
And unfortunately for YFP, that puts their money in the dumpster. 2 hero rifles bought in. Redux going for another aggro peek here.
He likes that angle.
He does. But again, he gets nothing for it. And this time, it's actually Thief hopping up and loses his head. Penny back in, so YFP stay even, but another shock dart from Zekin! Has he gotten a kill with the rifle yet?
Take him off the duelist, put him on the Sova. It's crazy. Redux now 2 kills on the round as well. Gets the headshot through the wall, but he's taken down.
What are these rounds? Curry in the
Eco, by
clutch.
the way.
Welcome to my
And a Viper's Pit committed. Again, that should lock up this round. But we've seen some madness already.
They heard him fall.
They're just dropping the pit. That gives Curry a chance. 1v1. Jake playing close, swing through, and Jake has the line. So YFP convert an eco round.
Jake won that round. He didn't even put his orb down.
This is madness.
He was saving because it was an eco, and they won without it anyways. It just didn't matter. Just nuts. And now the other swing of the pendulum. Sentinels on a low buy. Redux has the knives though, so it's all good.
Redux Blade Storm forward, but he whiffs the shots. Couldn't connect onto the head, and now he's back down to just the Sheriff.
All right, never mind. Zekin can play Jet. The shocks are good, but I'm playing. Redux, of course, having a fantastic day so far. Wild to see him in the duelist spot now. The third and final map to move on into finals. That said, Sentinels have called this hit into the B site. 3 players now ready to fight out.
Clear for Penny. But where is that spike headed?
Yo, we call this one the Kesnet. Leave
Lurking
the Reyna over back
duelist.
yellow. And then call those rotates over as the A hit comes on down.
No one caught by the knife, though.
Oh, he could speed up.
They could go back into B. They don't think Penny's yellow. There's no way Curry spots him.
Now they do.
He could be in trouble here. Celsius up forward, and Celsius dead. Now they're gonna swing the pendulum for the 19th time this round, go back into A.
30 seconds left.
There's one Molly to try and stall on out. But with that Killjoy dead, it's all but futile. As YFP will secure a post plant. Or will they? Flood ready to go. Dark being invested really early. And Sentinel's already fighting up there. It's 10 seconds and that spike is not planted. Send for 1. John trades through. YFP dueling into the site.
Plant the spike!
5 seconds. Where's the plant? Just in the nick of time. John for 1. The leader needs the ace to win this round. And he's up against 2. No util to speak of. And YFP holding their nerve. Thief on the angle. Denies the clutch.
Thief has been locked in today. Haven't seen many mistakes out of the player. Even when the rounds get chaotic, often the rock for this team to keep on winning them through. And that was as crazy as they come. I mean, look at that. Penny's spot and he still finds that. Are you joking me? You could see the power, too, of YFP's comp, because I think like so many flashes went into the backside here on A that the actual players that were down on the ground from Sentinels completely stranded, no one able to break those out. Gave YFP the winning recipe to come ahead in that one. Good dizzy up as well. Comboed with Alir means that no, there's no real dart to be grabbed there. No forward space to be taken. YFP continuing to bully their way up.
Take flight.
Sentinels are rotating.
Another
4
mid-round
players
stack.
into this A site. It is just the pistols, but the stack's still dangerous. Wingland going in. And I think the util just too late to deny that plant. Sentinels still go fast, try and flood their way through here as Redux finds one head and Smith steals the kill away from Celsius. He'll find it in the end.
Jake just got 3 kills on the other side of things. Just knocking them down as they ran out of heaven. And that's interesting too, because Jake is getting away with not throwing his orb into mid every round. That time he throws it up into heaven and plays around it really nicely. That's how he's able to find all those kills. He's 12-4 very quietly. It's pretty rare that teams will hold on to the Viper orb for the A-side execs when they're playing a single smoke comp.
Yeah.
It limits your ability to rotate back over into the opposite side of the map, but that was their plan. 5 hit into A, and it worked beautifully.
Teams are almost always mid-orb, B-wall.
Yeah. I think a bit of an anti-eco strat.
Redux is thinking maybe there's not an orb again. He could get an angle through mid. Doesn't, and his dash was popped there. So that's a tool he will not have later in this round. Dizzy whips out on its target, and Redux has a shot, but no dash to escape from this jam. His teammates, though, do have his back as they take down the rest of YFP and leave B-Dog reeling towards spawn.
Not a bad look there from Sen. Realizing that mid-split was coming into them very quickly, even though they didn't get that first shot with the op. Then sort of pulling back, fighting into B main, shutting that one down. They focused one front at a time, and it worked really nicely for them.
That it did. So after 3 rounds lost in a row, Sen have some control back. And they're gonna lean heavy towards A, just leaving that operator to hold on the B side.
Tough. Redux new on the squad, and you get it done on your own. No friends to help them out on that side of the map. If YFP were to slam that, no one to break that util.
Especially tough against this comp.
Interesting that Sentinels pull back out of A, now spending more bodies into that mid space. Trying to fake that early presence, but again, they want to be in this A space for the next 15, 20 seconds. Because the Dizzy's going to be back up. YFP looking for another exec into this side of the map. This time Sentinels are here.
Drone spots 2 on the rafters.
Oh.
Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Jake is running it down. The Viper entry frag. Okay. He's got the space for his squad.
2 tabs, not bad.
But look at the tools for Sentinels. Lockdown, null command, so much to get back into this site, and they're going to use it all.
At the same time, too, the null command says you can't fight forward into us with those flashes. And they're not even going to try to plant the spike. 40 seconds only on the clock. Going back into B would be a death sentence with Redux's off there. But now going forward, there's a pit!
You should run. There's no good option here. The
If you wait
lockdown
for
could
this,
fix it, though.
you only have 15 seconds to plant the spike, though.
And it means a full 5v5 brawl on the A site.
They have wings for it, though, and that could be everything.
Thrash in. Molly trying to deny, but Wingman achieves his mission. 5 versus 5. 2 flashes on John QT. Zelsis down. That's an advantage, but Curry running and gunning his way into the site. Gets one of his own. Second phase of this post-plant. YFP pull players back, but there's still Thief committed on the site. He'll claim his and into the Thrash. Second is jumping with the right-click classic again. Now and up. Picked up for the Sova. And Jake around 410 to remove him from this round. YFP win a round where Sentinels committed 2 of their biggest ults possible.
The way Jake has danced around this A site in the post plants has been ludicrous. He's finding so many opportunities to actually fight forward, not playing behind his wall, taking timings through it. The few rounds back, playing around his orb very nicely too. I mean, this guy is fragging out of his mind right now.
And off that loss, Kaplan will take his first time out of Icebox. Those last 3 rounds could be make or break for Sen. Thus far, this op for Redux has not been able to find much value.
They've kind of played around it a few times, right? He's been taking the more passive line, especially when he's left on his own. But we'll see if they even have the money to buy into that. Not sure. It feels like YFP's comp just wants to brawl and brawl and brawl with the agents they have. And it might be hard to actually match into that for Sentinels. They can try to play that fast flood retake. That's been effective for them in the past. Especially if you can, eat up a lot of those key abilities. But if you're doing that, you're kind of playing to the whims of YFP. You have to get pushed and pulled by them until that spike's down.
Yeah, these Gecko comps let you just have that 6-man when you're planting the spike, fighting forward into back site. And generally, YFP has been winning that out and denying these flood retakes.
And that's the thing, right, is flood retakes are difficult when the person planting the spike is a little buddy, and he's not actually one of the 5 guys on the team. They can have 5 rifles ready to go and fight all those players that Sentinels are sending on through. And Sentinels, yeah, they've got the KO flashes, but those are just a little bit less versatile on a map like Icebox, where there's so many different angles, especially around the A site, that you're not actually hitting people with that ability a ton.
Sen want to fight forward this round and contest A a little bit. But the Dizzy Dart again will keep them held back. And YFP will head towards B. That's into Redux's AWP.
It's his chance right here. Has to wait out the drone. Playing the passive angle, the shoulder there, and nicely baited by Penny.
But he still has dash. A chance to go aggressive a second time. But the leer wasn't enough. Redux adjusts and takes Penny down through the box.
Such a narrow shot too he hits there. But how aggro does he want to be? Right now just playing that passive angle. Has Zelsis spotting his front sight.
Jake's out of gas, so a freeze on the round to reset. Sen keeping 3 players towards A. And Redux repositioning towards Snowman. YFP have contacted up, and now they'll fight through. A back shown, but Redux didn't have a chance to connect the shot. He spots one, not even the player he saw that he takes down. He's in trouble though, 26 health. A dash to get out, Physic on the fight, but Curry there with the trade. 3v2, but it's a Viper's pit to help out YFP.
He's up!
And Jake gets it! He'll drop back down into his pit. A second chance, Celsius finds his teammate, and it's all up to Jake. Another reposition. He'll walk all the way around.
How?
He drops his pit. They have no idea. John dead in a 1v1 that Jake wins.
This dude is just filthy. I mean, he's starting the round on the ground of that site, goes up, gets his, falls down, wraps all the way back around to yellow. He's in the walls.
It's unbelievable. And that's a round that starts with Redux hitting an opener like that.
Ooh. We like that. I think the wall bang assisted a little bit by the Viper Orb, bringing the HP down. But look at that, I mean, just sick, going for the fast swing after the jump peak, knowing the clock down. But here we go, Redux, knives out, zipping down into 2, but can't find that first. Now without mid-control, without a return fire. Sentinels gonna be wanting for some control in this round.
A change in Celsius' setup. This time playing a little bit more aggressive on yellow.
What's the util pattern for YFP? No dart right now, but they have a drone. And they've gotten Physic pretty far forward. Could get a drone that spots all of back yellow. Oh, and they have a dart in 3 seconds. I think that's what they're waiting for.
A dart, a dizzy, a leer, so many tools.
There we go.
Zelsis does get scanned, and the swing is great from Jake. 5v3 post plant. And Jake just keeps it going. 20-5 across 11 rounds for the attacking Viper player.
Yeah, what was this guy drinking between maps 2 and 3? Yeah?
Someone in the crowd's right.
I trust that guy too, because I've seen him stand up and cheer for every single time YFP's been winning around. He knows the YFP tech. He knows what's up.
8-3 already.
Someone get John QT a can.
Looks like these weapons might still be in trouble. 3 seconds. Swings through. And they'll make it. That's something for Sentinels at least.
I really wish I was in on the inside joke. Tarek's losing his mind over 2 feet down from us.
Not for you to know.
For insiders only.
Not a soul on Sentinels positive this game.
Jake is 4-1 in KD.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
He's almost killing all of Sentinels every time he dies.
He'll get there. Redux on this angle we have seen many a time before. But it's seconds, the one to get the opener in this round. Redux, a connection as well. Will he escape? Indeed. And a shot! How the hell does he pull that off?
A thought his movement was good on the Omen. Even better on the Jet.
I mean, it's a 360. The guy thinks he's phasing up on Icebox. Okay.
He's having fun with it, that's for sure. Sentinels now in a 4-on-1, looking to mirror map 2 that went their way.
Jake's down. Redux puts the pin in the half. It's the same exact scenario as last map. Sentinels find themselves down 4-8. Their backs against the wall to try and make their way into the finals. We'll see who gets that final slot when we return. For the second time, 2 maps in a row, Sentinels find themselves down 8-4 at the half, with elimination on the line. Last time it was a pistol round win into a bonus conversion to mount the comeback and take us to Icebox. And they might just have to do it again.
I think it's going to be necessary. We'll see. For either of these teams, whoever comes out on top, it's a quick break and then the finals, a best of 3 coming up right after this against Cloud9. For YFP, a team that hard qualified to this event, didn't get invited. They had to do it the old-fashioned way. Now they've dropped just 2 maps over the course of that qual and today. To go up against C9 for a chance to go to Berlin would be nuts.
And after a tough run in challengers earlier this year, to make your mark by beating Sentinels would be huge. They still have to finish the task. A walk down mid as Sentinels will walk into this A site. Only contested by 2.
I mean, it is selling the fake. He just got all 5 players onto the site. Penny's still hanging out in mid. Those 2 Sen players need a way to escape, but actually the first one gets out. We'll see if Penny can take his time against this second one. Not actually risking the fight, so it's full 5-on-5 post plant now.
And that under 2 bangle is being watched.
Redux is going forward. All the way back into
That
spawn.
is clean.
Huge. And he wants a little bit more. Gets the peak, regroups back with his team. And now they can just play for main easily.
YFP's working on the possibility of a flank even. They're just worried about someone re-wrapping. Instead, they'll just fight into the site together.
No flashes.
Time's dwindling. 1 molly already used. Physics dart combined with the dizzy. They'll make their way back yellow, but Curry's the one to open this round, and it's second again. Who else but him on a pistol round? As Sentinels want to repeat history.
I think Zekin's combined shock dart and classic kills this game.
It's got to be more than his rifles.
His actual Vandal kills.
Yes.
Like he's been doing some nasty things with those. It is wild.
Which, by the way, This is the first time he has played Sova in an official since he was on Ascent.
Checks out.
And
Yeah.
even that was earlier on Ascent. Chamber meta when Cryo was dominating there. It has been a while for this guy.
YFP going on a journey through B main here with all 4 players. I think they've been rung around a bit here. Sentinels completely dodging that, and I think audio is secured. Yeah, Zelsis hears everything going down in B main, so he's going to turn around and try to clip up as many as he can here with the Ghost. 1.
That's done.
2. 3. Stolen for the 4th, but you know what? He would have gotten it. I believe it. Yeah, sorry, your classic is not Zekins. Don't try.
Not quite the same caliber. So Sen win the pistol, a clean conversion on the 2nd. Now the question of converting that bonus and really building some momentum on this defensive side. Or that attacking side, rather.
Right. I mean, that's the difference, right? Back on Lotus, it was their defense that was lights out. The attack, a little bit shakier today. I think that's fair to say.
Placing swarm grenade.
I'll tell you what, Jake is going to do everything in his power to be involved in as many fights as possible. He's been having a stellar performance. Guess is wrong this time around, though. Another YFP 4-stack on the A side, just 1 over towards B. Massive Killjoy setup. Actually about as passive as you can get. It's even the loud turret ripped off that peeks just into kitchen. Gives very little information into mid, as a matter of fact.
But the rotates are here in time, so there's still a chance to deny the plant. Sen, of course, don't have that Gecko, so it is a little bit riskier to commit a plant on B.
It does look like Sentinels have gotten more and more aware of this hard lean tendency from YFP. They've sped up a lot in their attacking sides this time. Actually taking that pause for just a moment, waiting for that peek under tube. Zelsis gets some damage, but can't quite find the player.
They can't just plant. They're worried about the utility, so they have to fight forward, and Redux dies for it. B-Dog from up top takes down another 2, and the plan falls apart for Sentinels. 30 seconds, the player's severed.
Ouch.
And Thief just picking them apart. Did B-Dog want a knife?
Having fun with it is all I can say. I mean, that's crazy because it looked like to me, I didn't even see a flash come through that Viper wall. I think they just heard Redux pushing back into spawn, and multiple players just decided, hey, we're gonna push through this wall, and they got every single kill they looked for.
Yeah.
They still had 2 Rainaliers at the end of it all. In the first 3 rounds now, Jake has been
The
fault
scoreboard,
3
Jake,
times.
20 and 8.
Yeah, but that's the thing, at the half, he was 20 and 5.
Yeah.
Hasn't been able to find them just yet.
It's his first chance with a rifle here, where they might just be going towards his sight. As it's pressure on A, but a slower round for Sentinels.
Just trying to get a read on the stack, but...
Reina moment.
Yeah, a little
Just
bit.
walk up and take your fight. That's what he's allowed.
Penny did not get the heal off of that one. Chose to dismiss away instead. Just 2 body shots and down. Isn't the most fearsome thing, but hey, 5v4 is good. It's a little bit better if you can get this KO ult out early.
Sentinels again find the gap, avoid the stack.
Fake, and plant, and then the flash on through. John QT leading from the front. And while the trade comes in from Redux, he's gonna try to pick up his IGL, but it's too greedy, man. You can't be doing that. And now, as a matter of fact, YFP, they're coming back out into the field of play. The spike too far forward. Jake here finds his first of the half, and more come down. That's YFP up to double digits.
3 rounds away from the final for the team that made it here through the open qualifier. And for the 2nd time this game, Kaplan will take a timeout. I think this is really the swing round as to whether a comeback is possible for Sentinels.
I mean, they've got to be aware of how heavy these leans have been. That time, they fought through, and it looked okay. I think, realistically, John probably should have gotten that first kill. Sure. But even after he goes down, I think it was just a decision-making error, going for that res, thinking, hey, there was only one person backside, no one swung to trade, I've got the timing window. And it was the wrong read. That's all right, but it did ultimately cook them out of the round. I think everything else they did was good. I think the decision to fight into Snowman was also nice there, going for the fake tap into the KO flash, but wasn't quite as cohesive, I think, as maybe some of the other fight forwards have been. I mean, look, it's the John on the first KO map, it's Redux on the Jet. Not the tried and true duo, necessarily, that we've seen so much more.
And I think we really saw the value out of that, in especially the first map of this series. Zelsis and Second so good together as that duelist initiator duo.
Exactly.
It takes time to build that up. And there's not a lot of time left for Redux to do it, at least in this tournament.
I have to get a peek at the money here, too, because this could be a bit problematic for Sentinels. The risk of running down into an 11th round, and yeah, it is a hero for Redux and upgraded pistols for everyone. But they're going into, I mean, this is a full-on trap setup for YFP in B. Off
Penny
of
in the
Penny's
corner.
contact, we've got Dizzy's, but he goes down. Redux is the hero that Sentinels need. He finds the first and is looking for another. Dashes back into yellow. Another out from Zekin. And from back on yellow. B-Dog, 1, 2, counting them up. YFP are not shut down yet.
2 players. That's all it took for YFP to decimate the push from Sentinels.
But that's the thing, right? Sentinels, they heat up quick, but it's into the strong side of YFP. There's 2 more where they came from. Playing a nice little 1-2 angle from up top site, back yellow. Really frustrating to get through, especially on the reduced buy. That said, there's not a lot of time to take a breather and think about what could be the next to last round.
Penny spots Celsius on the cross and dodges out on the Dizzy. He'll have to retreat. B-Dog under a lot of pressure, but again, succeeding in every position. That's a free opener. And the drone, I don't think clears onto Penny. No, last second they spot him. But he's not budging.
Sentinels just can't fight for that space. They've got a lockdown. Best chance is get over into A. We'll see, though. Maybe they hold off on that lockdown. Try to just get the plant, use it in post, anticipating this is the weak side.
Zelsis will commit the lockdown, but there are 2 Killjoy mollies to try and stall this plant. A Viper molly as well, and reinforcements on the way.
Tons of stall, yeah.
But they're already used. But that plant is not down.
Ooh.
And YFP are on their way back into the site.
Curry dropped half health to get that plant to make sure he had time to pop the ult.
Thrash committed, straight into the pit it goes. Curry, can he dodge this one?
Oh,
he
no.
can, but Second cannot. That's 1 for 1. And now as the pit falls, Sentinels come out on top of it. Curry's still up and alive in this position. And a tough player to unentrench tap. He calls their bluff, but B-Dog was ready. And now it's down to a 1v1. Zelsis spots the second. Penny's low on HP. He needs this shot clean, and he cannot do it. Zelsis and Curry combine to save the round for Sentinels.
Sentinels were desperate for that clutch there. And Zelsis is the man to deliver. Big difference between 6 rounds away and map point. And 4 rounds and a little bit extra breathing room. I think he ducked underneath that bullet too. That was coming straight at his brain.
Get out of my way!
But YFP have lockdown, Hunter's Fury, big tools to shut this one down.
He's so quick out of it. Sentinels using their Viper Wall on the A hit itself. It is all 5 coming in here with the Hunter's Fury.
Jake is on the site, and he's tucked in an off angle. Penny as well. They have no fear around this utility. Maybe they should, though. Jake wounded, shock darts raining in, a molly at his feet. He escapes. Only 4 health left, and Sentinels run back.
They eat up the lockdown. Mission accomplished. It only took them 25 seconds to do that. Now that B site is weak. As they make a ton of noise running back over there, they've left Zelsis, the hero in round 18. Now options to open it up, but they lose Zekin out of nowhere.
Zelsis hears the Viper close, and he wins that fight. Now
What is going
maybe
on?
open as B-Dog on the other side runs back in.
That's the spike! They're all split up. Sentinels trying to run a fake, but it gets caught out too early with the forward fighting. B-Dog still holding his ground. And Physic is there to support as well. Only 35 seconds remain.
Curry and Celsius walk their way into main. They'll recover this fight, but with 25 seconds, they're committed, and a flank is coming.
He's pinching in now, B-Dog. Waiting, sees one, gets it. Oh my. Celsius, can he do it again? 15 seconds. A player coming in on his right. 2 more in front of him, and a spike yet to be planted. The fake tap for the first one. He has to push, he has to go for it, but there's just no time. Here comes Thief, and that's the round. YFP are 1 away from the final.
The proactivity from YFP in that round is excellent. Walking back into A. Thief committing to the flank. They consumed every piece of space given to them by Sentinels.
I mean, that's gorgeous. Catches them on the timing. Gets to... The buy's bad, Mimi.
2 Vandals to speak of. On Redux and Zekken.
Sentinels might need a miracle. Who's going to be the guy to step up? B-Dog's got Thrash, and they send the ulti. Trying to get one, finds a tag, as a matter of fact. And the Zekken gets that ult kill. That might be the hero Sentinels need.
YFP still have players on the site. B-Dog! That was mid-air onto Redux, and Penny's gotten another. B-Dog down, though. A chance left for Sentinels. 1 for 1.
Spike planted.
It's down to Thief.
It's another flank.
The man of the hour, but they know they're ready for him on this flank, and Zekken gets away with his life. Reposition. Running into the back of the site. Thief will walk his way across the rope. When does he strike? A silent drop down. He could be anywhere, but center playing together, and the alarm bot gives the info.
The Boombot's a paid actor. I don't want to hear about it. That's crazy.
The savior of Sentinels is a robot.
Makes sense. It just makes sense.
And they stay alive for another round yet.
Wow. Now it's YFP on just 3 rifles. Not out of reach yet for Sen.
If Sen can win this round without using ultimates, they'll have lockdown into the next.
It's just a brawl for A main every round. And Sentinels won it because of Zekken's ulti. Now they've got to do it. Typical hard work. Ignoring now that strong side. They saw Util on that side of the map. Now they know that B side, as I've said many times, very likely weak. And the lockdown has been secured. That is a round winner in a post plant, but they use it to secure the site.
So plant all but guaranteed. But the post plant's still a danger. B-Dog has to Thrash if he wants to invest it.
Spike planted.
Oh.
That's a lot of damage onto John. But again, he'll escape.
Most of the damage was from the Viper. And there's going to be a reflank from Curry's, as a matter of fact. Maybe a double reflank?
All 5 players from YFP group. Thrash in. They're blind. Redux with 3. As the Thrash takes him out of the round, he has gotten his. No world where B-Dog can win the 1v5. Sentinels survive another.
You know, you said Sentinels needed a robot to be the hero and win the game. His name is Redux, Mimi.
He looks like a machine.
Unreal. I mean, look at, like, he's blinded, getting to, and gets the tag from the Sova Dart. That is critical to help him secure the 3rd. And there's a Thrash coming in his back the whole time. What is that?
Another buy for YFP.
Ores and ore emitting.
Sentinels can't stop now. 3 more needed.
Change up for YFP. Dart into mid. They'll walk up off of it. That's the turret broken.
Not going to hang out. Falling back instead. Too fearful. The KO reclear.
Physics sees nothing on that drone.
Zip.
Sen can walk up behind it.
YFP leaning heavy into B and into mid. Penny actually fell back to that window spot, so they know there's no lurk coming in through mid, as a matter of fact. And with those positions, they can very quickly rotate either A or B. The second Sentinels send utility over, Penny's gonna be over to that A site.
Viper's pit for Jake. Spam nearly gets him. He's tagged by the dart, and somehow he lives. Redux up and over the top. Will finally convert that kill with the help of Zelsis to a post plant and a man up.
Alarm bot down on the spike, a molly as well. Good util.
YFP are almost out of money. Losing this round would make that comeback so much more possible for Sentinels, but Physic has a good start. One kill found. Trade is there from Johnny, hops up, but Penny takes him down. Now the next layer, darts going in, but it's not planted for them. Second has to fall away. Curry needs to find these shots. He'll connect both. But Physic has the spike on lock. Half HP, 30 to work with. And second to try and clutch things up. There's just no time. Sentinels have done enough. 2 more rounds from overtime.
It is tight, it is scrappy. It is down to the last second every time. But Sentinels have started to string these rounds together. The rumble of that crowd getting louder and louder round by round as they see it coming for Sen. But the work can't stop now.
Clear to engage. Weapons hot.
YFP have got nothing.
A Guardian, the best weapon to speak of. Redux will dash in, a Killjoy close, the blind is good. And that opens up the round for Sentinels. It's clean. 2 men left, and a post plant for Sen.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
YFP are already thinking about round 24. Sentinels are already thinking about overtime. But what I'm wondering, Mimi, is where is Jake? 20 kills in the first 12 rounds. In the next 11, only found those 8. He was slaughtering Sentinels. He might be what's necessary for them to get across the finish line.
It seems like they need a hero.
Sorry, it was only 6 in the last 11.
It has been a complete repeat of map number 2, an 8-4 half. YFP on the verge of winning. And Sentinel's about to rip it away again. Round 24, overtime or die for the favorite squad.
Sentinel saw 2 with that knife. They know this is the stack, and they're comfortable hanging out around here. A late wall placed by Jake. Do Sentinels think that YFP have fallen out of this space? They're usually playing more up. The drone sees Penny. That tells them all they need to know. They are on the prowl.
A player top site, B-Dog. He's been the man of this second half, and somehow John gets the kill. A flash, a drop into backside. The coordination is perfection for Sentinels. 3v5 in the post. A Viper's pit for Curry, and the dart good for the spam. Physic though, still a chance. He's found 2.
Jung QT is wrapping all the way back around through mid on 1 HP. He is the nail in the YFP coffin.
But they don't know yet. Tap for Thief, Redux takes him down. And they have done it! Sentinels take map number 3 to overtime. And Seattle stands up. After being down 8-4 at the half in back-to-back maps, Sentinels are 2 rounds away from the finals.
Unbelievable. John's KO is crazy. His flashes are getting insane value. So often he's second entry. That round, he's primary entry, still finding that first kill on top site. Falling into flanks in the late round, a completely different style for him. But he has showed up when it matters in these late rounds.
Redux with an overtime operator.
Didn't find much value in the first half. He's had some time to get that second wind.
He's hungry for it. But there's no one to receive. Instead, YFP turn their sights towards B.
YFP ran a fair amount of early control over one side, freeze, and then rehits later into the round. So far, following a similar pattern, going for the orb. Physic can manage that one in a post plan to be huge.
Sentinels just round all the way through A.
What?
That's a lot of information.
Celsius might feel it.
The hit's coming. He has utility to protect, but he's so damn blind, overwhelmed by Penny. That's the opener. Jake will fall away from the lurk as Sentinels has to try and make this retake happen.
And look at mid. Jake is there, still waiting, still waiting. Sentinels going heavy back into Snowman, while Curry's just kind of up in the front. He's a front man for the team, dealing with everything, pushing into the backside, supported by Util. That's one! Curry, still waiting, still looking, and as the spam comes in, Sentinels are back in this round.
Here comes the flank, though. Jake has worked all the way around to try and end this round. 1 for 1. Jake taken down. How did Zekin know? How could he possibly be ready for that? It's unfathomable.
When it's high pressure, when it's OT, the sixth sense is unlocked for Zekin. Completely aware. That was not an easy round. I mean, Celsius got overwhelmed with Util.
Sentinels have won 6 rounds in a row. 6 rounds against match point. And now it's just one more round to close the deal.
Redux is up and up fast. Top tube. May leave him in mid, but the choice is to make a ton of noise and regroup with the team. It's actually just Penny really left here on the high angle. YFP are trusting a lot in him to find this.
Or he does, sorry.
Bit of a spectator bug. Everyone's got full armor right now. And Penny's still waiting. It's a good flash, though. And the swings to the wall are perfectly
Redux
timed.
is swinging forward. Wanted that duel against B-Dog. Doesn't get his chance. Flashes up. Wingman going in already.
YFP want to go, go, go.
It's a stalemate on the site. Who opens this round? Curry down. That's Thief diving in. YFP want to prolong this one. 3 kills. Zekin replies, though. The man of overtime steps up again and finds his team in a 2v2. Penny dead! 1 man left! Is B-Dog the salvation YFP needed? Or can Zekin end it here? A jiggle, a swing, the shooting! Sentinels get the job done! Grand final secured with back-to-back comebacks! And not a soul is sitting in this crowd.
Zekin knows. Zekin's playing with the crowd. I mean, that was unreal. It hits OT. Sentinels are put in back-to-back losing rounds. And it is Zekin and it is John in those moments clutching it through to win 2 of the mainstays.
No matter the teammates around them, that duo can get it done. And it is a heartbreaker for YFP.
Absolutely.
8 chances to win slip away. But a hell of a series from them.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they fought hard just to qualify here. They played 3 intensely close games. The third being the most ridiculous of those 3. At the end of the day, you fought for it all, yeah.
probably took so much from Kaplan, but he gets the win in front of his home crowd here.
And he does.
Back home.
You gotta love that too. I mean, Redux stepping onto the stage with the Sentinels jersey for the first time ever, looking real nice too.
I mean, 2 fresh players taking the stage for this event.
Yeah.
And I mean, who else but them in the finals?
Sentinels Cloud9, you couldn't have written it better.
It's perfect. And we're gonna have an interview in just a second, but that has got to be such a confidence booster for the Sentinel squad, for those 2 players stepping up onto a stage, donning a Sentinels jersey for the first time.
Yeah, and just, I mean, I can only imagine what it's like to go up on that stage with the Sentinels jersey and just see the mass of red
Just a sea
out
of red.
in the crowd, and just getting louder and louder. You start feeling those round wins. That's a feeling you do not get to experience. Like, that just doesn't happen. And then you get put in that position for the first time, you start winning back to back to back to back. You know, you just know.
It's just unreal. I mean, you have to think, for Zekken especially, I mean, some of the choices this team made would have been deeply criticized if they had lost. Taking Zekken off the duel list for the first time in a long time. Redux proved why. Zekken as well looking great on that off roll.
I love that. I mean, the crowd aware of how good Redux looked out there. Chance all the way through the building for that one.
Well, an unbelievable game here from Sentinels. They're going to be your second squad against Cloud9 in the grand finals. But before then, we have Zoe standing by with an interview.
We do indeed. Make some noise for Redux! But we're gonna talk about this. You guys were cutting this one close. This got quite dicey and spicy. Walk us through the comms there. What adjustments had to be made in order to claw your ways back into it?
Yeah, so I think I think the main thing that we did was we just started disrespecting them. Like, we were trying to play too disciplined. Yeah, we were trying to play too disciplined, like too correct, and like on LAN, things just like don't go that way. So we just started playing more confident, and we took over.
Right, the swagger was brought to the table, and it carried you over those finishing lines. Now, for you personally, though, you're off-rolling. I don't know how much prac time you guys had all together. I assume it's not very much. What was the expectation you set for yourself heading into this tournament?
Yeah, so I was a little nervous because there's a lot of pressure, but like once I got into the server, like I don't know, I just forgot about anything else but the game. Like, I was locked in. I was pretty locked in.
That's right. Brain off, click heads, easy as that. Now, your next opponent in the grand final will, of course, be Cloud9. How do you feel you stack up in current form?
Feeling confident. C9, be ready.
That's right. All right, well, one more. Let's hear it for Sentinels and Redux. And with that, we do have our 2 finalists, and we're gonna give them some time to get ready for the big game. And that means I give all of you and everyone at home some time as well to, you know, relax, kick back, grab a snack, maybe grab a Red Bull, perhaps, right? Now, if you're asking yourself where you can possibly get both of these things, why don't you head on over to GoPuff and use the promo code HOMEGROUND at checkout, because then you will get yourself a complimentary Red Bull HOMEGROUND can alongside with your order. So you go and do that. We're heading into a quick break, and afterwards, it's time for the grand finals.
Welcome back one last time. Red Bull Homeground NA Qualifiers. That's what we're doing here. And we have a special guest here on our desk, I guess, coffee table. It is no other than Mada. Mada, let's chat a little bit about your experience. You were living it, all right? You were vibing up there. What was your mindset? What were your expectations heading into this event?
I mean, we were just playing for fun. Like, we definitely didn't practice. We didn't have many high expectations, but it was our last event together as a team. And it really is just like a special moment, you know, like it's the last time I'm gonna see most of my teammates for a long time. So, I mean, I just love the guys. It's fun that we got to spend that time together. And even Whippy, you know, like, he's been my friend for a long time, and finally getting to play with him is just, it's fun. So
Yeah.
we just went out, had some fun, not really expecting to win that much, but whatever happened, and yeah, it's fun.
What was it like playing against your former teammate on that stage? Vic going over with Cloud9? Saw some.
Yeah, the traitor. Not much to say. I'm very happy for Vic. Happy that he's filling in for this event, I guess, something like that. No, like, it's very poetic that he was the one to end the game. You know, 1v3 from Vic to end the game, it couldn't have been a better storyline. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
To go back to the past though, what is Vic like as a teammate and as someone to play with?
Me and him were really close friends, so we still are. He was basically like my best friend on the team for the last 2 years. So we spent a lot of time together inside and outside the game, in person. We would go to the gym together every day. Just an amazing person, honestly, just such a good person. And again, I'm just so happy for him, you know? And yeah, it's nice.
It's nice indeed. It's been really fun to watch you and the team perform today as well. And I said already you were living it up there.
Yeah.
You were playing to the crowd a lot. Did that motivate you?
Oh yeah, this is my first time playing in front of this crowd, and this crowd is amazing.
You guys give it up for Mada.
You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. So it was fun. It was a lot of fun. We started losing. I was just trying to have as much fun as we could. I was just buying the bucky, running at people, trying to put on whatever form of a show I could put on, and yeah, so.
The entertainment value was there aplenty. Now, if you're looking at this grand finals, if I had to force you to predict a winner, which I will do just now,
oh man, please don't do that. Please don't do that.
Too late. I'm sorry.
Don't put me on the spot.
You can vote with the heart.
I want Vic to win. I want Vic to win.
Okay.
To be honest,
that's your heart answer.
That is my heart. That is my heart.
What's the brain telling you?
The brain is also Vic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Vic's team.
That's fair. What did you make? Did you ever scrim the old Cloud9 earlier in the year when they were in partnership?
I don't remember. I think we did a lot actually.
What would you make of this version of Cloud9 you played today versus that team then?
This version?
Yeah.
I think they have more firepower with Vic. I feel like he doesn't get his flowers enough. People always talk about Scuba, Xander, you know, those people from Challengers, but nobody ever mentions Vic. And I feel like that's very unfair to him, considering for most of the year he was the #2 player in the year, trailing behind like just one person.
I mean, across the entirety of Challengers.
Like he was #2 in the whole year basically, and you know, someone else was #1. It's unlucky, but yeah, no, he doesn't get his flowers enough, and like him and Oxy are just probably going to be a disgusting duo if that team was a real team, if that was their team for next year, let's just say, hypothetically.
I mean, we talked about this, right, earlier today, how these kind of events are such a great opportunities for players to put their name out there,
yeah.
like, you know, be on the radar for other teams out there. Is that the approach you as a player take as well? Like,
no.
when it's just,
I just want to have fun. Like, that's literally it. I just want to have as much fun as I can. And I think, like, Redux is a great example of that. Like, I feel like Redux playing for Sentinels, like, does more for his career than people probably even think, you know? Like, that show he just put on was pretty entertaining. And, I mean, yeah, he's a really good player, and I think that's just, like, I don't know how I even phrase it, but it is very helpful for him, like, in the long term, so.
Absolutely, yeah. These are great opportunities for a lot of individuals. And for us as well, because we get to see so much more of them. Now, you kind of chickened out of the answer when I asked you for a prediction. So chat, help us out. Who do you think is going to take this one? You can, do your favorite thing. You can just spam it in chat. use SEN for Sentinels or C9 for Cloud9. We have a bot keeping tally, so we'll see what the people think, right, Mimi? We're all about what the people think. For now, we're.
I wonder who would win a poll between Sentinels
that's a
and the
crazy
other
question. You never know, but we'll find out on the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Thanks, Mara.
Welcome back, friends. The Red Bull Homeground NA qualifier are coming to an end. We're heading into the grand finals momentarily, and that one will be fought out between no other than C9 and Sentinels. Scriptwriters couldn't have done a better job, and I'm once more joined by Ender and Mimi. Guys, this series was incredible.
It was crazy. And the scriptwriters were doing overtime because it wasn't just like, we get this final.
Yeah,
it was, we're going to take you through the ringer. Sentinels drop a map. Oh, they're falling apart. No. But actually, they're back. But no, they're throwing. But actually, they're back 6 in a row. And all of a sudden, Zekin and John QT are popping off in OT.
You're really making me relive the situation. Like
that is exactly what happened.
Transported back into what I just saw.
Match point was absolutely ridiculous. And then the plays that Zekin made in overtime were world class. I mean, YFP pushed them, but I think Sentinels proving why they had such a good year. Even with roster changes, they still have incredible star power. They're so resilient to come back when they're down in situations like that. It was back-to-back 8-4 halves that they salvaged.
I love what Redux said there in the post-game interview, though. You know, brain off. Let's just aim. Let's disrespect him a little bit, putting not too much respect on the opponent.
The Oxy strategy.
Well. Exactly. So I can appreciate that. That's a good approach.
I mean, if it's working, it's working.
Exactly.
And like literally from the get-go, it wasn't like he had to warm up into looking good. Like I think the first half he played on Omen all the way back on Sunset was the best he looked, and he was completely legit.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun watching them play. It was an explosive performance. Let's hope they can ride that high and, you know, do it again. This time, the opponent will be Cloud9. Let's talk about the roster and the performance so far today. Obviously, they also came into this with some changes to the roster.
This is the most C9 series possible. It was just a replica of their America's year, where they just get absolutely trounced on map 1, and then they come back and they have stellar performances to close out the series.
Now, here's the question, though, is if they already lost map 1 today, to win this series, like, they're going to be good in map 1 already because they already had their warm-up game. If that was the classic where they're always losing map 1, and then Oxy starts doing this to people, like, surely we don't have to go through that song and dance again.
Who knows? I mean, they did have a pretty long break because of Sentinels going to overtime and 3 maps, so might take some time to warm back up. But I mean, these guys did look great, especially on those last couple maps. Oxy was so good once
Not
he
the
got off
Yoru,
the
but
Yoru.
the other stuff. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. I love how we put the Yoru next to him, just to remind us, like,
Well,
Yoru was on the
think
left
the
side
Yoru
of the
was
screen,
good.
and all the good stats you're seeing, that was the other side.
The past, the future.
Yes.
A face that looks both ways.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's, and talk about the future, or the past, I don't know. He's been on
Little bit
C9
of
for a
both,
long time.
Yeah, but
Help.
today he really, like, popped off on another level. Like, I think that performance, I don't know what they fed him for breakfast today, but he needs to eat that again.
He should.
He should, yeah.
Like it.
Facts. Here, take it from us.
Zeppa as well, though. I do want to shout out, like, that duo. We were talking a lot about John and Zekin for the side of Sentinels, but it was Zeppa and Oxy who were lights out for Cloud9. Those two looked so good together. I mean, they've been playing all year as a duo on the Initiator and the Duelist, respectively, and they just kept pace into that series as well, both having some great individual maps. I mean, Zeppa even the standout of that rough map 1, playing the Raze on Bind.
And it seemed like after that first map, it was just lights out. Like, it was not the same close series that we just saw from Sentinels.
Yeah, the players right now, of course, they're getting ready on the stage. You see them setting up behind us. Like, that's me. That's great too. But they're setting up on our stage for the grand finals. Obviously, one team had a bit of a longer break, got to like sit back a little bit. I saw Sen just gobbling down some food backstage, just, you know, recharging the batteries, and then they're set and ready to go.
They literally have to recharge the batteries.
Literally had to recharge the battery. Listen, you gotta take care of the equipment.
robot.
And speaking of equipment, we're looking at the Aegon Pro right now. Really fantastic. Of course, the Aegon line by AOC, they deliver the top gaming experience on 3 different categories. Okay. There's a special category in monitors for their esports pros, which, I mean, if you buy that, you basically become a pro. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what happens.
Yeah, I'm going to buy into that. If you just feel like a competitive player, but more of a cash, you know, maybe you, Ender, identify with that. According to Mimi, you're bronze.
I'm
was that?
competitive.
I don't think I
Bronze,
said
what
that.
are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure
I don't
you
think
said
I
that.
said that.
I
That
am
is-
almost certain.
You're
you said
slandering
that.
him and me.
But then maybe the Aegon is something for you. Is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Yeah, there's a monitor for everyone. That's my point. But our pros are playing with the Aegon Pro on that very stage, and they are going to bat very, very soon. Let's take a look at the Sentinels roster after we already discussed the Cloud9 roster. Sentinels, of course, the changes they made, the additions they made, after a little bit of a, you know, shaky, slow start on 1 or 2 maps, they rolled up. They showed tenacity. Like, they're clearly not faced by starting on a back foot. It's very Sen of them.
Yeah, they bounce back in a big way, and I actually want to highlight, obviously we talked so much about Redux, but I think Curry, especially on the second map of Lotus, was such a critical piece of their defense. The amount of times he would just run out onto the B site in a quick retake when his team actually wasn't there and find opportunities to sort of steal rounds back for his team. It happened 2-3 times, which is just crazy. He was getting multi-kills.
This round from Redux was ridiculous as well. I think a pretty surprising move to put him on the Jet instead of Zekken on that final map, but he really showed up, putting on the show, as Mata said about him, and Zekken as well with so many of those clutch rounds. He was the guy to close out with the shorty of all things as well. And I think they have to feel really confident. The players have got to be warm, just coming off that long series now, going into this grand finals as well.
I stand by it too, that like the fact of like playing in front of that crowd that's just going absolutely ballistic.
I mean, literally everyone was standing up when they won the last round.
It was from a position where the game was completely lost. Like you're down 12, like it's just not happening. Sorry.
I saw a few Sen fans almost not leaving the building, but they were like, okay, I guess I can go grab a drink or something.
It was mellow. It was mellow. It quieted down.
They low-key gave up, but then Sen got the
crowd, I think.
1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, everyone starts feeling it again. It was pretty crazy.
And that's such a crazy thing because obviously Sentinels know they can make a comeback. The team last year did it quite a few times to go on the runs they did, winning Madrid and making top 4 at Champs. But for those young players that are subbing in for this tournament for them, knowing that you can make a comeback like that and getting that feeling, I think it's got to be so empowering going into a final.
Indeed. Now, if we're looking at where those teams are taking us, do you feel like if we're looking at those map vetoes, one team has an advantage?
Hard
to say, because, I mean, Lotus looked good for Sentinels. Bind was the map
on
that
their
C9
defense,
lost,
they did
right?
struggle a little bit with some of the attacking rounds.
That's true, but like Bind is a head scratcher for me because I thought C9 looked miserable on it, but like maybe that again was mostly due to the fact that like Oxy was not feeling it at all. Like he wasn't finding kills, especially on the defensive side, which put them at a big disadvantage.
And the way they play with that Eurocomp too, I think there was a lot of moments where he was being set up as a star and like trying to have those moments and wasn't really warm yet. I'm not ready to cast away this map for C9 thus far, especially because they're confident enough to pick it now 2 series in a row.
They haven't played it that much this year either, though. Like, it was like 5 times, and they have a 40% win rate on it, so that's not the most confidence-inducing, but maybe they have something. They must have something planned.
Yeah,
surely.
It honestly could be as simple as, right, like you haven't had a lot of time to get ready. It's like, that's the map we played a lot of, and we're feeling good about it, you know? And I also think, like, I don't think it should be an indictment on, like, their macro strategy necessarily, because I do think critical players were just not showing up in the frag department. So, I don't know. I'm hesitant to be. I won't ever be confident in that map pick, but I can understand a team wanting to stick to their guns.
I do look a little bit towards Haven. If we do get that 3rd map, it's historically been a really good one for John QT as an IGL. I think his attack side calling especially has looked lights out on Haven. And I wonder what it's going to look like for Mitch. He's coming in as a new IGL now for Cloud9 instead of Vanity. They've made much bigger structural changes compared to what Sentinels has had to do in this offseason, thanks to their 2 players retiring. So it will be interesting to see them on that map. I think it's a real kind of test of how quality this team really is, how put together it is at this point in the year.
And it'll also be like midnight when that happens, so that'll be another test for them. What's their bedtime looking like?
What's their bedtime looking like?
That's what everyone was asking, yeah.
That's, you know, we answer the real questions here.
I feel like you already started that earlier today. I don't know if you said it actually live or in the green room, but we were talking about how early they had to get up and how the early games might... So now it's the bedtime and the early wake-ups. Like, that's rough. But you know what?
I'm a firm believer that C9 lost map 1 because it was at noon.
Not awake.
They're not awake.
It was too early. Well, now they're awake and they are ready. So let's make some noise for the first finalists here at Red Bull Home Ground. Give it up for Cloud9. And of course, their opponents, not natives to Seattle, but still seem to be playing in front of the home crowd. Make some noise for Sentinels. These are our Red Bull home ground NA qualifier finalists. We couldn't have asked for a better final here. Now, what do they have in store for us?
It's a big question. Sen coming off a grueling game in overtime to come back into this one. Now straight into a second BO3 of the day. But a lot on the line for these guys. That spot as the NA representative at the Red Bull Homeground World Final in Berlin later this year. I think for these teams in the offseason, getting an opportunity to have experience on LAN early would be so important. We saw the implications for both Sen and Cloud9 in the last offseason.
Exactly,
having
right?
opportunities like that. These two teams were playing the most.
C9 played in everything they possibly could between 23 and 24, and they came out of the gate and looked like the best team in Americas, honestly. After kickoff in stage 1, they were absolutely on point. And already another big chance to go to yet another LAN for them.
Yeah, and I mean, Sentinels was doing the same, right? They won that Africa TV tournament. They were also flying around the world, and they went on to win the first global event of the year when VCT kicked off.
And it's even more important if you have made roster changes, such severe and big roster changes as well. You want to try out those new pieces. You need to see how they fit in and what they can do.
And we still don't know if these rosters will be the ones they keep into VCT, what the future holds, but even if it's not, it's a good opportunity to really figure out what players are like outside of scrims. Every VCT game is played on LAN in front of an audience. This is a very real test for prospects.
It's another big opportunity to see Oxy in a very new system as well. New IGLs around him, new players, younger players too. And already we saw, I mean, 2 lights out games. Once C9 locked in, they couldn't really be touched. And they're definitely going to need to find that form up against Sentinels if we see the same John and Zekin that closed out that last series.
I just absolutely love that both of their games went the distance. So they both were tested. They were both pushed to some limits, and they had to show us maybe a little bit more than they wanted to show us initially.
Sure, but it was in different fashions, right? Sentinels having to make back-to-back comebacks and just kind of scraping together the win versus a C9 that absolutely stomped to the second 2 maps in their series to close out.
Yeah, they gotta come in with confidence. Obviously, also being able to sit back and watch Sentinels play, right, for a little bit and, you know, get a good read. So they had maybe a little bit more time to just prepare and strategize over what they can, how they can approach
It's weird. It's like a blessing and a curse because, yeah, you get to chill and watch your opponent without the pressure of playing. But exactly, yeah. When do you start warming back up again? How do you stay focused, especially when each game keeps dragging on and on? You know, the crowd loves it. Sentinels are grinding back, and C9 are just back to like, man, I just want to play. Look what's going on here.
Shout out to 26% of believers out there.
Yeah, they're not in this room.
A few, maybe, surely.
It's the same people that were cheering for YFP. They're just Sentinels haters.
They're just like any team will do but Sentinels. Hey, commit to the bit, I can respect that.
One guy's got a 100 Thieves jersey on. Like, what's happening here?
Okay, it's 76% of the chat. But let's see how many in the audience. If you think Cloud9 is going to win this final, make some noise.
Okay.
A loud few.
A loud few.
And how about Sentinels?
A louder few.
A loud many, I'd say.
Yeah. Very brave of the Cloud9 fans to out himself.
This guy's face.
He's got them barking.
Absolute cinema. You love to see it.
It takes a special person to get an entire room of people to start barking.
I never thought I'd hear that sentence.
I don't know. What would you do?
It is kind of a shtick.
What? I mean, I get the crowd to meow. I don't know.
That's awfully creative since we just came from a dog barking. Mimi, come give me something better. What would be your thing? If you were the pro player on that stage, what would be your
I would play
quirk?
the game.
Try it out.
Play the game? That's very out there.
I would just play the game. I would just lock in, simply.
He looks locked in.
You're so full.
Mitch? Yeah, he's dialed.
He's locked in.
No barking from him.
No barking. Like, he's keeping them in check. They're having fun. Mitch might have fun as well.
I
but
think no barking is holding C9 back.
That's right.
Let's talk about something else, like the first map of the series.
I tried to go back to the lock-in, and Enders brought it back.
What about Bun?
Wanted it. Okay.
We have the agent select
let's
soon.
talk
We
about
saw
it.
this
Talk
from
about
Cloud9 already. What do you think Sen's going to play, Christy?
I mean, we saw it from Sen already.
Did we?
Yeah. This is the map, the Lotus, yeah?
It's been a long day.
Oh, it's Lotus map one.
Yeah.
You're so wise.
Yes, and that's why they pay me the big bucks. That and the barking. Anyways, no, honestly, like, again, I want to highlight how good Curry was looking on the Viper on defense. Like, actual shout out to him. So I think Sentinel's big problem was their attack. It got shut down a ton when they were going into those heavy exec plays.
Yeah, Zek especially was kind of getting owned by the Cypher play. He was running into a lot of trips.
Yeah, I think he was 1 for 4 on showstoppers. It was a tough game for him.
What could Cloud9 have learned from that game, though? If we're looking at what JFP did, is there anything in their playbook that you feel like Cloud9 could use as well and take advantage of?
I mean, like, ultimately, I think it's just like getting more of the tendencies of John's calling in the new position, because like what YFP were able to do very effectively on their defensive side was read where John was going to be finishing, and in the mid rounds leaning very heavily into these big stacks with 3-4 players sometimes. And Sentinels walked into that trap over and over again. So if C9 can manage that, that would be big for them. Oh, wait.
That's a clove for Cloud9. A bit of a rarity on this map. A solo controller comp. In the past, I think we have seen them play like an Omen Clove look. Now just that Clove to speak of. And locking that in with a Breach and a Gecko around Oxy's Rays.
Definitely signals that they want to go and do some fighting, but I think the duration of the smokes can be a little bit annoying. Range on that too.
And it makes your attack side kind of tough, right? Not just the duration, but you only have 3 total smokes versus Sentinel that is playing a double controller composition. They have that Viper wall to re-walk into space in the mid-round. I think it makes it a little bit more challenging to lurk for space.
I agree. I think Vic's going to have to actually show up big in the frag department here to make that one work. It's hard to find as many combos and just the power of that Omen, the mobility you have, the ability to play on a forward embed. It's really tough to replicate if you're not showing up big individually.
The other thing is with that Clove, it's really cool that they can smoke once they're dead, but you have to be in the right position. Lotus is a really big map, and on that attacking side, if Clove is to fall, you're kind of committed to going back into that site where you have smokes. If not, you're sacrificing a lot.
Indeed. They're still getting ready and set up. And so are we. It is time for the grand finals. Let's make some noise for this one. We're gonna bring in the big guns who will do this one justice. So please, Doug, Baby Bay, take it away.
Thank you so much. So, Seattle, you have been electric. You have been amazing from the very beginning of the show. And now I'm gonna ask you one more time to deliver on the biggest stage we have here at Red Bull Home Ground, a best of 3 to decide who's headed to Berlin to compete against the world's best. Dre, it does not get any better than this.
Yeah, and it's been a marathon, especially for Sentinels who just went the distance. Yep. The absolute distance in overtime to get here. And Cloud9, yeah, they'd be just snoozing in the back rooms over there, man. They might be refreshed and ready for this.
I mean, they earned their break too. Their series went the distance, as we saw earlier today. So I think there's a lot to be excited for on both squads. You were chatting a little bit. It felt like you were kind of leaning towards Cloud9 on this one. What's your gut telling you, and why?
You cannot be calling me out like this in front of this hometown crowd of Sentinels. But I think that long break will help Cloud9 power through this last VO3 that we have, the qualifying match for Berlin.
We'll see if that's the case. That's a great start for Sentinels already, as Zelsis draws first blood.
And the last time Cloud9 ran this type of composition on this map, it was actually Moose on the Killjoy. Everything else is the same.
He has historically seemed more comfortable on the Cypher, so I suppose that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Cypher's been getting more and more popular on a map like this. Gives you so much info across the board. We saw Thief have a great defensive side with the setups that he had in that last series against Sen. Maybe that's why the change was made on the fly.
Thief really did have an exceptional series.
Yeah. So far from Cloud9, they're working the map really well right now. The tap of the door baited a lot of rotations from the side of Sen.
But the thing is, they didn't leave.
Yeah, they're reading too far into this.
Yeah, if there's been enough time where you would expect them to have started to rotate away at this point, but they've all stayed. And so Cloud9 are going to be pulling right back into the teeth of this defense.
Yeah, sometimes you just overcook on some of these pistol rounds. That smoke's going to make it very obvious, and there's 5 members of Sentinels here and ready.
They've realized Second is here. You've got the Paranoia coming out as well as Redux is looking to push the matter just a bit. With the flash on the outside, Curry's able to get another kill. Redux joining in on him as Vic and Zeppo are the 2 that remain. A sliver of HP amongst both of them with 13 seconds left. Time is of the essence, and it will not matter. Sentinels get the pistol.
A great read from Sen, not over-rotating back to the C site when that orb was grabbed. Perhaps it's because they had nobody there to even hear it in the first place.
Yeah,
this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
this is what I mean when I mean overcooking from the side of Cloud9. They baited out the rotations with the tap of the door very well. But Sen, they were just stacked towards that A site. The double back was the demise. And now, Sen are sitting at 1-0 on the defensive side. A lot of light armor across the board from them. That could make them worse for wear against these classics. Gotta be careful.
Zelsis in a tough spot here. Ooh, a little messy. But of course, Zekin is here to save the day.
With the no-scope, nonetheless.
He's gonna have a shot at another one, and he will connect. 3 kills. I don't think he's used a scope on any of them.
No. It's been a long time since I've seen somebody pick up the Marshall in a round like this. He gets the ace with the Roomba.
That might be the greatest ace I have ever seen. 3 kills with 3 kills, no scope, and then the Roomba gets a 2K at the end. I mean, come on.
What an event. It's been magical in this stadium.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
Unreal. He will bring the Marshall into the next round. He's only 2 off of his ultimate now. Oh, he's upgrading.
Upgrading from
Is he upgrading to the Bucky?
Bucky.
This guy's playing gun game in a match. That's impressive. Fade Eye was used towards that A side of the map. Prowler to follow up. Maybe conditioning for future rounds, showing that we're willing to fight this A line. Zekin with that Bucky. He's going to play up close. So he's going to have all that info. All the C pressure should allow for John to rotate back.
Yeah, and you remember the first round. They made a lot of noise A, rotated back C, and then ended back A. If that's the case here,
yeah,
Zekin's in a great spot.
Mm-hmm. And the Omen smokes are just going to keep being refreshed on this angle.
And then if you do manage to get past the Omen smokes, you've got all the Killjoy utility. And so this is it. If they're going to rotate back into this, this is huge. You've got John QT over your shoulder as well. Honk getting cleared. You've got to know there's someone close. He's been patient. He's been waiting. And he's successful. Only 1 foul, though, but in a bonus, you take those.
Yeah, and with the Viper on your side, the wall could go up. You can get out of dodge. Yeah, it's even numbers, but this is your bonus round, and it's looking good for Sen so far.
What's the plan here on the other side of this for Cloud9? Again, I want to call back to the pistol round. They got a numbers disadvantage, and then everything kind of went sideways.
Yeah, and they're running into that Killjoy utility that you were speaking of earlier. The orb should be going up very soon. There it is.
They're going to run into this. You've got the Paranoia out, 13 seconds left. Wingman may have found safe passage, but Redux isn't concerned, I don't think. He's going to get a couple of kills here, but they're traded right back. It's Vic who's left alone at 1v2. John QT and Curry have arrived at the scene. All of the pressure on the Clove. The jump peek, that was messy, but it worked.
Great heads-up play from the IGL of Sen. In that 1v2 to just be a human drone, jumping around, catching Vic sleeping in the moment. Maybe that time off is working against them, Doug.
This feels like an eternity ago, but remember how slow they started in their first series against MXS.
Yeah, it really does feel like whoever loses the first map will win the series with how both these teams' years have gone.
I mean, even just today.
Yeah, even today.
Slow starts seeming to be the key.
Mm-hmm. That being said, Zekin will have the showstopper online. Zeppa, the only one to answer with an ultimate of his own, has the Thrash available. But it's light armor across the board, and there's a lot of phantoms from the side of Sen right now. Some spam through the smokes, a lucky headshot here and there, but this is aggression.
Where are you going? With the Han on the other side, but they heard the TP up on the box. They just spam right through it.
What a read.
That's very nicely handled by Cloud9. You see what the intentions were, what the idea was. They just weren't able to execute.
Yeah, the members of Cloud9 breaking that Fade Eye made it obvious. And another punish. Oxy this time onto Zekin. That showstopper is not going to be able to be used.
Dropping the Thrash as well just to secure the round. Or at least increase the possibility and the probability of it. With Spike in hand, they've made their way out onto C. No flank to worry about. Nothing of the sort. All eyes forward. Smoke goes down, a kill goes the way of John. And another one in the way of Curry. This is a 5v3, or at least it was. If they're able to convert this,
This is massive, and they're getting ever closer. Vic and Moose trying to avoid disaster, and they might just do that. What in the world can John do here? 58 HP, position given away, spotted by the cam. No real idea of where the remaining 2 members are, and that's a round for Cloud9.
It got down to the wire though, Doug. That wasn't pretty by any means. It was a 5v3. I think that Clove kind of worked against them. Those smokes, they don't last as long as an Omen, as a Viper Orb. Maybe just not used to the timing so far. But they still recovered. Moose got that important kill from the main onto top site. So Cloud9 finally answered back. 3-1 for Sen.
Again, the light armor situation for Cloud9.
And now for Sen as well. Light armor, yes, and that Omen flash was way off the mark.
But again, you can tell what the idea was. The Haunt combined with the Paranoia to get a little bit of early info.
Yeah, Cloud9, they're ahead of this though. Great rotation towards C. Hitting the site with only 2 members, Zelsis. He has to back up.
Yeah. No real choice but to give up the real estate. Now, Sentinels do have a couple of tools here for this retake. Dueling rockets, as Oxy's the first to pop his. And between that and the breach utility, it will pave the way to take the space. Now spotted, John QT dodging lethality, and now it's it's Zekin's turn, traded 1 for 1. Both raise the sideline for the rest of the round. The spike has been ticking for a little while too here, and they've lost contain of Waterfall. He was up a little bit too far. They've got the Rolling Thunder now.
Time.
Mitch with the finger on the trigger. Now popping Gonzalez is sent straight up into the sky as Zeppa brings him down. A 1v2, and you're right, time seems to be the difference maker this round.
A great peek out of the smoke from Mitch to get the trade in main, in water. Gets the breach ultimate because of it. And then, yeah, that was just too easy for Zeppa to clean up on the actual site. Everyone was breach ulted. Another good round from Cloud9. A fast reaction this time around, and that kill from Oxy onto Zekin. I feel like Zekin's just been so unlucky today with these Raze ultimates. I mean, we saw Jake just plucking him out of the sky multiple times last series.
The life of a Raze is tough, man.
Super unfortunate.
He's still sitting at 7-4, though.
Yeah. Some would say he's popping off right now.
A little bit of speed here off the Paranoia. The nade to make sure no one TP's back. Half wall and control game.
It's just fast reactionary play from Cloud9. Every time you see these A default go through, they've sped up C or taken the B space. Now that prompts a re-clear from the side of Sen.
But I do think this kind of leans towards Sentinel's benefit if they continue to do this. I mean, Lee, even look at this round. They just dumped some of the util A, and then they've inserted Rex and left them there. They know that they've been doing these fast rotates around.
That was a cool nade from Oxy to get some chip damage, but if they do decide to end back at B, because he naded that corner, they might assume maybe no one's there. Zekin hasn't moved at all. I say that, but it's going to be a re-clear of A, so a lot riding on Redux right now. He only has 1 TP.
And there's nobody here to help him. Now spotted. He's got the big TP to get out of there.
Wise to.
Live to fight another day. Meanwhile, Zekin close by. Not fully committing to swinging out onto the fight. So once again, it's Redux who's being called upon as Oxy just Goomba stomps him.
Dunked on.
And then moves forward.
Spike planted.
There's still a really good spot here again. John has his ult invested, tagging onto 3. The only one who wasn't tagged, I believe, was Mitch. But it feels labored. It feels heavy. It feels difficult for Sentinels to get back into this. I don't know that they really have the room.
Really good discipline from Cloud9 on this post plant. Making it very difficult. They made that so difficult, Doug, for Sen to find any type of way in.
And I mean, what was it that was so effective in that position? Because you're right, I mean, we could feel it. It felt difficult, it felt labored.
Hold up, Oxy just died to Zelsa's turret, but either way, so what it was is, it's just the positioning of Cloud9 in that post plant, taking control of Heaven, playing crossfires in the actual site itself. Sen, they did a good job of trying to scout out, find anybody that would give them a peek, but there were none there. Moose, he was the only one on an island there. And yeah, Zelsis may have gotten the one up on him, but they ended up losing the round because of it. All that time taken to clear him out. And right now, Cloud9, they're maneuvering around the map very well. Quick reactions off of the default utility from Sen at A, making Sen have to use utility to re-clear space that they've already gathered. Formulating the plan to end A in that round was beautiful. Wonderful job.
Again, space taking A main, but this time a pit towards C as well. A little bit more into the defense of this one.
And Zeppa did show a Gecko Flash early on C. This might catch the Cloud9 players sleeping at the wheel, but I say that the one way is just going to be shuffled up. It looks like they're going to want to hit into this Viper's pit. The thing is, they don't know that there's also a Killjoy with mollies, with an alarm bot deep into that Viper's pit.
They do have a Thrash. And you would assume Killjoy's close by.
Yeah, I think Vic is going to run in, pop his ult after he gets taken out. Look at all the delay, though. Next, you have the Killjoy molly. You have another one if anyone wants to satchel past the pit.
There's the Thrash. A little bit of different order, but Zelsys is tagged. They know where he is now. Still getting a kill. Vic's gonna pop his ult. Zelsys is now dead.
I know exactly where.
What an execute from Cloud9. There's the power of the Clove, but now he has to run all the way up. If he wants to stay alive, he's gonna drop. But it was enough space to gather into that Viper's pit and take the site.
Well, it's not given a second lease at life, as Oxy isn't either.
Yeah, he was so far ahead of the team.
I think, though, is because of where Vic died, there's still the ability to apply some pressure with smokes and help kind of cover things. You already see one dropping down towards Waterfall. Zeppa popping his Thrash for a second time, and for a second time finding a target. This is still winnable, though. A 2v2, a little bit of damage dealt to Mitch. Feels the space running away. A 3K per second, still one to be found. Moose waiting on the other side, and again, I don't know that Zekin can find a way in with 4 HP. He just runs away.
And you're 100% right. All that space that was gathered by Vic, yeah, even though he didn't get any kill or could keep himself alive after popping that ultimate, Oxy was able to take everything. Now, Sen, they have to re-clear so much space. They have to worry about all of CT. They have to worry about all of the corners in water to clear out. They 3-manned up, and it looked promising at first, but the spam on a John QT, too much.
You take a look at the rollout one more time.
Yeah, the spam on John, who doesn't even get tagged by the Thrash, again, very unfortunate.
We have a timeout called here. I'm really curious to watch how the rest of this half plays out, because I think we've seen them react, both teams react to each other a couple of times already. And again, let's talk through what that timeline has looked like. Sentinels like to aggressively take space A main. They started to realize that Cloud9 was accelerating back C. So what do Sentinels do? They dump the util and then instantly go BC. They just insert Redux at A. Cloud9 catch wind of that, and then they re-hit back A. So what do Sentinels do on the other side of that? They leave 3 back A. Yeah. These last 4 rounds have been a tit for tat. Like, okay, you're gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this. And it will be interesting to see how this half continues to evolve.
And if it makes you feel like you're secure, yeah, we have the Viper's pit down, deep alarm bot, 2 mollies. But that Clove, it's so unconventional. You're not used to playing against that ultimate, maybe in ranked, sure. But in a professional setting like this, sometimes you just miss the mark.
It's a different ball game. And the ball game currently is in the hands of Cloud9. 4 rounds in a row to take the lead. Oxy one away from his ult. And a broken buy for the defense. And a different look, too. How many times have we talked about this A main control? Now they aren't even interested in it.
I was about to say that, and of course, now they walk A when nobody from Sen is fighting it. And that just makes it obvious that it's either a stack on the actual site or it's just for the free.
And this is, again, any kind of reading ahead of this, because that wasn't off of a lack of info. Before the barriers went down, they were stacked A.
Yeah.
So Sentinels gamble towards C, and unfortunately, they've swung for broke.
Zeppa on an island, he only gets 1. Will be an upgrade for John.
What can they do with it? Still has light armor. Second does as well. With the spike planted, this is tough.
Yeah, that camera getting info on multiple members on the flank. A lot rides on Moose right now in this up-close spot.
Oh, I didn't think that was gonna hit him. Oh, he's gone behind him! But Zekin provides cover and provides safety. Mitch having to push forward, gets ahead of the fall line, gets 2 by himself. Vic again left alone. What a retake attempt. That was insane.
Through brute force. Absolutely bonkers. And it was Zekin, I believe, who came through the door that was already open.
And then looked back.
Yeah.
It was him, yeah.
He saw Moose trying to finesse around that wall. That was the cue to turn around.
I wonder...
Moose gets seen, I think, by John QT right here, right now. Oh no, it was just intuition.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there was a cue.
I cannot believe that just happened. I can't believe he just turned around. 13-5.
And that kill doesn't necessarily light up and reflect in the stats, but that's a round-saving kill.
Yeah, 100%. And now, timeout for the other side.
Just to build a little suspense, you know?
Yeah, so intense. Timeout after timeout. Coaches are even battling at it. 4-4 is the score. Just to remind everybody.
And a quick check-in on what stakes are, what they're playing for.
Berlin, baby.
An international during the off-season, a chance to play later on in the year against the best around the world. I mean, that's what you play for.
Yeah, and a chance to show off your actual roster, whatever that may be.
Right.
For whoever qualifies.
Right.
Getting even more reps in before the VCT season starts again. That's experience that's invaluable. We saw how good Sentinels performed this year because of the grind they did in the offseason.
I mean, you could make the argument that that's what led to an international win in Madrid. And so you're right, every single rep matters. And after the marathon of a day that both of these teams have had, they're sniffing at the finish line. There's still work to be done, though. Tied 4-4 in this opening map. We'll see how things play out again. Is this little chess game, right? These little micro decisions have continued to kind of flesh out. Sentinels back to the A main control. But it's a different look, too. It's always been Redux TPing forward off the nade. That's not the case here.
Nobody really to fight here. Broken door. It is open, which could lead to a late mid to B split for Cloud9. But John, he's just been tucked in this corner the whole round. And it's silent across the board.
Yeah, second spotting a little bit. What a day is not going to feel good.
He almost got taken out.
He's got his ult. 2 satchels, too.
What a risky peek.
Yeah.
John, let's see if all his patience is going to bear fruit.
I mean, you've got Curry, who's posted up on the other side. There's the fruit that's been reaped. The harvest is plentiful. Oxy will fall as well.
Oh, what a time.
And Zekin's position here is gorgeous as the wall goes down. 2 kills are found.
Wonderful.
Moose trying to drop a couple of pot shots and perhaps find his way into a kill, but all he's done is give his position away. Oh, well, okay, hang on.
Moose can be so good at 1v1s.
Yeah.
It's definitely a big reason why he's part of this Cloud9 roster.
Avoiding the haunt, you imagine he's just going to try to hang on to this weapon as best as he can.
He's going to do his best.
10 seconds left.
They've got the money if they want to hunt.
And John, he's one off of that orb. He should just try to run it down, even if he dies. You have the fade ult for the retake on whatever site you want to play retake on for the following rounds.
He is the closest, but it does not seem like he will give pursuit. And so the rifle will be carried over by Moose into the next round. Sentinels take the lead back.
Man, second sitting at 15-6. Miles ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard. That's just beautiful. You love to see that. It's still the Zeppa and Oxy show on the other end for Cloud9. There's a lot of ultimates that are going to come online for this side of C9.
You got Mitch and Zeppa, a point away each.
Yeah, this round, a bit of a light investment. Economy just not quite right.
Yeah, just enough to give you a fighting chance. 2 rifles. And again, I think the ults are what's key here.
I'm wondering if that was a mixed one-way from Redux.
I got you, I got you.
Doesn't matter though. Mollies were popped. by Zelsis to buy enough time for Redux to get that second smoke online. But yet again, a rotation towards the other side.
Yeah, but I think Cloud9 got what they were looking for here. I mean, the rollout at the beginning of the round was to secure that ult for Zeppa, and they did.
Yeah.
So I think the question is now what? What do you do with this? I would imagine if they had intentions of getting this ult at the very beginning of the round, it's because they have a plan to invest it here. They're going to drop more than just that. There's the third ult coming through. Redux is dead. The lockdown responding in kind by Zelsis. And Oxy's dead. A little bit of a 1-for-1 as they commit to getting it down, but you don't... It got destroyed, okay.
That breach blast paired with the nade that Oxy threw before he went down, it was enough to get rid of that lockdown.
This is so tough because now they can lean on this Thrash for the post plant. Second pops his ult, but is there any way to go? Is there any way through? They've given up all of this space. It's actually Curry who falls, and now the Thrash. Remember, this was the objective at the beginning of the round. This push and pull of space that's been given up by both of these teams is now settling in to spam over the mound. Second getting 2. Time is so short. I don't know that he can find a way in on this. A massive round from Zeppa.
And again, a great round of maneuvering around Lotus attack. The tap of the door multiple times to feint that we're going back towards B or A. Basically put Redux on an island, and then this execute comes through. There's no way that Redux can do anything. The Gecko Flash, the Raze Rocket. Zekken, he tried his best. But with time running so low, John had to do nothing but stick.
Yeah, he had no other option in that position. That was the only card to be played.
5-5 half.
Yeah, despite Zekken's best efforts, they're in a dogfight here. 5-5 with work to be done. Mitch has his Rolling Thunder online. John QT with the Fatal. We're not going to see Mitch's. Things should slow down here a little bit.
Yeah, and Curry making a lot of noise here, but it's Zelsis to bail him out on the wide swing of Vic.
They've got to be careful here because Zelsis has a lot of contain. If the timing is right, he can have a feast on this.
This is so much info that he just gathered. Just by himself, inching out on that peak. Not only does he get back in turret range to not have to worry about front B lurk, but he cleared out most of that rubble area, and now he's just gonna slip back into B site. So right now, Sentinels have a good read on the round. Redux, he should be getting ready to use that paranoia, dial in on his crosshair.
And again, there are no smokes for Cloud9 to play with here. Not only is Vic dead, but he died out towards A. Yeah. So if they do try to end B or C, that's what they're gonna have to deal with. They don't have Vic's ability. Doesn't matter how many fake smokes he throws up, they're not gonna bite because they see everything that's happening on C. It might not matter. They might just, again, brute force their way through this.
Insane. We're in a 2v2 after what looked like an unlosable round for Sentinels.
15 seconds left, they clear back site, they clear spawn, and now commit to the spike. Moose and Zeppa in the face of Zelsis and John QT. They're trying to retake the site, they're trying to retake the space, and they both go the way of Sentinels. Every single kill found, Sentinels take the lead back.
And it looked like John was ready for that the whole time. When Zelsis was scaling up towards that right side site, John was sitting in water still, just holding the top site peak. So a hard read into that 2v2. Those are rounds that when they let it slip, they made it so close for YFP. That was the difference maker in them taking that series away. And it's a good defensive half so far. 4 Sentinels, 6 rounds. Playing the double controller comp.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a lot of good from both sides, to be honest. And if that's any indicator of things to come, we've got a treat on our hands.
Yeah, slugfest.
Remember, Mitch died that previous round without getting to use his ult, so he'll have it here for the 12th.
Right here.
Some spam on his Zeppa, bringing him down to 36 HP. He might want to swap his rifle to somebody else. And of course, the one guy that didn't have full armor
unlucky
gets taken out by the Outlaw. Everybody else buying Stinger full armor on purpose, reading into it. Whoa!
That timing is gorgeous. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. John with 3, Second gets the last. A flawless round from Sentinels to close a 7-5 half.
What a great hold on that A site.
They're going to scatter from my stuff.
The spam on Zeppa to bring him down to 30 HP. Then that timing peak.
2 rounds separate these 2 squads in this first map of the grand final. We've got plenty more to come. We'll be right back. One half has been played, and it's been close. It's been hotly contested, but Sentinels barely eking out a lead here on Lotus. Still plenty to play, though, Dre.
Yeah, and this attacking side for Sentinels was what kind of got them into the gutter in the first place against YFP.
Yeah.
So they're going to need to probably revamp a little bit of their strategy, or maybe not. Maybe they just got unlucky, and they're just going to run it back, do the same type of game plan that they had going into the last match.
Well, it's a weird thing about Valorant, isn't it? Is that you can have the exact same plan, run it, and run it, and like 7 times out of 10 it works great. And then there are 3 times where it just doesn't work.
Yeah. That one set of util maybe missed, or maybe one kill that wasn't converted, it could change the entire game.
You're still sitting on a 20-8 performance from Zekin so far.
Wow, the lineup for Zelsis.
With the turret getting a little bit of help here. Not able to convert on the third, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, Oxy's sitting at 50 health. These classic right clicks could be decimating to somebody that's low like that.
Mitch is gonna try to find a little bit of space.
Yeah, but look at the flip from Sen, taking all of heaven and stairs.
This is a really nice protocol. I love how they're playing around this.
Oh.
Gotta be careful. Zekin's close by, and I don't think they know his position. Look at he's tucked in the tiniest of corners. And again, they have no real idea. So a little bit of space will be found, yes. But at what cost? A nade should stop Wingman. Rest in peace. That's a big ding. Mitch left alone, he will fall. Zekin gets 2 more. What's he at, like 23 at this point?
Yeah, he's dropping bombs in the server right now, and him holding on to his nade because there was nothing shown at the A site is what made that post plant possible for Sen to win. The utility that Zeppa and Mitch had in the arsenal, it could have been so devastating to Sentinels in the position that they were all corralled in stairs, right? Wingman went onto the spike. Had there not been that follow-up nade from Zekin there to break it, all of a sudden you have to body check. And that breach blast can get immense value.
Take a quick look at the investment. Guardians, a Bulldog, a Marshall.
Wow.
And damage already dealt, a kill already found.
Well, a good answer back from Oxy. And also the orb was gathered onto, I believe it was Zeppa.
The tricky thing here too is, I mean, it was Curry who had the pistol, so I don't know that they're in a position to really be able to scoop the weapon up.
Not ready yet.
It looks like it's being protected now.
Wow, second with this Marshall buy. It's something that we haven't seen in a long time.
24-8 in 14 rounds.
Yeah. And when you're on this eco round, you don't have heavy armor to protect you from the Marshall itself. So it's just one shot to the body. I mean, Curry doesn't even have to look at you to take you out. Guy's doing 360s entering into the side as Viper. Center looking warm, man.
Hey, it's almost like they just played a best of 3.
Yeah, you think they did? Zakin, of course, he's gonna go hunting for more. He's only 3 off of his showstopper. Open the door. I heard that from the crowd, had to repeat it for sure. Zakin on the hunt, on the prowl. Moose, there's only so many spots he could be in.
I feel like a Moose hiding is a pretty difficult thing to do. They spotted him, he still gets a kill, Zelsis gets a trade, but Sentinels get their 9th.
Hey, good for him, man.
We talked about in the first half, so I think the big story today has been slow starts for both of these teams. You think about every map they've played, it's been like, it's been a little sluggish, it's been difficult to come out of the box, and for Sentinels here, remember, their first half, they win the pistol, they win the following, and then they win the bonus, and it feels like they're starting to open things up. They have the opportunity to do it again here.
Yeah, the last series on the first map that they played, they won both pistols, lost 13-9. That's tough.
Yep.
This time around, I think it's a different story. They're in the driver's seat.
This is a bonus with 4 rifles, and that's already a kill found. An explosive start.
From both sides, Oxy tried his best to even the score, but the spacing of Sen on that swing on A.
What's tough too is Redux was just able to upgrade to a Vandal.
Redux has been so good.
Moose will be here first. He's got some spam set up. Doesn't pull the trigger yet though. Patient with it, tucked in the smoke, and now gun barrel's pointed his way. But Zakin doesn't spot him. The paranoia is gonna push him off the angle as Redux fills in on the space behind him. Vic is gonna be pinching in, leaving Zelsis all by himself.
Found them. Bomb grenade out.
He's gonna pop a couple of mollies, try to buy some time to rotate all the way around.
He's gotta start shifting now. They're gonna hear him. Oh.
You gotta hurry.
May have been perfect timing. I think they...
I don't know.
Yeah, they heard the step. They heard the step. Yeah, look at Moose right now.
Vic
He's dialed.
Not able to snap onto it, so Vic's gonna get the defuse. No bonus found this time as Cloud9 get to 6.
A valiant attempt from Zelsis, trying to wrap around. I think he was maybe one step. Yeah, just one step too late into the shifting.
It's tough in a position like that. Again, it was a 1v2 in that situation. It's hard to, I mean, I feel like all the plays that he could have made there were low percentage plays.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Peek main against an Odin that can just spam you through the wall, the little sliver that you have to work with? So Moose, he will bring that Odin into the next round, but a lot of damage was done for Sen in that round.
Whoa, that's from really far back.
A very early showstopper. It will gather a bunch of space though on this A site.
A space that wasn't really contested.
Yeah. And look at the over-rotate from C9. There's 4 members here ready to fight.
I don't know that it's an over-rotate because all of Sentinels are here as well. Meanwhile, the 1v1 happens on the other side of the map. It goes the way of Zelsis, but Cloud9 seem to be holding the line. Unless Redux can do a lot. He's got behind him. He's gotten 2 kills, but the spike now sitting in no man's land.
No peeking.
Zelsis with so much to do.
And so little HP.
But plenty of time. Again, a miserable spot for him to be in. He's guessing. There's no way to confirm where Vic might be.
I got the spike.
Grabs out of there
and gets away.
Yoink is mine now.
40 seconds left. He has a couple of ways he can play this. He can fully commit to planning B, or he can rotate all the way back, which seems to be what he's doing. Drop utility along the way, and then try to set up for C.
30 seconds left.
What a smart player. You just can't teach that.
He's gonna have ult. Does he invest it here? He knows where he's coming. The pathing is there. Does he pop the ult? Yes, he does. That's gonna buy some time, but he stays in. First Molly popped. Vic, no idea where he is, but he dropped the lockdown. And now the real game is afoot. He still hasn't been spotted. Celsius has concealed his position perfectly this entire time, but can he get the kill? As the spike ticks away, 30 HP left, and Vic gets the best of him. The round the way of Cloud9.
That was so tense, but the rookie with the outplay, no doubt in his mind that Celsius was somewhere in sight. The fact that he didn't get peeked from that mound area, and he secures the Odin at the end of it too.
I'd love to see where that lockdown was placed. I didn't think it was in a spot for it to be clear, but obviously Vic was able to do it.
Yeah, it was a little too close. I think you could see it.
Yeah.
That little pathway connecting to water. If it was a little bit deeper.
I mean, he's locked out.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, then Vic is in a brutal spot. He's got to challenge the lockdown or take the fight or give the space up, and then the spike had been planted for a little bit longer.
And it was a really good idea from Celsius as well.
Agreed.
To put the lockdown here and then quickly cross over to site.
Yeah,
like
agreed.
Vic really didn't know where he was.
He could have been anywhere. But the 50-50 goes the way of the rookie. As you mentioned, a timeout has been called. Again, another moment to slow things down, talk things through.
It came down to 1 foot in the previous round for Celsius.
Yeah.
And now it came down to like 1 inch of that lockdown being off. This game is so punishing on little tiny mistakes. That's what it's like to play at this high of a level.
We'll take a look at the money here in just a couple of seconds, but I mean, the implications of that are massive too, as we're nearing the end of this map. Those little mistakes are magnified.
So the slugfest will continue with that 1v1, that Vic 1, the newbie.
Still light armor on the side of Sentinels. No real choice to do it either. I mean, the money's not great. Meanwhile, Oxy has his ult, Moose has his ult, and then there's 1 point away for Vic. Oh, and he's got it now. That's second dead.
Swatted out of the sky.
Paranoia will buy some time, but it's not quick enough to get the swing. It might not matter though, as Celsius and Redux, brothers in arms, just push forward.
And they need to be careful here. They need to be wary. The power of Cypher is you don't have to play around the utility. You can post it up. You could cheat over towards that A site if you really want to.
I mean, and even just like the passive info that you're getting from the fact that your utility hasn't been hit yet.
Sometimes it can be used against you though.
Sure.
If Sen walk all the way up and pop right on top of the trip, there could be no time for Cloud9 to react and get a rotation. That tap of the door is keeping 3 members here.
And again,
Celsius is so good.
And it's because the utility of Moose has not been tapped. It hasn't been affected. So there's reason to think that there's a lean towards A. But the Haunt is out, the trip has now been hit, and now they realize
it's too late.
30 seconds left.
With only 1 done, and now they have to be super careful. They have a lot of the map they have to play around, but Sentinels may be overthinking this. If they try to end back B, they're gonna hit the other trip.
Oh no.
And now they're gonna know.
They're going back C again. The spike could have been planted 10 seconds ago.
The classic quadruple pump fake.
Moose, he wins the 1v1 on Curry now, and Celsius drops the overcook.
Oxy and Vic both have their ults. And they're both brawly. They both want to fight. There's the ult invested. Somehow doesn't hit John QT. And now Vic with 3 on the round. Leaving it all onto Redux. Can he settle the shots? Gonna have to get through 3. Can't connect on any of them. That's another round the way of Cloud9.
And a huge blunder of a round for Sentinels, Doug. There's no reason they should lose that round. They had a free C site. The double back to B. Just overthinking it.
And I don't even know that it was the double back as far as time goes, but 2 members were caught. Well, Moose wins that 1v1, but then you get caught out across mid. In B, the positioning wasn't great. That felt like the crux of the round.
So rough. And now the economy of Sentinels is looking even rougher.
I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of that last round. It was light armor, not by choice, because they couldn't afford to get much else. And so the 18th round is upon us. Fault line at the beginning. A little bit of damage dealt. That's really it, though. At least for now.
It was a speed-up call towards C, grabbing the orb on Azelsis. But it was a Prowler on the opposite side of the map to re-clear all that A space. So now, Sentinels, they're reading ahead that it was a feint. But the front B proactivity from Vic and Mitch, hearing the rotation, snagging one off. Now they're able to stack towards the A site.
I mean,
Cloud9 are reading this map perfectly right now.
Yeah, having the proactivity is one thing, but hitting that shot is, that's another one entirely.
Yeah.
Oxy not connecting there. But as Curry tries to slow walk into the side, he slow walks into his death. It's a waltz the other way. Just when it seemed like Sentinels were in a position to run away with the map. Cloud9 punch back.
And it's not just through individual skill.
Yeah,
30 seconds left.
It's the overall macro. Oh. Redux slips into the smoke, but Vic, he'll pop his ultimate for it. Now he's going hunting.
He's got to get the fight. That's a kill found. The spike's still out of reach. With 10 seconds left, you still have Oxy with his outlaw. That's one kill found. The second is delayed, but surely John is not around for long.
Just getting bombarded with utility. He still takes that Oxy, but
yeah, he got his
with the blast. And it was such an impressive round for Cloud9. They showed a fault line towards that A side of the map.
Yeah, right at the beginning.
And it was good for John to re-clear all that space with one Prowler. But the thing is, that proactivity in front B, they were able to hear all of that rotation after that C orb was gathered. And they were just one step ahead the entire round because of it.
Remember, that was off of an eco.
And the thing is, these are the mind games that you have to play with the breach. Now there's going to be follow-up utility with it this time around. But look at this, Redux is getting bombed.
Bomb, gooped, takes damage, and then dies.
Runs through his own Viper wall, very ambitious.
Must be nice to get to play the game, huh?
Oh
Oxy and Zeppa mowing down 2. But somehow, I mean, they stay away just long enough. And as the dust settles, Zelsys is left in a 1v3 with 21 HP.
And that clove smoke that you saw from Vic, usually that's something you see attacking sides do. To block off all the different angles, allow you to get LOS of the orb. This time, it's used to just try to bail everybody out, take isolated fights.
Yeah.
Zels is sitting at 21 HP in an Odin. And still, full utility, front B, trip on C, deep cam as well. I think Sen, they need to start moving into a C default a little bit more, trying to break out that Cypher util, maybe even just default front B, break that same trip every single time that is being thrown.
And I imagine that's part of the conversation right now. This is a pseudo timeout, an opportunity for Sentinels to talk things through. The round is done.
Yeah.
There's really no intentions of playing around that, but you imagine this time is being used to figure out what the 20th round will look like.
Yeah, they need to work the map a little bit more, work the Cypher a little bit more.
Yeah.
Spread the defense thin. Make it so they're not stacked at every single site they're hitting. That's the power of running this double controller composition. You could really take your time and work the map. So many rechargeables across the board. The gun will be saved. It is an Odin. It can be very powerful at times, especially spamming that A line. I'm assuming we're going to have a timeout right here for Sentinels.
Yeah, it could be carried over into a bit of an extended break. You're absolutely right.
Maybe give even more time to come up with a strat. Perhaps a change of game plan, like I stated.
But I do not think that will be the case. So back into the action we go. What are the adjustments? Because Cloud9 have taken the lead back.
Here it is.
The spam that you were mentioning at the beginning of the round, not really finding anything. A little bit of chip damage onto Oxy.
But the cam was broken. So now there's no C-mound info anymore for Cloud9 to just cheat over towards that A site. If they can break the front B trip as well, it'll pose even more question marks for Cloud9 into where this attack is actually leading to.
They did. They broke the trip with a lineup from Zelsis.
There it is.
They used a molly from, I didn't even see where he dropped it from, but that is going to clear it out, and that's going to force things to rotate just a little bit.
And a great trade to have the site for free.
Curry one step closer to having his pit. The site will be open. A Paranoia invested, sure, but the space gained.
I don't know. I mean, I know Zekin is at 10 HP, Doug, but if he pops that showstopper, he might just fall for free.
Oh, I love that from Redux. He could be anywhere right now. Smoke starting to come through.
Good
that one way. Yeah, I mean, he's got a Vandal though. That's tough to spam against. That doesn't feel nearly as good. They've invested the Rolling Thunder, and the ult has been popped in exchange. 2 kills found the way of Cloud9. As Zekin hanging onto the trigger, he's been left by himself. It does not connect him with 10 HP. There's no way in. Cloud9 with another impressive round.
So patient on the retake, having each other's back the entire way through. And Oxy, when he starts dabbing his teammates up like that, it usually means he's getting ramped up. That breach ultimate for the retake, it baited out the showstopper, and that ultimate is so fake. How is Zeppa at 10 HP when that thing shot directly at him, it looked like?
I imagine we'll get another look at it here. It was just tough. He didn't really have, yeah, it goes right behind him.
Come on. I mean, even so, there were still 3 other members up.
Right. That's now 6 rounds in a row. I mean, they've opened this map wide.
Yeah. And Oxy, he's abusing this outlaw. The light armor buys from some of these teams, it's just been just punished time and time again. Wow, the up down this time.
Yeah, that's a tough high-low, man.
Jeez. Mitch, he's playing with fire here. Oh, Curry wants a little bit of that heat.
But the thing is, they haven't been burned for the last 6 rounds, so why not? I mean, it seems like Cloud9 are poised to be on map point here.
Yeah, that trip is still up. Where is it? Oh, it's on the top.
Yeah, for the satchels. No. They've tucked behind it. Now Curry waiting with Pit out. This is a do or die. The map is essentially decided here. Sentinels have invested almost everything they have into this. They still have John's ult. He's playing up really far though. He's got to be careful. He's been caught. That's Curry down. The Pit will go with him. It's all a 1-for-1, and Vic gets 4 on the round. Cloud9 get to map point.
Just so tough playing in the Viper's Pit against that Thrash. It just clears, it just paves a way.
It's
for Redux to just jump in with a shorty the entire way through.
Right.
Match point.
Only so many spots you can play with that ultimate, with where it was put.
And so Cloud9 are first to 12, and the money for Sentinels isn't great. They have the Nightfall, but they invested the Pit. They don't really have much else, Dre.
Yeah, and that man on the screen, I mean, he's been an absolute demon in the server. 10 kills above Oxy, but look at the score. Like you said, it's 12-9. C9 is winning.
Can they put them away here with the rocket from Oxy? With the ult from Moose as well.
Wow, these trips have been so good. I think this is why you saw Cloud9 switch to the Cypher. They saw the damage that YFP did to Sentinels on their defensive side. That's kind of been the same.
This feels very decisive here. They don't really have control anywhere else on the map.
Perfect nade.
And just like that, the work that they did to get that ult at the beginning has been negated.
And the trip is still up. It's still there, so it's just free info for Cloud9. Moose is able to swing out and spam the door through the smokes in main.
That's not John dead, and they still have their 2 ults. This looks like Raps, Dre. This looks like Raps. This looks like Lotus going the way of Cloud9.
Yeah, picks across the board. 1C, 1B, 1A.
There's the ult used, connecting onto Zelsis. Redux left alone, and he will fall. 13-9 the way of Cloud9. This first map in this best of 3 goes the way of what many would consider the underdogs.
Yeah, and shutting down Zekin, even though he was still dropping bombs.
Yeah, almost
fact
at
that
30.
Yeah, the fact that you can still bring it back when a player is popping off like that, a player like Zekin, nonetheless, who's honestly been one of the best duelists in the league.
Yeah. And
That
he's
is
been
crazy.
And he's been that for a couple of years. I think the interesting thing, though, as we think about the rest of the series, is now we're headed to Bind. We watched Cloud9 play Bind earlier today. We talked a little bit about the struggles that they may have had, but it didn't look great.
Yeah. I just don't even know anymore with these teams. I feel like, like I said, whoever loses the first map is probably going to win the whole series.
Yeah,
when it comes down to these guys.
That does
Seriously.
seem like it's been the case.
Yeah.
You're right. I wonder if they continue to lean into this Yoru comp that they were running before or not. We'll find out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
And we are back once more, everyone. We are getting closer and closer to finding out who will be punching their ticket to Berlin to participate in the international competition for Red Bull Home Ground in the final over there. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams, still playing in a best of 3. And that means Sentinels are in trouble. But would we have it any other way? This is such a Sen way to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was so weird too, right? Because the game was really close. Sentinels maybe even inching a little bit ahead.
Sure.
And then that second half, they could not win a single rifle round. Like, that was disastrous, honestly, and their attack seems to have struggled a lot today.
And look at the amount of retakes that Cloud9 were winning in that second half. Sentinels was, I think, making solid mid-round decisions and getting themselves into these post-plant positions, but C9 was playing so well together on those retakes, and I think we saw some mistakes from the Sen players as well, giving away some man advantage situations, missing out on some opportunities they had that allowed C9 to snowball back into this game.
And there are just so many close rounds like this, right? This is the bonus for C9. It comes into a 2-on-2 situation. It looks like Moose is able to get out. Vic even winning that. Now all of a sudden, Celsius is behind in numbers. He makes this huge mad dash over towards that C site, knows there's the alarm button. It's a great play from him. I love him sneaking back into the site after putting that ult down, but Vic kind of read him like a book and was able to call it right back around onto that side of the smoke, win that round, and start that snowball. After that, they didn't lose a single round.
Yeah, it was so nice from Vic in that second half as well. We had Mata on earlier. He was really talking up that player, and I think he's shown it throughout both matches for C9 this tournament thus far. I'm not huge on the Clove, but I felt like Vic justified it in the second half. He had a lot of plays where he was taking advantage of your ability to take higher risks, and he was really often finding the kills to pivot these rounds when he was taking those risks. It was really big for C9. And for a squad that I think is so momentum heavy, as we saw in their first series, winning a map 1 like that off a great comeback, I think bodes some real danger for Sen, especially going into C9's map pick.
Absolutely. And I mean, C9, you know, they've shown us different looks here too. How do you feel about Clove in the mix there? I mean, it didn't hurt them, is what Mimi said. Are you sold? Do you feel like that was a risk they took?
Look, at the end of the day,
did it feel risky?
I mean, it's a preference thing, right? I think that for me, Omen is far better consistently, but you could see a few of those late round moments where they were able to get the overheal, and that ends up mattering in a big way in some rounds. So it's a less consistent agent, but when it has its peaks, those peaks are higher than the Omen, and we got a few of those, and that certainly helps C9.
Yeah, I think the second half was really showing those peaks. But what you are giving up, I think, is the ability to fight for early space in the same way with that Omen CP, which is really powerful. Noya as well, a huge piece of utility. And I mean, really often, I think we saw for Sentinels, Zekin was the guy who was getting them into these winning positions we're talking about. That first half, he was absolutely lights out. This guy is dropping over 300 ACS to lose the match. It's wild.
It felt almost like the first map C9 played today, except when Zeppa went crazy and they weren't able to get it all across the finish line. I mean, Zekin has just had a phenomenal day. Starts it off with that ridiculous double boombot kill for the ace.
Like, unreal.
That's just the silliest thing I've maybe ever seen. And yet, it slipped away from Sentinels at the end, and through no fault of Zekin's.
No, absolutely not. I mean, yeah, the beginning was close, right? It was a scrappy first half, I feel like, from both teams. It was like trading mistakes, essentially, but we ended on a more even note. And then, unfortunately, Sentinels dropping the spaghetti. C9 allowed to claw themselves back in with those retakes you mentioned.
They absolutely were. I think there are big questions now for the rest of this series as we head to Bind, because I think it did look a little bit rough in C9's first showing of this map. They lost that pretty handedly.
Bomb and the rest of the team doing nothing.
Yeah, but
gotta be
Oxy,
cooking something.
He was the man on like the milk carton the first time they played this match, but
where have you seen Oxy?
He really showed up this last game, which I think gives me a lot more confidence for them going on to this map. And also having just played it, you can really apply those learnings quickly. You're not gonna, actually you probably did have time to go back and watch some of that if they wanted to and see what went wrong to adapt a little bit going into the second game of the day on Bind.
What kind of adaptation would you think they need on Bind? What is there a situation or anything in particular you can point your finger at and say, like, this is what went wrong on Bind for them?
I think the biggest things for me were, first of all, players in positions where they had possibilities to get kills and literally just whiffing out, simple stuff like that. And also, I think it almost looked like the comms were off in some moments. I think we had times where like a player like Oxy was swinging forward, didn't quite have a setup to trade, things like that. I didn't feel like necessarily they had any like massive mistake in their macro that led to them losing that game.
I think they struggled a little bit versus just the site execs that MXS were running into them.
Sure.
Like the actual just like site players, whether it was breaking util or just dealing with Mata flying in at them at Mach 10. So shoring up that a little bit, but at the end of the day, I think to me, it was literally just Oxy was not playing like his normal self. And since then, he has been playing like his normal self, and they haven't dropped a map, so
yeah.
they're going to look a lot better.
Oxy kill strat works almost 100% of the time.
Strat.
It's a solid one. It's a solid one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you lose one of those maps, so you can't just throw away the entire playbook just because it didn't work out in that one scenario. This is something Doug and Baby Bay discussed as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to switch up everything just because it didn't work one time when it worked 10 times before.
Especially because clearly it's their preference, and of course, Oxy will be playing the Raze instead of the Yoru. So they'll switch it up.
They have thrown away the playbook and gone for something
Go for
completely
it.
different. But this is a comp they have played in the past, if my memory serves, back to Americas. It's pretty standard on this map. There's not actually a huge amount of teams that are choosing to play that Cypher instead of a double initiator like the Gecko Fate 100 Thieves comp that we see Sentinels playing. And instead, I think this is probably going to come down a lot to comfort for Mitch. He loves playing the Cypher.
If I'm Zeppa and after dropping a near 30 bomb, I'm told I'm playing the Sky, I'm punching a hole in the wall. Like, what is going on?
I think that's crazy. After what we've seen from Oxy the last few times, he's always been the flashy player.
Okay, sure.
Man, I am excited to get this one on the road. The players are ready, so are we. Will Cloud9 able to close it out right here, or can Sen start their comeback? We're about to find out, and that's why we're going to send it over to my two favorite wordsmith, Doc and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Sorry, I was watching Baby Bay struggle with his cable. It was adorable. It's his first time. You gotta be kind with him, okay? He's never really done this before.
My first time, you know.
A freaking banger to potentially close out the day. We've got Bind, we've got a change in comps. They've moved away from the Raze Yoru stuff into something that I believe it was Mimi who was saying on the desk or the couch, the chair, whatever you want to call it, was a bit more comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, seeing Mitch on Cypher, it's been so long since we've seen something like this. And running the Fnatic comp, that's what they're doing right now. I think it's going to be great for them because that double duelist, it just wasn't hitting the same as it used to, man.
No, it wasn't working at all. So a couple of adjustments, and meanwhile, as much as we talked about Cloud9 and what it is that they're going to be doing going into this map, we've got to talk about the elephant in the room. And that is right now that Sentinels are facing elimination. They came into this with the expectation and the goal of winning this thing.
Yeah, but they've been here before, Doug. Literally today.
That's true. Literally just a couple of hours ago.
Has it been a couple hours already? Man.
They are on attack to kick off things on Bind. And they don't even have the spike in tow right now.
Yeah, and you don't even know the last time Sentinels have played against a Cypher on a map like this. It's probably been, I don't know.
Forever?
Maybe 6 months, a year even. Some of these trips might work against them. Might be beneficial for Cloud9. B long space is gathered. Orb onto Zekin. That's info also gathered for Cloud9. Some rotations happening in Oxy. His response is to walk up short A here. Needs to be very careful here though. This 1v1 against the Viper.
He doesn't have a real way to get out of here. He's digging his heels in.
And he hears all these footsteps. He needs support, and he needs it now.
And the support is on the way. He will find one, traded back out, but again, the reinforcements have arrived. They've got numbers here. The Hawn over the top as John QT falls, and the defense for now has managed to keep the wall up. They've managed to hold the line.
Last player standing.
All falling into the hands of Redux now. Gonna rotate away, still in a 1v2, a difficult one to win though.
A lot of time and a lot of space to work with, though. He definitely has this B site for free. He can use Wingman to plant as well. That'll allow him to get some better positioning against this retake.
He's got a hold here, but they're going to clear it out. That's exactly what they do. He's got to win these fights out. And meanwhile, for Cloud9, you don't even necessarily have to invest it. You don't have to give it that way. Moods gets his third as Cloud9 get the pistol.
Wow, and it just comes down to the spot that he decided to plant the spike with Wingman.
Yeah.
If it's in the left cubby there, it's hard to spam that out.
A deeper angle too, so they have to face a little bit more out of Hookah, and that gives them a better chance on the fight. You're right.
Yeah, but as soon as the spike goes down there from the side of Cloud9, you see the pause and the hesitation. We're not going to keep moving forward. We're just going to hold now, because now you have to go and get the spike. It's very well played. The discipline from Cloud9 has been very impressive in these last 2 maps so far. I know it's only the first round, but
I think that's been a bit of the mold for them all day, though.
Look at that trip already, getting a tag. No punishment off of it, but something that Center gonna have to be wary about in the future rounds.
Toxin screen down.
It's a 3-0 start for Moose, by the way. Great way to kick things off as you think about the pit and its value on a map like Bind.
And his Viper, it's so good, Doug. This is part of the reason why I got picked up onto this Cloud9 roster. When partnerships were going on, he was grinding tier 2 tournaments. He had something crazy, like 130 kills, 70 deaths, running the tier 2 gauntlet. That's when C9 picked him up. So he's very, very comfortable on this Viper role. Seppa is holding an off angle. Redux, he's gonna get caught lacking. That nade is gonna do quite a bit of damage on the players in the choke.
Yeah, it's not gonna feel good. And then you have Vic you have to deal with just on the other side of the smoke, and deal with him they do. Traded right back though is the Marshal, or excuse me, the Outlaw.
The no scopes with the Outlaw, another one.
I feel like we've seen more no scope kills than we've seen scope kills today.
Yeah. Some new tech being shown in this tournament. I think it's gonna inspire players worldwide.
Yeah, that's
start trusting more in the no scopes of these guns. I'm probably not the off is so RNG.
No, but the Outlaw, yeah, that's gonna be a joy in ranked.
Yeah. Oh,
all
100%.
your teammates are gonna be trying to no scope the whole time.
I mean, we just met with a fan that's 5 Red Bulls in. That guy's gonna play ranked.
He's gonna be no scoping
all night,
every
no
single
scoping everybody. He might be doing 360s on it. Who knows?
It's still an Outlaw in the hands of Oxy. 4-1 start for him. 3 pips away from having his ult online. But Sentinels at full force. A turn to the flash, a shot out from Oxy. A little bit of damage dealt, but not enough to find lethality.
Yeah. He does get a collat, though, with that shot. So Zekin and Redux are sitting at 10 HP, 10, 20 HP apiece. Ooh, Zekin playing with fire again.
He's one of the weak ones. That's now 3 members. Very weak.
Oh, great nade.
But of course, it's Zekin who gets a kill. How about that? Now the TP out, they're gonna have to deal with that trip. And all 3 members are the ones here close by. It's interesting, Zelsys is still on the opposite side of the map.
Oh no.
And John has crept up A.
Yeah. B long deposit though from Zelsys. I wonder if he's gonna take his timing and maybe a TP will come through.
But the thing is, if they do commit to the TP back B, we can
no.
lose this position. They're rotating back into him. That weak health with a judge on the other side.
And now they have to commit, Doug.
They've been fully cornered in. Again, Zelsys is gonna take all of this space, but the timing is everything. Moose might win this round by himself.
10 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
They had nowhere to go.
Oh my goodness. This is so reminiscent of that round where they had the C site for free on the last map and they just didn't commit. They had B for free that entire time.
And instead of rotating back, you're right.
They just wait too long and it allows Moose to just finesse from the flank and mark it. And that's the bonus round 1 for Cloud9 with like light armor across the board. I think a ghost on Moose, or no, on Mitch.
That's just so tough too, man, because you're right. It gave Moose a lot of time to get active and rotate back through market, but the thing is, he had all of that hookah and sand controlled from the beginning.
There's that collab, start. And you know what? In the player cams there, I saw Moose have a little bit of a smirk. I don't think I've ever seen that. Usually he's just very about it. He's about his business.
Yep.
He had a little smirk. He knows he got away with murder right there.
Yet to die. 5-0 for him. Plenty of reasons to smile. Plenty of reasons to smirk as Sentinels looking to push the pace towards A. You've got the satchel out through. Vic is already dead, but that molly at his feet will not work.
They've got a no-scope, this time on the Prowler.
They've got a little bit of space here, and they do still have spike control. They're going to rotate back into the hands of Moose, who has been a terror so far. Again, a perfectly spotless record, and that might continue here. Yes, it will. 8-0 for him.
It's just too easy for him right now. He's getting free kills left and right. Then again, it was the eco round, so to be expected. But you get a player like Moose heating up. Zelsys. Ever the showman.
I think you're right. They're eco frags, you know, whatever. But the truth is, they're not valued any differently when it comes to having a spit up. And so now we're entering round 5 here in a minute. Unless he gets it at the end of this round, he's gonna have a spit.
Yeah. And also, when Moose gets online, he's a shooter, man.
Yeah.
He can take you down instantly.
Yep.
Right now, Sen looking like they're in a pretty bad spot. I like what they did in some of the previous rounds when they tried to do an A split and you just kind of bombard the entire site with utility. That's the benefit of running this double initiator comp. Zealous is getting value here, getting that orb. He's only 1 off.
Max value with the orbs. And then, of course, you know, buy the bundle.
What's up with the NRG gun buddy, though? Can you explain that one to me?
Nope. Nope, sure can't. Timeout has been called.
A much-needed timeout, too.
Yeah.
This is make it or break it at this point. I mean, yeah, Sentinels, they're good at playing from behind. They're good at comebacks. But eventually, your luck's going to run out.
Yeah, that's not something you want to be good at, necessarily.
You don't want to rely on it, that's
No.
for sure. Be nice to just be in the lead for once, huh?
Without spot or blemish is that man on your screen right now. 8-0 to kick things off. 1 away from having his pit, if I'm not mistaken.
He's looking happy up there, man.
Yeah.
Right now, I think Sentinels, the limited time they have, you can tell that there's a little bit of a disconnect when it comes to the spacing on some of these hits and what to do after the first layer. You know, after you throw out everything and the sight smoke comes up from the defending side on A or B. B is the Viper wall, of course. There's no follow-up. There's no plan 2. Very one-dimensional so far, but that's to be expected from a team that has only had 4 days playing with each other. Now then again, Mitch, talked to him backstage. This guy hasn't played the game in 2 months. It's literally what he told me straight up. He straight up said I haven't played for 2 months. That's absurd. To come out here and play for a chance to go to Berlin the way that he's been performing, IGLing this roster, he's really fit to this squad like butter.
What are the adjustments on the other side of this timeout? A lot of presence towards A. But the thing is, Cloud9 have a lot here as well. Oxy will be the first to fall. Zekin has popped his ult. The second Satchel to go forward. He has found Mitch. And he has cleaned him up.
Planted.
Moose is going to be on this really late flank, as has been the case before.
And that's where the second layer was. The Satchel over with the showstopper.
Yeah.
Securing the kill into back sight. But the problem is, what are you going to do when you don't have that?
The thing is here too, this feels very slow, and that certainly, I mean, that might wrap up the round. The kill on Vic.
Come on, just get out of there, Moose.
But it feels like it took a little bit too long. Moose finally falls for the first time, all map.
Yeah. They were just going for exits. Pretty smart, their economy is very healthy.
Yeah.
Oxy the only one that's sitting at, what, 100? Pretty impressive that he's down that low considering his teammates are sitting at like 7K.
He's been a very generous teammate, you would think.
Need healing.
So finally, it will be a round for Sentinels. How can they formulate a plan without the showstopper to still fight backside when that smoke comes up?
I mean, it's not like they don't have the utility to do it.
Tons of utility.
They've got the Dizzy over the top. They have the Eye. They have the Molly from Zealous. They have plenty of tools at their disposal. You're absolutely right. Oxy pulls the trigger. Zekin tries to get away, and he cannot. Again, an early start to the round as Oxy gets another, looking for the third. Cannot connect. But Vic over the top will.
And everybody out there needs to get used to this 1-2 punch combo. The Oxy and Vic, these guys are so mechanically gifted.
It was just such a good decision from Cloud9 to effectively move the line of scrimmage into their spawn. Right, so they had to dump all this utility. They lost a couple of members before they had even gotten out of A short.
It looked like they were set up for that, let's just be honest. Gets out alive though.
Somehow, just barely, but again, such an uncomfortable spot to be in.
Celsius, last man standing for the third round.
And he's gonna fall. Cloud9 gets to 5, and again, there was no real way for Redux to play that situation out. He was trying to use this ult for a second time in hookah, or excuse me, in U-Haul. Couldn't, because of the Brim ult, because of Vic's ult. And then, okay, he's gonna funnel out, manages to stay alive, but then he has to deal with the pressure coming in from heaven.
Yeah, and who other than Moose, who's sitting at, what, 9 kills at that point? Secures his 10th on him.
Yep.
But yeah, what a good reaction from Oxy, who was basically alone for the first, what, 5 seconds of that round. It felt like they knew that the Thrash was going to be committed either short or shower. And his reaction to pop the showstopper of his own. And then the follow-up kill from Vic, that was so quick.
Second ult used, Oxy cannot satchel away.
What a tether combo.
They're trying to disrespect this pit. They're going to play right up into it, and they've got to know where they are. Vic and Moose both holding the site. But now a 2v2 with the spike. Looking like it's been committed. Zappa with really nice positioning. Do they know where he is? They know now. Seconds left alone, a 1v2. The Star in a position to have to deliver. And he can't. Spam through the cage. Mitch gets the kill. The defuse comes through for Cloud9, and this is full steam ahead.
Yeah, and that's one way to secure a 2v1 win. Throw a cage on Zekin. Make sure he can't see anybody. If he does, he always has a chance. There was even a dog there from Zeppa that he still had if he wanted to invest it. Didn't need to at that point, just spam and showers. And yeah, the snowball. It's been real, Doug. 6-1 already.
It is bigger than a snowball now, bro.
I feel like we've just begun. Zekin once more at the top. It's been a little bit of struggle.
Still an outlaw back in the hands of Oxy. A similar setup to what we saw in the pistol out from Sentinels here. But Oxy's taking such a deep line, and they know that. Curry has the jump spot from spawn.
Yeah, and now he can't anymore. That's an outlaw. If he goes for one more, he's dead. So Sen, they're trying to relieve some pressure by showing some hookah presence.
But there's really nothing to get Oxy off this line.
Yeah.
There's not enough noise to be made on the other side. I think the one benefit I was gonna say is maybe they crunch on him through TP, but you're right. He couldn't jump spot anymore. He does, and he pays for it.
I think that's exactly what they needed to do. You're right, they needed to try to crunch on him. Maybe it was gonna be off of that other jump spot Curry did, but it was so risky. And now you're so limited on what you can do. And this whole time, by the way, C9 do not have to worry about U-Haul at all, because there's a trip there.
So they know they haven't lost that area of the map. Again, this Cypher utility has been a treat to watch.
Yeah, the Cypher pick in general has been so devastating.
I thought Moose was gonna get a free one there, but it wasn't him. It was actually Zeppo with 2 make that 3. Again, Zekin alone.
Where was that in the Ludwig Radiant match that we saw earlier? Oh, Oxy to close it out with the headshot onto Zekin. And he'll get an upgrade as well.
Okay, I only have like
this is after a timeout has been used too.
Just brutal. Curry got absolutely smoked in that jump spot. I think they were definitely trying to set up a Showers pinch. It's a little too wide there, buddy.
A little?
Yeah. Oh man, Zappa. His aim has been looking so crispy.
All day. 8-1 right now. We've talked a lot about Moose, and for good reason, but I didn't realize he's only died once too.
And yeah, another outlaw.
There was nothing to cover the other side of short. And so he gets punished for it. And now they're gonna try to speed things up here a little bit. No trips to keep him back. They've got the cam, sure. But Mitch has to respect this. Whoa. Yeah, he can't get out, he's dead. It's nicely handled by Vic. And now they have the pit that they're gonna have to deal with. They need to find some success here, but they don't really have the weaponry for it. A couple of sheriffs and an outlaw.
And look at how worried Sentinels are about this flank. I think Moose has to show right now in heaven, and maybe then they'll train their eyes off of short. There it is, that molly might be enough.
They're all huddled in, corralled, controlled, confident, but contained.
Oh, that spam almost connects on the second.
60 HP for him. As they're starting to creep forward into the green goo, Redux will be the first to fall. The pit's still in play though, and time is short. He's gotten him off of it, but now the pit goes down, and that's gonna be really close. That's gonna be way close. I don't think he's gonna get it, yeah. And he stuck around a little bit too long. A thrifty round win for Sentinels.
Stealing the round away, Send.
And it was off the satchel.
Yeah.
The satchel getting him off the defuse secured the round.
Yeah. Also, Curry sneaking by, letting one of the players on that retake through towards shower, securing the kill on the diffuser.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's just unlucky. Chop it up to unlucky. But this, Vic, he walked right past Curry, allowing Curry enough time to take off Zeppa. But still, we've seen Sentinels win a round back, and it's always been answered back by Cloud9.
And it feels like the timing for comebacks and stuff like that, those windows are getting smaller and smaller.
They need to string some rounds together and string them together now. Oxy, he gets detained, but it's Mitch that goes down.
Can they find Oxy? Can they apply under pressure? Yes, they can. It's off the nade from Zekin. But it's traded back 33 HP for Vic as he's trying to huddle back into U-Haul. Somehow finds enough safety to stay alive. Moose has now joined the fray. Zeppa's on a flank. But the spike has been planted. Curry on the swing. Vic is now dead. And they know where Moose is too. Given how they've played the rest of this half, you've got to suspect there's a flank as well.
Yeah, most definitely.
And that explains Sean's position. They find him, Zelsis cleans him up. And Moose has no choice but to save.
So for the first time this map, Sen won 2 rounds in a row. Maybe bringing some of that momentum back in their favor. Building up a little bit more of their own economy to try to bring this to a 7-5.
Which would
7-5 is not bad.
7-5 is not bad. I mean,
Not
compared
bad.
to the start that they had,
Yes.
it's a miracle.
Yes.
What do you mean?
It'll give them a chance.
It seemed like they might have been dead in the water. It seemed like they may have been done.
It sure felt like it. I'm sure Cloud9 felt like they had this one in the bag as well with how things were going.
It's a fickle game.
Yeah, you can never count Sentinels out. And now, perhaps a timeout from the side of Cloud9, trying to ice any momentum that Sentinels have accumulated in these last 2 rounds.
It's a timeout called by Cloud9. I mean, they have them, so there's really no reason not to. It's not like the lead is currently under threat, but
it's a great timing for a timeout.
Yeah, I
Honestly,
agree.
Like W for Emmy.
Getting a chance to get involved in the conversation before it gets much worse.
Yeah. Hey guys, we have a big lead. Play normal. You don't need to do anything crazy. Play to our retakes. I feel like the difference in the last couple rounds compared to the dominant rounds of Cloud9 have been the picks going the way of Sentinels. Cloud9 can go back to that disciplined approach, play that retake game. They've looked better. As a cohesive unit, they have looked better.
But the cohesion will have to stick around for a little bit longer if they want to put Sentinels away, if they want to avoid a map 3. It kind of has to happen now because Sentinels seem to be finding their footing. Again, I think you're absolutely right. They've managed to get a couple of these picks. All of a sudden, these kills are going their way that weren't going their way in the past. And the adjustment for Cloud9 right now is pretty clear. Oxy has given up the Outlaw. He's gone towards the op. But it's just a 1-for-1.
Yeah, he tried to double dip there and he gets punished for it. How does Vic win that?
And he knew he was coming. John was ready for it.
I mean, Vic was stomping at light speed because of that stim. He's still going, he's zooming.
Like he's playing a different game. Meanwhile, the op has not been picked back up. The satchel out from Zekin. Vic gets another. He's gonna get away with the third, isn't he? That's incredible.
This was the craziest round for a Brimstone main. And he's not done yet. Okay, he is. But what a round from Vic. Heroic.
I don't think they picked up the op.
Last round before the switch.
So they're gonna let that one go. Well, the money situation is like they may have enough to reinvest, and yeah, given that it's the last round of the half, really no reason not to.
I gotta see a replay on that whole round from Vic. That was insane. Just a speed demon in showers.
Full
He's
guns.
sitting at 14-6. I'm so sorry. He's sitting at 14-6. Take it away, brother.
It's just been a ridiculous performance from members of Cloud9, and it reflects in the score. Again, that's from really far back. You've got the trip, you've got the tether. Zelsis will fall, but Zekin will too. And so they try to brute force their way out on A, but once again, they slam into this wall. Still a couple of members here from the defense. They haven't gotten any showers control. They haven't gotten any backside control either. And a freeze on the round.
And if they can freeze for long enough and not give any info out from the jiggles of this player in heaven or showers, they could have a chance at busting open this site.
I mean, they don't have any smokes. There's nothing to deal with that heaven angle, and then there's going to be a swing up from shower. Somehow Redux wins that out, but when you're outnumbered like that, it doesn't add up.
Double up in heaven as well.
John's going to find enough space to at least get the spike down. Oh, but he had no idea where both members were. You called out the double up in heaven, and that proved to be his demise. A 9-3 half for Cloud9.
And these trips from Mitch, look at that. One high for the Raze ultimate. The other one was showers as well. No one broke that trip for Zekin.
Switching sides.
He got fully hit by it the entire time. There was wall hacks on him for the whole round.
Hopeless.
It's just a free kill.
And a 9-3 half for Cloud9. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Cloud9 find themselves 4 rounds away from Berlin. What a spot to be in, man. I thought this series would be a fight, but it seems like only one has stepped into the ring.
And it's multiple members. It's not just a one-man army here.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about Moose at the very beginning, and then we had to call it Zeppa. He was 8-1 at one point, and then Vic.
Where did he come from? Out of nowhere, he's sitting at the complete top.
Yeah.
All the smiles on the face of Sen were just snatched away.
Yeah. I mean, this is the strongest that Cloud9 has looked. And when you're performing like this without Oxy teeing off, that's a good sign. That's a very good sign.
I will say, though, his Raze ultimates have been great. His target selection on him as well. Perfect.
It's been very impressive.
I know my results don't look like that in game.
but something has to be solved from Sentinels, and it has to be solved right now. You've got to win the pistol.
You have to.
And it's tough because pistols are, they're a coin toss 9 times out of 10, but you've got to figure it out here.
And you're gonna have to deal with a constant lurk from a Viper or the Cypher of Moose and Mitch.
That eye didn't tag anyone. They've already crept up towards short.
God, this is such a fast pace already. First wave of the Viper wall, getting all the way into U-Haul, so much info gathered.
Meanwhile, Mitch is all the way up into Hookah on the other side of the map as well.
See if he gets this kill, he'll call his team back. What an awkward 1v1.
And there's no way that John could have known how far up he was at that point. And so now they have so much room to work with A. The TP going off suggests that they're headed back B, and they're right. So the rotates come back from Sentinels towards B. Still a minute left in the round, though. Cloud9 can play this a million different ways.
Camera taken out.
Cam being broken in the elbow makes C9 believe that it's maybe only one player here, but it's actually a whole squadron.
Yeah, this stack is difficult to push into. They didn't have a gun advantage or anything like that.
And I get the idea of what Cloud9 were trying to cook up here, but they didn't let it cook enough. They didn't wait enough time to bait out the rotations from those B players to come over.
Yeah.
When Oxy TP'd, it was way too early.
Or even, I mean, even Oxy TPing, I don't know that I necessarily mind that, but the time in between his TPing and them hitting the site.
It's too obvious.
Yeah. Cut noise there after the TP, you can start to introduce a little bit of misdirection, but...
Yeah, they didn't give enough time for the rotations to even come through in the first place. What an entry from Oxy, though.
Yeah. I mean, he found an opening.
Now Sen have a chance. They have a chance.
It's the Sentinels' way.
And man, it's been so quiet in this arena for the Sentinels. What are you guys doing? You guys supposed to have their back.
No real purchase on the side of Cloud9. Different Viper wall, but the spam through from Zelsis is really nice. I mean, as soon as the utility comes through, that's the cue.
Spike planted.
A little bit of afterburn right there. Got him in the last tick.
Zelsis has gotten 2 kills this round. I still don't think he's seen anybody.
No. Power of the Phantom, baby.
Wingman is going to tag. The spam coming through on Vic. He's got a little bit of health left. And so for Sentinels here, if they want any real possibility of getting back into this map, you have to get through this as cleanly as possible so that you can try to convert this bonus. They're going to have to reinvest a little bit as far as armor goes, but that's really it.
Yeah, now you hear the Sen fans cheering up, trying to ramp up their team. And yeah, speaking of ramping up, Zelsis getting 4 into that round, and also the defuse grants him that Brim ultimate. So now you have a big ult to work with to try to win this bonus round. And he even gifts his gun to Zekin, I believe, who now has full armor, a Phantom to work with. A pretty smart play right now for Zelsis, because if he gets a tag, maybe he can catch somebody out with the ult right after.
Yeah. A Judge, a Spectre, light armor on 2. But you're right, the ult from Zelsis.
It's a make it or break it right now. He's got to get value with it. He wants to invest it into this round. He needs to invest it into this round.
I mean, there's no reason not to. It's so early in the half, and you're still down 4.
But if they can win this bonus round, Doug, all of a sudden, you're sitting at a 2-round deficit.
Cloud9 have just been so good. It feels like a monumental ask.
They're trying to bait out these Viper walls, these smokes from the side of Sen.
This is a 1v2 for Mitch. If they swing into him, that's trouble. The Dizzy comes through. He almost gets a second. But John cleans things up. Meanwhile, off of that, they fully lost B-site. And they know that John is there. They should have known John is there. That's messy. That's ugly. Meanwhile, Zelsis not able to land the shots with the Marshall, not able to get the kill.
And not able to stop the defuse.
Redux left in a 1v2. Zeppa weak. Difficult, but doable.
Both players on the left side of Octagon. If Redux uses his molly correctly here, if he guesses correctly.
Right, but that's like a 1 in a million. How would you know?
Maybe
he's gonna spot 1. And there's no way he expects the second one there. There's the swing off for Moose. He tries to catch the timing. Off of the tap, there's the swing. Doesn't land the shots the first time, can't the second either. Moose cleans him up, Cloud9 gets a 10.
Moose is so good in the 1v1 scenarios. Every single time, it feels like he makes the right play. At least the high percentage play. And that kill not going the way of John. So unfortunate, but...
He's had a rough map.
Yeah, it was still winnable though. How many Marshall shots were whiffed from Zellsis there? It's not a gun that he's used to having every single day. Maybe if he kept that Phantom, he gets that. It's a 3v3. He could commit the Brim ultimate at that point.
Yeah, I mean, but I put that in Zekin's hands too.
Yeah, but the fight was beckoning him. I don't blame him for going for the repeat, what, 4 or 5 times?
Yeah. Now 2 ults on the side of Sentinels. Meanwhile, again, Cloud9 just continue to look as good as they've looked really all day, with the exception of the first map. Oxy within arm's reach of his showstopper, and that will convert it. The orb scooped up, belong, and now the map, all theirs.
And they also baited out a Brim smoke, and it's not in hookah, it's in octagon. So that should be an indicator for Mitch to realize, okay, the Brim has leaned towards B already.
I think that's why you see Zellsis taking a bit of a step back, too.
Whoa.
2 shots delivered. The threat now very much aware. Oxy satchering forward. The nade's going to buy a little bit of time. Great response, but now the reaggress. He's not going to find a kill, but he's going to find a little bit of space. Zekin has to connect here, but Mitch is just sharp on it. Now the ult invested. He's going to get it right. Redux will join him. What else can Moose do? Pushing forward. Borderline flawless up until this point, but John with 2 in the round for Sentinels.
Absolutely fried with that Brim ultimate and the tether from John. That was a really good retake from Sentinels. The utility was on point. And yeah, Zekin, he drops right there, but it was all to try to support him to live. They somehow knew that Cloud9 were going to take that fight all the way into backside, try to punish Zekin, who only had an outlaw there. And he did get punished, but on the other side, he ran into a Brim ult and a tether.
That's a tough spot to be in for anyone. Cloud9 call a timeout. They're still up 4 rounds, very reminiscent to what we saw in the first half. It was a 4-round lead. For Cloud9, Amy calls a timeout, and now a bit of a similar situation. Yeah.
What a legend. What an absolute legend. We truly are blessed to have Zellsis in the league.
Yes, we are.
And at this tournament.
Yes, we are. Again, 4 rounds up for Cloud9. There's been an attempt at a comeback, and it's slowly and steadily been building for Sentinels, but as has been the case most of the day today, and even in the series, when Sentinels start to claw back, Cloud9 slammed the door on them.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier to play the utility game, I feel like, on the defensive side, because there's only so much that C9 can use to entry into the site. I mean, you really only have sky flashes and satchels.
That's such a deep smoke, and Oxy just checks it. He face checks the smoke, and he dies for it.
Yeah, Zellsis is 2 on point right now to be falling for something like that. Keep in mind, it is just kind of a force buy. A little bit of a thrifty buy. Moose. Moose in 1v1s, man. I'm telling you, Doug. This guy is on something with 1v1s. Full running wide swing onto an outlaw.
From Zekin, no less.
Where is everyone hiding?
Now Cypher ultimate.
Yeah, and a little bit of info gathered, along with an outlaw.
It's going to be a 4v2.
They're going to find the right timing. They're going to find the right site, too. The rotations will not come through in time, and so the question is, do the 2 members of Sentinels on site give this space up? Or do they try to fight and win this 2v4?
A spam through the smoke from Mitch on a Curry? How did he know?
That's a tough way to go. Zellsis looking to get 2 on the site, 3 on the round, looking for the 4th, but Mitch bests him. Redux and John now starting to rotate over. Zeppa has to take a step back, but he can't quickly enough.
There's the TP.
He's gonna get there ahead of him.
He has a trip.
But he's in a 1v2. Waits for just a moment for the swing. The Prowler goes out, the Wingman goes out, the kill comes through for Redux. Sentinels sticking around.
Yeah, just too much utility to deal with. The Wingman running in. The Fade Prowler as well that he has to flick to, all while getting swung.
I mean, there was a small time window there, and it quickly shut when he hesitated for just a second to see if there was going to be an early swing.
Absolutely, and Zelsis, he really bailed Sentinels out of this round by getting 3 right there.
He's 19 and 12 right now, so it hasn't just been this round that he's bailed him out of.
He's popping off, man.
Still down 3. Early flash, space given up. And the dog, too.
It's only 2 here, though. Here comes the A hit from the side of C9.
It was 2 in the previous round, but they have guns here. It's not the same situation. Cloud9 much more potent in their ability here. Off of the swing, Moose falls. Trying to get back sight, but Cloud9 have been able to find a way in. Zeppa will fall too. Can Mitch keep him back with a tether? Snaps onto John. Can't get out as Vic.
Wow.
And Oxy, who had satcheled up just a couple moments ago, still sitting here. He's left alone though.
They know.
In a 1v3, forget it, bro. How does he do this? Finds this one. Goop in his face. Cannot convert. Dre, they're doing it again.
Zelsis is stepping up huge right now. The impact he's getting with a lot of these peaks. It's swinging the rounds in their favor. His presence alone, his aura. C9 can feel it in the server right now. That second kill from Mitch, though, man, that was beautiful to see. It was so crispy. Just not enough, though. Zelsis, he's too fast right now.
21, 12, and 12.
Another Brimalt.
And you have a couple of ults that are coming up online for Sentinels, too. And they've got money for days. Cloud9 have to find a way to stop this bleeding. But we're headed to Haven.
And at that point, Haven is just a toss-up.
Yeah.
It's anyone's game at that point.
A Bucky and a Guardian for the attack. With a Stinger to shore things up.
They haven't popped on B with this cage yet. A great nade.
He's gonna flush him out back sight. Redux has nowhere to go. He's got to try to stay alive. Meanwhile, Lich is the first to fall. Curry and John, what a hold on the site.
What a cool setup.
A flawless round for Sentinels.
I don't know how Redux lived right there. He ran through his own Brimalt to try to survive, and he did just that. I mean, half of the site just got cooked to a crisp. Nowhere to go. And just like that, we're within 1 round, Doug.
The situation is slipping.
You can never count Sen out.
6 of the last 7. The way of Sen City. The comeback is not done, but this would be ridiculous.
Oh,
he's up really far.
He wanted it. He wanted that fight so bad. So wise to back up, though. A cheeky little set play in the beginning of the round, though. They're doing a deep smoke on short A. The eye to see the market guy. If that doesn't get broken, there's a chance to just spam through the smoke.
And they've been throwing that eye a couple of times. And that smoke. Remember a couple of rounds ago, it was Oxy who just faced it. Yeah. But this time they tried taking space. Oxy actually get out. He's got a satchel through. He's down to half health, but he stays alive. Meanwhile, the Nightfall's gonna tag a couple of members.
Yeah, 4 members or 3.
Oxy's trying to rejoin his team, but they haven't really gotten back out onto site yet. Yeah, they have Lamb's control, but what they're looking for is safe passage out. Unless Curry can do something about it here.
We've seen
people face the wall and the spit at their feet. He still gets a kill.
1 enemy remaining.
Not again, man.
They're doing it again. Vic in a 1v3, 61 HP, fully surrounded. With nothing that he can do. Even if he had somehow found the 2, he was done. I can't believe we're saying this. We're tied.
Celsius with the molly through the TP. And then he flanks all the way around Market. So there's no audio cues that he's actually on the flank. So yeah, even if somehow there's a pop-off moment, he will still secure the round. Oh, and he hurt him too. Finally, some of that luck going back in favor for Sentinels. And the buys, they just haven't been the same for C9. I feel like it's been light armor almost every single round.
Yeah, it's been hobbled together.
Cage triggered.
You're feeling the lack of utility, the lack of initiating from the side of C9. That Cypher isn't getting much value on this attacking side.
He's been tagged, but he's got help. Can the nade do any damage? No.
And a lot of utility was blown just then and now.
You get the thrash and the nade.
C9 have a big opportunity here. There's no more prowlers.
No real way for him to scoop the thrash up again for a second dip.
If there's ever a moment to stop the bleeding, it's right now, when there's little utility.
Oh, that satchel just pops Elsis all the way up.
Surely it makes it obvious, but maybe if Zekin shows, it won't be so obvious. No, it is.
Yeah, they spotted him on the swing out from short, and Cloud9, it took a while, but it seems like they finally managed to stop the bleeding.
The lack of utility, so much invested from Sen early on. Wait a second.
It's still a 2v4.
Exactly where you are.
Yeah, but this Redux kid, he's been cooking in the shadows.
Got one member weak, Zeppa 21 HP. Time is just so short. And he's got to be so careful about clearing every single corner. He's going to get the second, the pre-fire, in case there was a swing, and there was not.
He has a molly for this box.
I'm still not fully sold. Yeah, Vic, really nice positioning out from showers. It's just so tough in a situation like that, but he's got Wingman on it. Gets cleared out, doesn't even get to half, so Redux's job just got so much harder. Cloud9 finally went around again, and that's what gives them the lead once more.
There was almost a window of opportunity there. Had Wingman gone onto the spike so both players could be geared and ready for those swings, that was the opportunity that they needed. But investing in actual player to try to get half there, that was the demise. That shower flank was everything. A free kill. Cloud9, they take advantage of all that blown util in the beginning of the round from Sentinels. But we have an operator online from the side of Zekin. And again, a scrappy buy from Cloud9, even though they just won that last round.
I mean, the scrap worked in the previous round, so who knows?
They were aware of proactivity around that hookah area. But with no reclear, this allows for John QT to lean over towards that A site. All of Showers is under control. It's going to be a late lurk.
Vic cannot overstep here.
He needs to bide his time.
Yep. Because Zekin is feeling a lot of the pressure that's coming in from the push towards short. And the dog, they know where he is. But he still hits a shot with the dog nipping at his heels. We might be tied at 11 again.
There is still a Viper's Pit online right now. Anything is possible.
They just have a little bit of utility. They should be able to clear this out, but it cannot be ignored, if nothing else. Starting to dump some of that utility through. A couple of kills going through the wave of Cloud9. A 3v3. Still, Moose's Pit in play. Curry's now down. They've done this. What can Zeppa do? Curry's already gotten it to half. It's going to be the 1v1. It's a shoulder thrown at first. Can he swing all the way out? Baiting him, calling him into the fight. And Zeppa wins that. Cloud9 series point.
The pre-fire at the end from Zeppa. Years of experience, the veteran of this roster. What a play.
Zeppa has been a stud for Cloud9 all day. And he shows up in the biggest moment so far.
Unreal. And Zekin, yeah, he was getting wrapped by that dog, but just the awareness to have, like, just to push out of showers there. So the dog doesn't see him the whole time. That's what got him that kill on a Vic. It didn't matter at the end of the day, but these are things that you just can't teach, man.
Potentially the last round of the tournament. And again, a weird buy. Oxy's on a Bucky in light armor. A couple of ults on the side of the defense. But the attack has the same. And they're notable ones at that. If they want to fully aggress into this pit with Zeppa's ult, they can. And then a crunch out from Oxy towards Showers.
Sky ultimate, Brim ultimate. This is gonna be so hard.
It's gonna be
Curry to hold this. He's gonna have to give. He's gonna have to give this up. If he doesn't, he's gonna get crunched.
But he stays. Buying his time.
Oh my God, they just want to face this right now. Oxy's gonna double satchel into the Viper's pit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
Here we go.
They are gonna try to brute force their way through this. First the flash, then the Seekers. No commit from Oxy yet. But they've gotten the pit. And now the ult, backside. Got a little bit of space here. Redux is now starting to join the fray. He's the one who has the ult in hand. Can they contain? Can they keep things up until he arrives? Now the Thrash on its way through. 13 seconds left. They haven't fully gotten out onto the site yet. And now committing. 1 for 1. 8 seconds left. They've got to get the spike down. And it seems like they are going to have enough time. No, they don't. But they have come down now. Redux and John QT left alone. It's all on the IGL now. Can he keep the tournament alive? Slow walking his way forward. Vic and Moose trying to make a final stand. Trying to punch a ticket to Berlin. John has struggled. It's been a rough series for him, but can he show up here? Spotting one, crosshair just a bit too high. On the swings, finds a second, but time is of the essence. He's got to go, and he's got to go now, and Cloud9 know that. They realize it, and he waltzes into his death. Cloud9 are Berlin bound.
What a close to that final map of Bind. Those last 2 rounds, nail biters. A 3v5. Face checking a Viper's pit in the last round even. Zeppa, the forefront, getting the entry onto Curry.
I mean, Cloud9 walked into this tournament, so many questions. Who are they going to be fielding in the roster? How's Vic going to do? Mitch?
Oh, Matt, Mitch.
I mean, back
he hasn't played in 2 months, Doug.
And to walk away through all of that as Red Bull home ground champs in the NA scene, that's not too shabby. That's not too bad.
It was hard fought, though, man. Almost a comeback for Ascent.
But again, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. You can't rely on comebacks.
Yeah.
And it finally bit them.
They just couldn't figure out how to deal with that Cypher on their attacking side. The trips. Too much.
Cloud9 looked good. Again, with other than the first map, Cloud9 looked really good all day.
Yeah.
A huge testament to Imi and the work that they were able to put in. Vic is the truth. I'm really excited to watch him continue to play. Oxy's still Oxy, but again, Zeppa, they just cut the lights out on him. Zeppa was nuts. Oxy was great. Moose was insane too. I mean, it really was a whole team effort.
This is a form of Zeppa that we haven't seen in quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
I mean, we've known he's always been good. And it kind of felt like, okay, this is your big moment now. Like, this might be the last year almost. If you just can't step it up, and he is popping off on a different level.
He stepped up in a massive way today. I mean, from beginning to end. How many times do we say the guy's name?
Yeah. His aim on point, his intuition on point, utility for his squad was great. Mitch with the great IGLing, and the fact that they were able to change comps in real time in the middle of the tournament. I mean, they didn't have a day to prep the Cypher. They had what, like 2 hours?
A couple of hours, yeah. But it seemed to be exactly what they needed. Again, Cloud9, your Red Bull home ground champions. We're gonna throw it to Zoe on the stage behind us for the winner's interview.
Thank you both so very much. Please let's make some noise for your NA representatives in Berlin. Cloud9 is taking the dub. And in what a dominant fashion you started this series off. Now, of course, at the very end here, started to get a little bit more dicey, Sen pulled it back. But heading into Bind, we had a lot of questions, Mitch. You picking this map after you lost it just a few hours ago. Can you please walk me through the thought process here and how you were able to switch up not just your comp and your approach?
I mean, it was kind of like a last-second decision. We didn't really go over anything for Cypher on the map. We just switched to it because we thought it would be, you know, like a better pick. Honestly, we didn't have that much preparation, and having this result is honestly incredible. So I'm just happy to be here, honestly.
Well, we're happy to have you here for sure. That's some big brain moves. Speaking of big brains, Oxy, now that Vanity is not in the team anymore to think for you, has anyone, like Mitch, for example, taken over that responsibility, or are you doing it all on your own now?
I mean, everyone's here a family, so, I mean, everyone does it for me, so.
That's right, teamwork makes the dream work. And you know what? You guys made it work. The trophy is all yours. Please stand up, lift up, baby. You are a Red Bull home-ground NA champions. Make some noise for Cloud9. They've done it in a dominant fashion. They will represent the region later this year in Berlin. And they did it in front of an incredible sold-out crowd here in Seattle. November 20th is when you can cheer them on live and in person in Berlin. And as we're celebrating here, it's time to say goodbye. So on behalf of Doug, Baby Bay, Mimi, Ender, myself, and of course the entire Red Bull home crowd crew, we want to thank you all so much for showing up here in person. You guys were incredible. And for everyone watching at home, thank you so much for tuning in, and we hope to see you again in Berlin.
Experience do these players on YFP have? I don't even know.
YFP have to make another miracle if they want to win this round. Beat on! Beats found two! Oh, three!
Sentinels push this series all the way.
Yo, what was this guy? Was this guy drinking between maps 2 and 3? Yeah? Somebody
the Essence, he's got to go, and he's got to go now, and Cloud9 know that. They realize it, and he waltzes